Greyflat. Under this shadow, my sight is dim. You will meet many enemies. Some will be clear. Others will hide their true face. You may also find friends when you least expect them. I will send messages where I can, to those I know in the wide world. But the roads are dangerous. Some messages may fail, or arrive no faster than you do. I will choose companions to go with you, as far as chance allows. They must be few, because your hope is in speed and secrecy. Even a great army would only wake the full strength of Mordor. The company of the ring shall be 9. The 9 walkers will stand against the 9 riders of evil. With you and your loyal Sam, Gandalf will go. This will be his great task, and perhaps the last of his long work. The others will stand for the free peoples of the world, elves, dwarves, and men. Legolas will go for the elves. Gimli, son of Gloin, will go for the dwarves.
They were ready to go as far as the mountain passes, and maybe even farther. Elrond said that Aragorn, son of Arathorn, should go with them. The Ring of Isildur was part of his fate.
Strider! Frodo cried.
Yes, Aragorn said with a smile. I ask again to travel with you, Frodo.
I wanted you to come, Frodo said. But I thought you were going to Minas Tirith with Boromir.
I am, said Aragorn. Before I go to war, the broken sword will be made new. But your path and our path stay together for many miles. So Boromir will also join us. He is a brave man.
There are still 2 places to fill, said Elrond. I will think about them. I may choose some for my own house.
But then there will be no place for us. Pippin cried in worry. We do not want to stay behind. We want to go with Frodo.
That is because you do not understand what is ahead, said Elrond. You cannot imagine it.
Frodo does not understand either, Gandalf said to everyone's surprise. None of us see the future clearly. If these hobbits knew the danger, they would be too afraid to go. But they would still want to go, or wish they were brave enough. Then they would feel sad and ashamed. I think it is better to trust their friendship than great wisdom. Even a great elf lord could not break the Dark Tower or open the way by strength alone.
You speak seriously, said Elrond. But I am not sure. I fear the Shire is no longer safe. I thought to send these 2 back as messengers, to warn their people in their own simple way. In any case, I believe the younger one, Peregrine Took, should stay. My heart tells me he should not go.
Then you must lock me up, or send me home tied in a sack, said Pippin. If not, I will follow the company.
Very well, said Elrond with a sigh. You shall go. Now the group of 9 is complete. In 7 days, the company will leave.
The sword of Elendil was made new by elvish smiths. On its blade were 7 stars, with a moon on one side and a sun on the other. Many runes were written around them. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, was going to war near Mordor. The sword shone brightly when it was whole again. Sunlight glowed red on it, and moonlight looked pale and cold. Its edge was sharp and strong. Aragorn gave it a new name. He called it Anduril, Flame of the West. Aragorn and Gandalf often walked together or sat and talked. They spoke about the road ahead and the dangers they might face. They studied old maps and books in Elrond's house. Sometimes Frodo joined them. But he was happy to follow their advice. He also spent much time with Bilbo. In the last days, the hobbits sat together each evening in the Hall of Fire. They listened to many stories. One was the full tale of Beren and Luthien and the Great Duel. During the day, Merry and Pippin went about the house. Frodo and Sam stayed with Bilbo in his small room. Bilbo read parts of his book, which was not finished. He also read poems or wrote notes about Frodo's journey. On the last morning, Frodo was alone with Bilbo. The old hobbit pulled a wooden box from under his bed. He opened it and searched inside.
"Here is your sword," he said. "It was broken, remember? I kept it safe, but I forgot to ask the smiths to fix it. Now there is no time, so I thought you might like this instead."
He took out a small sword in an old leather cover. He pulled it free, and the clean blade shone cold and bright.
"This is Sting," he said. He pushed it easily into a wooden beam. "Take it, if you want. I do not think I will need it again."
Frodo took it with thanks.
"And there is this too," said Bilbo.
He brought out a small package that felt heavy. He unwrapped old cloth and lifted a small shirt of mail. It was made of many tiny rings. It moved like cloth but felt cold and strong. It shone like silver in moonlight and had small white stones. There was also a belt of pearl and crystal.
"It is a lovely thing," said Bilbo, holding to the light, "and useful. It is my dwarf mail. Thorin gave it to me. I got it back before I came here, and packed it with my things. I brought many memories from my journey, except the ring. I did not think I would use this again. I do not need it now, except to look at. When you wear it, it feels very light."
I think I should not look at it directly, said Frodo.
"That is what I thought too," said Bilbo. "But do not worry about how it looks. You can wear it under your clothes. Come now, you must share this secret with me. Do not tell anyone else. I will feel better if I know you are wearing it. I believe it could stop even the knives of Black Riders," he finished in a quiet voice.
"All right, I will take it," said Frodo.
Bilbo helped him put it on. He fixed Sting on the bright belt. Then Frodo put his old trousers, shirt, and jacket over everything.
"You look like a normal hobbit," said Bilbo, "but there is more to you now than people can see. Good luck to you."
He turned to the window and tried to hum a song.
"I cannot thank you enough, Bilbo, for this and for all you have done for me," said Frodo.
"Do not try," said the old hobbit. He turned back and gave Frodo a strong pat on the back. "Ow!" he cried. "You are too hard now, but that is how it is. Hobbits must stay together, and Baggins is most of all. All I ask is this. Take good care of yourself. Bring back news if you can. Bring back songs and stories too. I will try to finish my book before you return. I would like to write a second book, if I live long enough."
He stopped and turned to the window again. He sang softly about sitting by the fire. He sang about flowers and butterflies in summer. He sang about yellow leaves in autumn, with mist and soft sun. He sang about winter that will come without spring for him. He sang about many green woods he has not seen yet. He sang about people from long ago and people yet to come. And while he thought of the past, he listened for footsteps and voices at the door. It was a cold, grey day near the end of December. A strong east wind blew through the bare trees. It rushed through the dark pine forests on the hills. Broken clouds moved fast and low in the sky. As the early evening grew dark and sad, the company prepared to leave. They planned to start at dusk. Elrond advised them to travel at night as much as they could, until they were far from Rivendell.
"You should fear the many watching eyes of Sauron's servants," he said. "I am sure he already knows that the riders failed. He will be angry. Soon his spies will move on foot and in the air across the northern lands. Even the sky above you can be dangerous."
The company cared little for fighting. They trusted secrecy, not battle. Aragorn carried Anduril, but no other weapon. He wore simple green and brown clothes, like a ranger of the wild. Boromir had a long sword, shaped like Anduril but less famous. He also carried a shield and a war horn.
It sounds loud and clear in the hills, he said. Then all enemies of Gondor will run away. He raised the horn and blew it.
The sound jumped from rock to rock. Everyone in Rivendell who heard it stood up at once.
"Do not blow that horn again soon, Boromir," said Elrond. "Wait until you stand on the borders of your own land, and only use it if you truly must."
"Perhaps," said Boromir, "but I always blow my horn when I set out. Even if we walk in darkness later, I will not leave like a thief in the night."
Gimli the dwarf wore a short shirt of metal rings. Dwarfs do not mind heavy loads. In his belt he carried a wide axe. Legolas had a bow and a quiver of arrows. At his belt he carried a long white knife. The younger hobbits wore the swords they had taken from the barrow. Frodo carried only Sting. As Bilbo wished, his mail coat stayed hidden. Gandalf carried his staff. At his side was the elf sword Glamdring. It was the sister sword of Orcrist, which now lay on Thorin's grave under the lonely mountain. Elrond gave them all thick, warm clothes. They had jackets and cloaks lined with fur. Extra food, clothes, blankets, and other supplies were loaded onto a pony. It was the same poor pony they had brought from Bree. Their stay in Rivendell had changed him greatly. His coat shone, and he seemed young and strong again. Sam had insisted on taking him. He said that Bill, as he called the pony, would be sad and weak if he stayed behind. "That animal can almost speak," he said. "If he stayed here longer, he would speak." He looked at me very clearly. It was like he said, "If you do not let me go with you, Sam, I will follow by myself." So Bill went with them as a carrying animal. He was the only one who did not look sad. They had already said goodbye in the great hall near the fire. Now they waited for Gandalf, who was still inside the house. Firelight shone from the open doors. Soft lights were bright in many windows. Bilbo stood quiet on the step. He was wrapped in a cloak beside Frodo. Aragorn sat with his head down on his knees. Only Elrond fully understood how heavy this moment was for him. The others looked like grey shapes in the dark. Sam stood next to the pony. He sucked his teeth and stared into the dark place where the river roared below. He did not feel brave or excited now.
"Bill, my lad," he said, "you should not have come with us. You could have stayed here. You could eat good hay until the new grass grows."
Bill moved his tail and stayed silent. Sam adjusted the pack on his back. He began to worry about his things. He checked them again in his mind. He thought about his cooking tools. He thought about his small box of salt. He always carried it and filled it when he could. He thought about his pipeweed, but he knew it was not enough. He remembered his fire tools, his warm socks, and his clean clothes. He also carried many small things that Frodo had forgotten. Sam planned to give them back later with pride. He checked everything again.
"Rope," he said quietly. "No rope. Just last night I told myself to take some rope. I knew I would need it. Now I do not have it. I cannot get it now."
At that moment Elrond came out with Gandalf. He called everyone to come close.
"This is my last word," he said softly. "The ring-bearer now begins the journey to Mount Doom. The task is his alone. He must not throw the ring away. He must not give it to the enemy or to any servant of the enemy. No one may touch it, except the company or the council, and only in great need. The others go with him freely. You go to help him. You may stop, return, or take another path if you wish. The farther you go, the harder it will be to turn back. Still, no promise binds you. You do not yet know your own hearts. You cannot know what waits for you on the road."
A person without faith leaves when the road grows dark, said Gimli.
Maybe, said Elrond. But no one should promise to walk in the dark before night has come.
A promise can make a weak heart strong, said Gimli.
Or it can break it, said Elrond. Do not look too far ahead. Go now with brave hearts. Farewell. May the blessing of elves, men, and all free folk go with you. May the stars shine on your faces.
Good luck, cried Bilbo. He shook with the cold. I do not think you can keep a diary, Frodo my boy, but I want to hear the whole story when you return. And do not be away too long. Farewell.
Many others from Elrond's house stood in the shadows. They watched and spoke soft words of farewell. There was no laughter. There was no song or music. At last they turned away and slowly disappeared into the dark. The company crossed the bridge. They walked up the long, steep paths out of the deep valley of Rivendell. At last they reached the high open land, where the wind rushed through the low plants. They looked back once at the last homely house, shining far below. Then they walked on into the night. At the ford of Bruinen they left the road. They turned south and followed narrow paths through folded hills. They planned to stay west of the mountains for many days. This land was rough and empty. It was harder than the green valley on the other side of the mountains. Their journey would be slow. Still, they hoped this way would keep them hidden. Few enemy watchers came to this empty land. The paths were known mainly to the people of Rivendell. Gandalf walked in front. Aragorn walked beside him, because he knew the land well, even in the dark. The others followed in a line. Legolas walked last, watching behind with his sharp eyes. The first part of the journey was hard and dull. Frodo remembered little of it, except the wind. For many days the sun did not shine. A cold wind blew from the mountains in the east. No clothes could fully stop it. Even with warm clothing, they rarely felt warm, whether walking or resting. They slept badly during the middle of the day. They hid in dips in the land or under thick thorn bushes that grew in many places. In the late afternoon, the guard woke them. They ate their main meal. The food was cold and not pleasant. They could not often make a fire because it was not safe. In the evening, they started walking again. They always tried to go south. At first, the hobbits felt slow. They walked and tripped until they were very tired. It felt like they were not moving forward at all. Every day, the land looked the same as the day before. But the mountains slowly came closer. South of Rivendell, they grew higher and turned toward the west. At the feet of the mountains, there were many bare hills and deep valleys. Fast rivers ran through them. There were few paths. The paths turned many times. Often they led to the edge of a high drop. Sometimes they went down into wet and unsafe ground. After 2 weeks of travel, the weather changed. The wind stopped. Then it turned to the south. The fast clouds moved away and disappeared. The sun came out, pale but bright. After a long night of hard walking, a cold and clear morning came. The group reached a low ridge. Old holly trees grew there. Their grey-green trunks looked like part of the stone hills. Their dark leaves shone. Their red berries glowed in the morning light. Far to the south, Frodo saw the shapes of tall mountains. They seemed to stand in the way of the group. On the left side of the range, 3 peaks rose up. The tallest and nearest peak looked like a sharp tooth with snow on top. Its north side was still in shadow. Where the sun touched it, the rock glowed red.
We have done well. We have reached the land called Holland by men. Long ago, many elves lived here. They called it a region. We have come 45 leagues in a straight line, though our feet walked much farther. The land and weather will be kinder now. But they may also be more dangerous.
Danger or not, I am glad to see a real sunrise. He pushed back his hood and let the light touch his face.
But the mountains are in front of us. We must have turned east in the night.
No. The clear light lets you see farther. Beyond those peaks, the mountains turn to the southwest. There are many maps in Elrond's house. I think you did not look at them.
I did look sometimes. But I do not remember them. Frodo remembers better than me.
I need no map. This is the land where our fathers once worked. We shaped these mountains in metal and stone. We sang of them in songs and stories. We see them in our dreams. Baraz, Xeric, Shafter. I have seen them only once before from far away, while awake. But I know them and their names. Under them lies Khazad-dûm, is the Dworodelf. Now it is called the Black Pit, or Moria by the elves. There is Barad-dûr, the Red Horn, which men call Cruel Caradhras. Beyond it stand Silvertine and Cloudy Head. The elves call them Celebdal the White, and Fanuadhal the Grey. We call them Ziraxigil and Bunda Shafter. There the misty mountains divide. Between their arms lies a dark valley we never forget. It is Azanulbizir the Dimril Dale. The elves call it Nandahirion.
We are going to the Dimril Dale. If we climb the pass called the Redhorn Gate, on the far side of Caradhras, we will go down the Dimril Stair. Then we will reach the deep valley of the dwarfs. There is the Miramir. There the Silverlode River begins in cold springs.
The water of Kelidzarum is dark. The springs of Kibelnala are cold. My heart shakes when I think I may see them soon.
I hope the sight brings you joy, my good dwarf. But we cannot stay in that valley. We must follow the Silverlode into the hidden woods. Then we must go to the great river, and then... He stopped speaking.
Yes, and after that?
To the end of the journey. We must not think too far ahead. Let us be happy that the first part is over safely. I think we will rest here today and tonight. The air of Holland feels clean and good. Much bad must happen to a land before it fully forgets the elves, if they once lived there.
That is true.
But the elves of this land were not like the forest elves we know. The trees and the grass no longer remember them. Only the stones still feel sad for them. The stones say that the elves dug deep, worked with care, and built high places. But now they are gone. They left long ago and went to the havens. That morning, they made a fire in a deep hollow. Big holly bushes hid it well. They ate a meal that was both supper and breakfast. They felt happier than they had felt since the journey began. After eating, they did not go to sleep at once. They thought they could sleep all night. They did not plan to move again until the next evening. Only Aragorn did not relax. He was quiet and uneasy. After some time, he left the group and walked to the ridge. He stood under a tree and looked to the south and west. He held his head as if he was listening. Later, he came back and looked down at the others. They were laughing and talking.
What is wrong, Strider? Merry called. What are you looking for? Do you miss the east wind?
No, Aragorn said. But something is missing. I have been in this land, Holland, many times. No people live here now, but many animals usually live here, especially birds. Now, everything is silent, except you. I can feel it. There is no sound for miles. Your voices sound very loud. I do not understand why.
Gandalf looked up with interest. What do you think is the reason? He asked. Are you only surprised to see 4 hobbits and the rest of us in such a quiet place?
I hope that is all, Aragorn said. But I feel that someone is watching. I also feel fear. I have never felt this here before.
Then we must be careful, Gandalf said. If we travel with a ranger, we should listen to him. Especially if the ranger is Aragorn. We must stop talking, rest quietly, and set a guard.
That day, Sam had the first watch. Aragorn stayed with him. The others soon fell asleep. The silence grew stronger. Even Sam felt it. He could hear the breathing of the sleepers. The pony's tail moved, and his feet shifted. These small sounds seemed very loud. Sam could hear his own joints when he moved. There was no other sound at all. Above them was a clear blue sky, and the sun rose in the east. Far to the south, a dark shape appeared. It grew larger and moved north, like smoke in the wind.
What is that, Strider? Sam whispered. It does not look like a cloud.
Aragorn did not answer. He stared at the sky. Soon Sam saw it too. Large groups of birds were flying fast. They turned and circled over the land, as if they were searching. They came closer and closer.
Lie down and stay still, Aragorn whispered. He pulled Sam into the shadow of a holly bush.
A large group of birds broke away and flew low toward the ridge. Sam thought they looked like big black crows. They flew so close together that their shadow covered the ground. One rough cry came from them. Aragorn did not move until the birds were far away to the north and west and the sky was clear again.
Then Aragorn stood up and went to wake Gandalf. Large groups of black crows are flying over the land between the mountains and the Grey Flood, he said. They have passed over Holland. They do not belong here. They come from Fangorn and Dunland. I do not know why they are here. Maybe they're leaving trouble in the south, but I think they're watching the land. I also saw many hawks high in the sky. I think we should move again this evening. Holland is no longer safe. Someone is watching it.
Then the Redhorn Gate is also being watched, Gandalf said. I do not know how we can cross it without being seen, but we will think about that later. I am afraid you are right about moving after dark.
Our fire made very little smoke, Aragorn said. It was almost out before the crows came. We must put it out fully and not light another one.
Well, this is very annoying, said Pippin. No fire and another night walk, all because of some crows. I wanted a good hot meal tonight.
You can keep hoping, Gandalf said. There may be many surprises ahead. I would like to smoke my pipe and have warm feet. But we do know one thing. It will get warmer as we go south.
Too warm, I think, Sam said quietly to Frodo.
But I am starting to think it is time to see that fiery mountain and reach the end of the road. At first, I thought this Redhorn, or whatever it is called, might be the place. Then Gimli spoke, and I knew it was not. Dwarf words are hard to understand. Maps meant nothing to Sam. In these strange lands, all distances felt huge to him, and he could not guess how far they had gone. All that day, the company stayed hidden. Dark birds flew over them from time to time. As the sun moved west and turned red, the birds flew away to the south. At dusk, the company started walking again. They turned a little to the east and went toward Caradhras. Far away, the mountain still shone with a weak red light from the sun that had just set. White stars came out one by one as the sky grew dark. Aragorn led them along a good path. Frodo thought it looked like part of an old road. Long ago, it had been wide and well made, leading from Holland to the mountain pass. The moon was full and rose over the mountains. Its pale light made dark shadows behind the stones. Many stones looked shaped by people long ago. Now they lay broken and scattered in a cold, empty land. It was the cold hour before dawn, and the moon was low. Frodo looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he saw or felt a shadow move across the stars. For a moment, the stars seemed to fade, then shine again. Frodo felt cold inside.
Did you see something pass over us?
No, but I felt it. It may be nothing. Maybe it was only a thin cloud.
It was moving fast, and not with the wind.
Nothing else happened that night. The next morning was even brighter than before. But the air was cold again, and the wind was turning back to the east. For 2 more nights, they walked on. They climbed higher each day, but more slowly. The road twisted through the hills, and the mountains grew closer and larger. On the 3rd morning, Caradhras stood before them. It was a great mountain. Its top was white with snow like silver. Its sides were steep and bare, dark red in color. The sky looked heavy and dark, and the sun was weak. The wind now came from the northeast.
Winter is growing stronger behind us. The mountains to the north are whiter than before. Snow lies far down their sides. Tonight, we will go higher toward the Redhorn Gate. We may be seen on that narrow path. Some danger may wait for us there. But the weather may be a worse enemy than any creature. What do you think now, Aragorn?
Frodo heard these words. He understood that Gandalf and Aragorn were still talking about a choice they had argued about before. He listened with worry.
I think this path is bad from start to finish. You know that well, Gandalf. Dangers we know and dangers we do not know will grow as we go on. But we must keep going. We cannot wait to cross the mountains. Farther south, there are no passes until the Gap of Rohan. I do not trust that way after what you told me about Saruman. Who knows who the Horse Lords serve now?
Who knows indeed. But there is another way. Not over Caradhras. It is a dark and secret way we have spoken of before.
But please, do not speak of it again. Not yet. Say nothing to the others. Only speak of it if there is no other choice.
We must decide soon.
Then let us think about it while the others rest and sleep.
Later that afternoon, while the others finished their breakfast, Gandalf and Aragorn walked aside. They stood and looked at Caradhras. Its sides were dark and unfriendly. Its head was hidden in grey cloud. Frodo watched them from a distance and wondered what they would choose. When they came back, Gandalf spoke to the company. Frodo knew then that they had decided to face the mountain and the bad weather. He felt relieved. He did not know what the dark and secret way was, but even hearing about it had filled Aragorn with fear. Frodo was glad they were not taking it.
From signs we have seen, I fear that the Redhorn Gate may be watched. I also fear the weather behind us. Snow may come. We must move as fast as we can. Even then, it will take more than 2 days to reach the top of the pass. Night will fall early today. We must leave as soon as you are ready.
I would like to add one word of advice.
I was born near the White Mountains, so I know about hard journeys in high places. We will meet great cold, maybe worse, before we go down the other side. It will not help us if we hide so well that we freeze to death. When we leave this place, where there are still some trees and bushes, each of us should carry a bundle of wood, as much as he can carry.
And Bill can carry a little more, right?
Said Sam. The pony looked at him with sad eyes.
All right. But we must not use the wood, unless we must choose between fire and death.
The company started again. At first they moved well. Soon the way became steep and hard. The road twisted and climbed. In many places it was almost gone. Many fallen stones blocked the path. The night became very dark under thick clouds. A cold wind moved fast among the rocks. By midnight they had climbed high into the mountains. The narrow path ran under a high wall of rock on the left. Above it, the dark sides of Caradhras rose unseen in the darkness. On the right side, the land fell away into a deep, dark drop. They climbed a sharp slope with great effort and stopped for a short time at the top. Frodo felt something soft on his face. He lifted his arm. He saw small white snowflakes on his sleeve. They went on again. Soon the snow fell faster. It filled the air and blew into Frodo's eyes. He could hardly see Gandalf and Aragorn, who were only a step or two ahead.
I don't like this at all. Snow is fine on a nice morning. But I like to be in bed when it falls. I wish this snow would go to Hobbiton. People would like it there.
In the Shire, heavy snow was rare, except on the high open lands in the north. People saw it as a happy time and a chance for play. No living hobbit, except Bilbo, could remember the terrible winter long ago, when white wolves came into the Shire over the frozen river.
This is what I feared. What do you think now, Aragorn?
I feared it too, but I feared other things more. I knew snow was a risk. Still, it does not often fall so hard this far south, except high in the mountains. We are not that high yet. This path is usually open all winter.
I wonder if this storm is made by the enemy. In my land, people say he can control storms in the dark mountains near Mordor. He has strange powers and many helpers.
He must be very strong, if he can bring snow from the north to trouble us so far away.
He is very strong.
While they stood there, the wind grew quiet. The snow slowed and almost stopped. They walked on again. But after a short distance, the storm came back stronger than before. The wind screamed, and the snow became so thick they could barely see. Even Boromir found it hard to move forward. The hobbits bent low and struggled behind the taller ones. It was clear they could not go much farther if the snow continued. Frodo's feet felt heavy. Pippin fell behind. Even Gimli, strong as he was, complained as he walked. Suddenly they all stopped, as if they agreed without speaking. Strange sounds came from the darkness around them. It may have been only the wind in the cracks of the rocks. But it sounded like sharp cries and wild laughter. Stones fell from the mountainside. Some flew over their heads. Others crashed onto the path. From time to time, they heard a deep rolling sound, as large rocks moved down from high above.
We cannot go on tonight. Call it wind if you want. But the sounds feel cruel, and the stones seem to come toward us.
I do call it the wind, but that does not mean you are wrong. There are many dark and unfriendly things in the world. They do not like people, and they do not all serve Sauron. Some have been here longer than he has.
Caradhras was called cruel long ago. People spoke badly of it even before they heard of Sauron in these lands.
It does not matter who the enemy is, if we cannot stand against it.
What can we do?
Cried Pippin sadly. He leaned on Merry and Frodo. He was shaking with cold.
We must either stop here or go back. There is no point in going on. A little higher, if I remember well, this path leaves the cliff and runs into a wide, shallow hollow below a long, hard slope.
There was no shelter here from snow, stones, or anything else.
It is no use going back while the storm continues. On the way up, we did not see any place safer than this rock wall.
Shelter. If this is shelter, then a house can be one wall and no roof.
The group moved close together near the cliff. The cliff faced south and leaned out a little near the bottom. They hoped it would protect them from the cold north wind and from falling stones. But the wind turned and rushed around them from all sides. The snow fell thicker and thicker. They pressed close together with their backs against the wall. Bill the pony stood in front of the hobbits. He was calm but sad, and he gave them a little cover. Soon the snow reached high on his legs and kept rising. Without the taller members, the hobbits would soon have been fully covered.
Frodo began to feel very sleepy. He felt warm and heavy. His mind went into a soft dream. He thought a fire was warming his feet. He heard Bilbo's voice speaking near him. Bilbo sounded calm and familiar. Frodo answered slowly, saying he wanted rest and sleep.
Then someone shook him. Frodo woke with pain and effort. Boromir had pulled him up from a pile of snow.
This will kill the halflings, Gandalf. We cannot sit here until the snow covers us. We must act to save ourselves.
Give them this. Only a small drink for each of us. It is very special. This is Moreover from Imladris. Elrond gave it to me. Pass it around.
When Frodo drank a little of the warm liquid, he felt stronger. The heavy sleep left his body. The others also felt better and found new hope. But the storm did not stop. The snow fell even harder, and the wind grew louder.
What about making a fire? We must choose soon between fire and death, Gandalf. If the snow hides us, it will not save us.
You may try to make a fire, if you can. If anyone can watch us in this storm, they will see us anyway.
They had brought wood and dry sticks, as Boromir had advised. But the wind was too strong, and the wood was wet. No one could make a steady flame. At last Gandalf stepped forward. He lifted a bundle of wood and spoke a strong word. He touched it with his staff. At once, green and blue fire burst out. The wood caught and burned brightly.
If anyone is watching, they will see me. I have clearly shown that Gandalf is here.
The group no longer cared about watchers. They were happy to see the fire. The wood burned well. Snow melted and hissed around it, and wet snow ran under their feet. Still, they held out their hands and warmed them. They stood bent in a circle around the small moving flames. Red light shone on their tired and worried faces. Behind them, the night looked like a black wall. But the fire burned quickly, and the snow still fell. The fire grew smaller, and they threw on the last piece of wood.
The night is almost over. Morning is near.
If morning can get through these clouds.
The snow is lighter now. The wind is calmer.
Frodo watched the snowflakes fall. In the firelight, they shone white for a moment and then disappeared. For a long time, he saw no change. Sleep started to return. Then he noticed the wind had stopped. The snowflakes became fewer and larger. Slowly, a weak light appeared. At last, the snow stopped.
As the light grew, it showed a quiet white world. Below them were smooth white shapes and deep snow where the path was now lost. Above them, the high peaks were still hidden in dark clouds full of snow.
Caradhras is still angry. He has more snow ready for us if we go on. We should turn back and go down as soon as we can.
All agreed to turn back, but it was now hard to do so. It might even be impossible. Only a short distance from their cold fire, the snow was very deep. It rose higher than the hobbits' heads. In some places, the wind had pushed the snow into tall piles against the rock wall.
If Gandalf goes first with a bright fire, he could melt away for you, said Legolas.
The storm did not trouble him much. He was the only one who still felt calm and hopeful.
If elves could fly over mountains, they could bring the sun to save us, Gandalf answered. But I need something to use. I cannot burn snow.
Well, said Boromir, when a mind finds no answer, the body must help. That is what we say at home. The strongest of us must try to find a way. Look, even though everything is covered in snow now, our path turned around that rock down there. That is where the snow first became heavy. If we can reach that place, maybe it will be easier after that. It is not far, I think.
Then let us force a way there, you and I, said Aragorn.
Aragorn was the tallest of the group. Boromir was almost as tall, but wider and heavier. Boromir went first, and Aragorn followed. They moved slowly and with great effort. In some places the snow reached their chests. Often Boromir looked as if he was swimming through snow, using his strong arms instead of walking.
Legolas watched them for a short time and smiled. Then he turned to the others. You say the strongest must find the way, but I say this. Let a farmer plow the field, let an animal swim, and let an elf run lightly over grass, leaves, or snow.
With that, he jumped forward with ease. Frodo noticed again that Legolas wore no boots, only light shoes. His feet left almost no marks in the snow.
Goodbye, he said to Gandalf. I will go to find the sun.
Then he ran fast, like a man on hard sand. He quickly passed Boromir and Aragorn, waved his hand, and disappeared around the rocky bend. The others stayed close together and watched. Soon Boromir and Aragorn became small dark shapes in the white snow. At last they also vanished from sight. Time passed very slowly. The clouds sank lower, and small snowflakes began to fall again. Perhaps an hour went by, though it felt much longer.
Well, cried Legolas as he reached them, I did not bring the sun. She walks far away in the blue lands of the south, and this small snowy hill does not trouble her. But I bring good hope for those who must walk on their feet. Just beyond the turn is the biggest snow wall of all. There our strong men were almost buried. They felt lost, until I told them the wall is not very wide. On the other side, the snow suddenly becomes thinner. Further down, it is only a light cover, cool but easy for a hobbit's feet.
I knew it, said Gimli in a low voice. This was no normal storm. It is the bad will of Caradhras. He does not like elves or dwarves, and that snow wall was meant to block our escape.
But your Caradhras forgot that men are with you, said Boromir, arriving then. Strong men, too, if I may say so, though a few men with shovels might have helped more. Still, we have pushed a narrow path through the snow. All who cannot run, like elves, should be thankful.
But how will we get down there, even if you made a path, said Pippin.
He spoke for all the hobbits.
Do not lose hope, said Boromir. I am tired, but I still have strength, and Aragorn as well. We will carry the little ones. The others can follow the path behind us. Come, Master Peregrine, I will start with you.
He lifted the hobbit up.
Hold tight to my back, he said. I need my arms.
Then he walked forward. Aragorn followed, carrying Merry. Pippin was amazed by Boromir's strength. He saw the path Boromir had made using only his body. Even while carrying him, Boromir pushed the snow aside and made the path wider. At last they reached the great snow wall. It lay across the mountain path like a sudden white wall. Its top was sharp and high, more than twice Boromir's height. But through the middle, a narrow path had been made, rising and falling like a bridge. On the far side, Merry and Pippin were set down. They waited there with Legolas for the others. After a short time, Boromir came back carrying Sam. Behind him, in the narrow but now firm path, came Gandalf. He led Bill the pony, with Gimli sitting among the packs. Last came Aragorn, carrying Frodo in his arms. They went down the narrow path. Frodo had just touched the ground when they heard a loud sound. Stones and snow rushed down behind them. The snow flew into the air and hurt their eyes. They pressed close to the rock wall. When the air cleared, they saw the path behind them was closed.
Enough, enough. We are leaving as fast as we can.
After this, the mountain seemed to stop its anger. It was as if Caradhras was pleased that they had turned back and would not come again. The falling snow stopped. The clouds began to break. More light came into the sky. Just as Legolas had said, the snow became thinner as they went down. Even the hobbits could walk again. Soon they reached the flat place at the top of the steep slope. This was where the snow had first fallen the night before. It was now late morning. From this high place, they looked back to the west. Far below, at the foot of the mountain, they could see the small valley where they had started their climb. Frodo's legs hurt badly. He felt very cold and very hungry. His head felt light when he thought about the long walk still ahead. Dark spots moved before his eyes. He rubbed them, but they did not go away. Then he saw dark shapes in the sky below them. They were still high above the lower hills. They were moving in circles.
The birds again, said Aragorn, pointing down.
That cannot be helped now. We must go down at once. It does not matter if they are good or bad, or if they watch us or not. We will not stay here another night.
A cold wind blew from behind as they turned away from the Redhorn Gate. They walked down the slope slowly and with great effort. Caradhras had beaten them. Chapter 4. A Journey in the Dark. It was evening when they stopped to rest for the night. The grey light was fading fast. They were very tired. The mountains were dark in the growing night, and the wind was cold. Gandalf gave each of them one small drink of the Miruva from Rivendell. After they ate some food, he called everyone together.
We cannot go on tonight. The struggle at the Redhorn Gate has worn us out. We must rest here for a time.
And where will we go after that?
We still have our task. We must go on, or we must return to Rivendell.
Pippin's face grew bright when he heard about returning to Rivendell. Merry and Sam also looked hopeful. Aragorn and Boromir showed no feeling. Frodo looked worried.
I wish I were back there. But how can I go back without shame, unless there is truly no other way and we have already failed?
You speak truly, Frodo. To go back now is to accept defeat, and worse trouble will follow. If we return, the ring must stay there. We will not be able to leave again. In time, Rivendell will be attacked and destroyed. The ring wraiths are dangerous now, but they would be far more terrible if their master held the ring again.
Then we must go on, if there is any way, said Frodo with a tired sigh.
Sam's face fell again.
There is a path we could try. I thought of it from the start. But it is not an easy path. I did not speak of it before. Aragorn did not agree with it until we had tried the mountain pass.
If it is worse than the Redhorn Gate, then it must be very bad. But tell us now, and tell us everything.
The path I speak of leads to the mines of Moria.
Only Gimli lifted his head. A quiet fire burned in his eyes. Fear fell on all the others when they heard that name. Even the hobbits knew it as a place of old and dark stories.
The road may lead to Moria, but how can we hope to pass through it?
It is a name of bad fortune. I do not see why we must go there. If we cannot cross the mountains, we can go south. We can reach the Gap of Rohan, where people are friendly to my land. That is the road I took before. Or we could go farther south, cross the Isen, and come to Gondor by the lands near the sea.
Much has changed since you came north, Boromir. You heard what I said about Saruman. I may still have business with him. But the ring must not go near Isengard, if we can stop it. While the ring-bearer is with us, the Gap of Rohan is closed.
As for the longer road, we do not have enough time. This journey could take a year. We would pass through many empty lands with no safe places. These lands would not be safe. Saruman and the enemy watched them closely. When you came north, Boromir, the enemy saw you as only one traveler from the south. You were not important to him. His mind was busy looking for the ring. But now you travel with the company of the ring. You are in danger while you stay with us. The danger will grow with every mile we go south in the open land. After our open try to cross the mountain pass, our trouble is greater. I see little hope now, unless we soon disappear from sight and hide our path. So I say we should not go over the mountains or around them, but under them. This is the road the enemy will expect the least.
We do not know what he expects. He may watch all roads, both easy and hard. If so, to go into Moria is like walking into a trap. It is almost the same as knocking on the gates of the Dark Tower. The name of Moria is full of fear.
You speak of things you do not know. I am the only one here who has been in the dark places of the Dark Lord. That was long ago, in a smaller place called Dol Guldur. Those who enter the great tower of Sauron never return. I would not lead you into Moria if there was no hope of coming out. There may be orcs there, and that would be bad for us. But many orcs of the Misty Mountains were destroyed or scattered in the Battle of 5 Armies. The eagles say orcs are gathering again, but there is still hope that Moria is empty. There is even a chance that dwarves live there. Maybe Balin, son of Fundin, is still alive in one of the deep halls of his people. Whatever waits for us, we must take the road that need forces on us.
I will take this road with you, Gandalf. I will see the halls of Durin, no matter what waits there if we can find the closed doors.
Good, Gimli. Your words help me. We will look for the hidden doors together. And we will come out again. In the old halls of the dwarves, a dwarf will not lose his way as easily as elves, men, or hobbits. I have been to Moria before. I searched there for Thrain, son of Thror, after he was lost. I went through, and I came out alive.
I once passed the Dimril Gate, too. I came out again, but the memory is dark. I do not wish to enter Moria a second time.
And I do not wish to enter it even once.
Nor do I.
Of course not. Who would wish that? But the question is this: who will follow me, if I lead you there?
I will.
I will. You followed my lead into the snow, almost to disaster, and you did not blame me. I will follow you now, unless this last warning changes your mind. I am not thinking of the ring or of the others. I am thinking of you, Gandalf. If you pass the doors of Moria, be careful.
I will not go. Not unless everyone votes against me. What do Legolas and the little folks say? The ring-bearer should speak.
I do not wish to go to Moria.
The hobbit said nothing. Sam looked at Frodo.
I do not wish to go. But I do not want to refuse Gandalf's advice. I ask that we make no vote until after we sleep. Gandalf will get more support in the morning than in this cold darkness. Listen to the wind.
At his words, everyone fell silent. They heard the wind moving through the rocks and trees. It cried and wailed in the empty night. Suddenly Aragorn jumped to his feet.
Listen to the wind. It sounds like wolves. The wargs have crossed the mountains.
Should we wait until morning now? It is as I said. The hunt has begun. Even if we live until dawn, who will want to travel south at night with wild wolves following us?
How far is Moria?
There is a door southwest of Caradhras. It is about 15 miles straight, and maybe 20 miles by a running wolf.
Then let us start as soon as there is light tomorrow. A wolf you hear is worse than an orc you only fear.
That is true. But where wargs are heard, orcs are often near.
I wish I had followed Elrond's advice.
I am useless, said Pippin.
I do not have the courage of Bandobras the bull roarer. These howls make me cold inside. I have never felt so unhappy.
My heart feels very low too, Mr. Pippin, said Sam.
But we are still alive. And we have strong friends with us. Whatever trouble Gandalf faces, it will not end in a wolf's mouth.
To protect themselves in the night, the group climbed to the top of the small hill where they had been hiding. Old, twisted trees grew there, and broken stones lay in a rough circle. They made a fire in the middle. They knew the darkness would not hide them from the wolves. They sat around the fire, and those not guarding tried to sleep. Poor Bill the pony shook and sweated with fear. The wolves howled all around them. Sometimes the sound came closer, sometimes farther away. In the dark night, many bright eyes watched from the hill. Some wolves came near the stone circle. At one opening, a large dark wolf stood still and stared. It gave a loud howl, as if calling the others to attack. Gandalf stood up and walked forward with his staff raised. He shouted that he was there and warned the wolf to leave.
Go back to the shadows, and trouble us no more.
The wolf growled and jumped forward. At that moment, Legolas shot an arrow. The wolf cried loudly and fell. The arrow had struck its throat. At once the other eyes vanished, and the wolves ran away. Gandalf and Aragorn moved forward, but the hill was empty. The night became quiet. The moon was setting, and clouds moved slowly away. Suddenly Frodo woke up. Without warning, loud howls broke out all around them again. A large group of wolves had gathered quietly and attacked from every side.
Throw more wood on the fire. Stand together, and have your weapons ready.
In the bright firelight, Frodo saw many grey shapes jumping over the stones. More followed them. Aragorn struck one leader with his sword. Boromir cut down another. Gimli stood firm with his axe. Legolas kept shooting arrows. Gandalf seemed taller and stronger in the firelight. He lifted a burning branch and walked toward the wolves. They stepped back. He threw the burning branch into the air. It shone like lightning, and his voice sounded loud and strong. The tree above him burst into bright flame. Fire spread from tree to tree. The whole hill was filled with light. The weapons of the group shone. Legolas's last arrow burned as it flew and struck a great wolf leader. Then all the other wolves ran away. Slowly the fire went out. Only ash and smoke remained. The sky began to grow light with morning. The wolves did not return. "What did I say, Mr. Pippin?" said Sam, putting away his sword.
Wolves will not take Gandalf. That was something to see. I almost lost my hair.
When morning fully came, there were no signs of the wolves. They could not find the bodies. Only burned trees and Legolas's arrows were left. All the arrows were whole except one, where only the point remained.
These were not normal wolves. We must eat quickly and leave.
That day the weather changed again. The wind stopped, and the clouds moved away. The sky became clear and blue. Pale sunlight shone on the mountain tops.
We must reach the doors before sunset. If not, we may never reach them.
The way was not long, but it was not straight. Aragorn could not lead them here. He did not know this land well. He had walked here only once, long ago, near the west wall of Moria. He pointed to the southeast. Dark mountains rose there, and their sides fell down into deep shadow. Far away, they saw a line of bare cliffs. In the middle stood one tall grey wall.
When we left the mountain pass, I led you south. I did not lead you back to where we began. Some of you may have seen this. It was the right choice. Now our road is shorter by many miles, and we must move fast. Come on.
I do not know what to wish for. I do not know if I hope Gandalf finds what he wants, or if I hope the gate is gone forever. Every choice feels bad. We may be trapped between danger and stone. But lead on.
Gimli now walked in front beside the wizard. He was very eager to reach Moria. Together they led the group back toward the mountains. Long ago, the only road to Moria from the west followed a stream called the Sirannon. This stream once flowed from the cliffs near the gate. But Gandalf did not find the stream where he expected it. Either he was wrong, or the land had changed over time. The morning moved toward noon. The group walked and climbed over empty land full of red stones. They saw no water and heard no sound of it. Everything was dry and lifeless. Their hearts felt heavy. They saw no animals, and no birds flew above them. They did not want to think about what might happen if night came in this lost place.
Ah, at last.
This is the place. This is where the stream once ran. They called it Sirannon, the gate stream. I do not know what happened to the water. It used to be fast and loud. Come. We must hurry. We are late.
The group's feet hurt, and they were very tired. Still, they walked on along the rough and twisting path for many miles. The sun passed noon and began to move west. They stopped for a short rest and ate quickly. Then they walked again. The mountains stood dark ahead of them. Their path lay in a deep hollow, so they could only see high slopes and far peaks to the east. At last they reached a sharp turn in the road. The path had been moving south between the channel and a steep drop on the left. Now it turned and went east again. As they turned the corner, they saw a low cliff about the height of a house. Its top was broken and uneven. Water dripped slowly over it through a wide crack. Long ago, a strong waterfall had cut this place.
Things have truly changed. But this is the right place. This is what remains of the stair falls. I remember stone steps cut into the rock. The main road once turned left and climbed in wide turns to the flat land above. Beyond the falls, there was a shallow valley. The stream flowed there beside the road, all the way to the walls of Moria. Let us see how it is now.
They found the stone steps easily. Gimli ran up them at once. Gandalf and Frodo followed. When they reached the top, they saw they could go no farther. Then they understood why the stream had dried up. Behind them, the setting sun filled the western sky with soft gold light. In front of them lay a dark, still lake. The sky did not shine on its surface. The Sirannon had been blocked and had filled the whole valley with water. Beyond the lake stood huge cliffs. Their pale faces looked cold in the fading light. They were final and could not be crossed. Frodo saw no gate, no crack, and no opening in the hard stone.
There are the walls of Moria. The gate once stood there. It was the elven door, at the end of the road from Holland. But this way is closed. I do not think anyone here wants to swim across this dark water at the end of the day. It looks unhealthy and unsafe.
We must look for a way around the north side. First, we should climb the main path and see where it goes. Even if the lake were not here, we could not bring our pony up these steps.
But we cannot take the poor animal into the mines, said Gandalf. The road under the mountains is dark. Some places are narrow and steep. He cannot walk there, even if we can.
Poor old Bill, said Frodo. I did not think about that. And poor Sam. I wonder what he will say.
I am sorry, said Gandalf. Bill has helped us well. It hurts me to send him away now. If I had chosen, I would have brought no animal, especially this one Sam loves. But I feared we would need to take this road.
The day was ending. Cold stars shone above the fading sunset. The company moved as fast as they could. They climbed the slopes and reached the side of the lake. The lake was not very wide. At the widest place it was only 2 or 3 furlongs across. They could not see how far it went to the south because the light was weak. The north end was about half a mile away. Between the rocky hills and the water there was a strip of open ground. They hurried on. They still had 1 or 2 miles to go to reach the place Gandalf wanted. After that, he still had to find the doors. At the north corner of the lake they found a narrow water channel blocking the way. The water was green and still. It reached out toward the hills like a dirty arm. Gimli walked forward without fear. He found the water was shallow, only up to his ankles at the edge. The others followed in a line. They walked carefully. Under the water were slippery stones and weeds. The ground was unsafe. Frodo shivered when the dark, dirty water touched his feet. Sam was last. He led Bill onto the dry ground on the other side. Then they heard a soft sound. There was a quick splash, like a fish moving in the water. They turned at once. They saw dark ripples spreading on the lake in the weak light. Big circles moved outward from a place far from the shore. There was a bubbling sound. Then it was quiet. The light faded more. Clouds covered the last red light of the sunset. Gandalf hurried forward very fast. The others followed as well as they could. They reached the narrow land between the lake and the cliffs. It was very narrow, sometimes only a few steps wide. Fallen rocks lay everywhere. Still, they found a path. They stayed close to the cliff and kept as far from the dark water as they could. After about a mile along the shore, they saw holly trees. Old stumps and dead branches lay rotting in the shallow water. They looked like the remains of old bushes or a hedge from long ago. But close to the cliff stood two tall trees. They were strong and alive. Frodo had never seen holly trees so big. Their thick roots spread from the cliff to the water. From far away they had looked like small bushes. Now they rose high above the company. They were dark and silent. Deep shadows lay at their feet. They stood like guards at the end of the road.
"Well, we are here at last," said Gandalf. "This is where the elven road from Holland ended. Holly was a sign of the people who lived there. They planted these trees to mark the edge of their land. The west door was made mainly for them, for their travel with the lords of Moria. Those were happier times. People of different races were friends then, even dwarves and elves."
It was not the dwarves' fault that the friendship ended, said Gimli.
I have not heard that it was the elves' fault, said Legolas.
"I have heard both sides," said Gandalf. "I will not judge now. But I ask you, Legolas and Gimli, to be friends and help me. I need you both. The doors are closed and hidden. We must find them soon. Night is coming." He turned to the others. "While I search, get ready to enter the mines. Here we must say goodbye to our good pony. You must leave behind much of the gear for cold weather. You will not need it inside. I hope you will not need it when we come out and travel south. Each of us must carry part of what the pony carried, especially food and water."
"But you cannot leave poor old Bill here, Mr. Gandalf," cried Sam. He was upset and angry. "I will not allow it. He has come so far with us."
"I am sorry, Sam," said the wizard. "When the door opens, you will not be able to take Bill inside the long darkness of Moria. You must choose between Bill and your master."
He would follow Mr.
Taking Frodo into a dragon's home, if I let him go, said Sam in protest. It would be like killing him to send him away with so many wolves near us.
"I hope it will not be killing," said Gandalf. He put his hand on the pony's head and spoke softly. "Go with words to keep you safe and guide you," he said. "You are a clever animal. You learn much in Rivendell. Find places with grass. In time, go back to Elrond's house, or anywhere you choose." Then Gandalf turned to Sam. "There's Sam. He has as much chance to escape the wolves and get home as we do."
Sam stood next to the pony and said nothing. Bill the pony seemed to understand. He moved close to Sam and touched Sam's ear with his nose. Sam began to cry. He worked with shaking hands. He took all the packs off the pony and dropped them on the ground. The others sorted the things. They made one pile of what they could leave behind. They shared the rest between them. When they finished, they looked at Gandalf. He had not moved. He stood between two trees and stared at the cliff wall. He looked as if he wanted to make a hole with his eyes. Gimli walked around and tapped the stone with his axe. Legolas pressed his ear to the rock, as if he was listening.
"Well, here we are, and we are ready," said Merry. "But where are the doors? I see nothing."
Dwarf doors are not meant to be seen when they are closed, said Gimli. They are hidden. Even their makers cannot find them if the secret is lost.
"But this door was not made only for dwarves," said Gandalf. He suddenly turned around, full of life. "If things have not changed, eyes that know what to look for can see the signs."
He walked to the wall. Between the shadows of the trees was a smooth place. Gandalf moved his hands over the stone and whispered softly. Then he stepped back.
"Look," he said. Do you see anything now?
The moonlight shone on the grey rock. At first they saw nothing. Then thin lines slowly appeared where Gandalf had touched. They looked like small silver lines in the stone. At first they were very faint. They shone only when the moon touched them. Slowly they grew clearer. At the top was an arch of letters in an elvish style. Below it was the shape of a hammer and an anvil, with a crown and 7 stars above them. Below that were 2 trees, each with a moon. In the middle of the door, one bright star shone more clearly than all the rest.
"These are the signs of Durin," cried Gimli.
And there is the tree of the high elves, said Legolas.
And the star of the house of Fëanor, said Gandalf. These signs are made of a special metal. It shines only in moonlight and starlight. The writing sleeps until someone speaks the right words. These words were forgotten long ago. I had to think hard to remember them.
What does the writing say? Asked Frodo. He tried to read the letters. I thought I knew Elvish, but I cannot read this.
The words are in an old Elvish tongue from the west, said Gandalf. They say only this: the doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, friend, and enter. Below that it says in small letters, I, Narvi, made them. Celebrimbor of Holland drew these signs.
What does speak, friend, and enter mean? Asked Merry.
"That is simple," said Gimli. "If you are a friend, you speak the password. Then the doors open and you go in."
Yes, said Gandalf. These doors open with words. Some dwarf gates open only at certain times, or for certain people. Some need keys as well. These doors have no key. In the old days they were not secret. They were often open, and guards sat here. If they were closed, anyone who knew the right word could speak it and enter. That is written in the old records, is it not, Gimli?
"It is," said Gimli, "but the word itself is forgotten. Narvi and his people are gone from the world."
But don't you know the word, Gandalf? Asked Boromir, surprised.
No, said the wizard.
The others looked worried. Only Aragorn stayed calm and said nothing. Boromir looked back at the dark water and shook with fear.
Why did you bring us to this terrible place? You told us you went through these mines before. How could that be if you do not know how to get in?
I do not know the right word yet. But we will find it soon. You can judge my actions later. About your other question, Boromir. Do you think I am lying? I did not come in this way before. I came from the east. These doors open outward. From the inside, you can push them open with your hands. From the outside, only a special word can open them. You cannot push them in.
What will you do now?
He was not afraid of the wizard's sharp look.
I will hit the door with my head, Peregrine Took. If that does not break it, and if I can have some quiet, I will search for the right words. I once knew every spell for opening doors. They were in the languages of elves, men, and orcs. I still remember many of them. I think only a few tries are needed. I will not ask Gimli for secret dwarf words. The writing on the arch is elvish. So the opening words must be elvish too.
He walked to the rock again. He touched the silver star under the sign with his staff. He spoke strong words in a loud voice. The silver lines faded away. But the grey stone did not move. He said the words again and again. He changed their order. He tried many other spells. Sometimes he spoke fast and loud. Sometimes he spoke slow and soft. He said many single elvish words. Nothing happened. The cliff stood still in the night. The stars shone above them. Cold wind blew. The doors did not open. Gandalf went close to the wall again. He lifted his arms and shouted in anger. He told the door to open. He hit the rock with his staff. He said open in every language he knew. Then he dropped his staff. He sat down and said nothing. At that moment, the wind brought the sound of wolves from far away. Bill the pony moved in fear.
Sam ran to him and spoke softly.
Do not let the pony run away. We may need him. And I hate this dark pool.
He bent down, picked up a big stone, and threw it into the water. The stone fell with a soft sound. At once, the water moved. Bubbles rose. Big rings spread on the water. They moved slowly toward the cliff.
Why did you do that, Boromir? I hate this place too. I am afraid. Not of the wolves, and not of what is behind the doors. I am afraid of the water. Please do not touch it.
I wish we could leave.
Why does Gandalf not do something fast?
Gandalf did not answer. He sat with his head down. He looked worried. The wolves howled again. The waves on the water grew bigger. Some water reached the shore. Suddenly, Gandalf jumped to his feet. He was laughing.
I know it now. It is very simple. Like many riddles, it is easy when you see the answer. Melon.
The silver star shone for a short time and then faded. A great doorway appeared in the rock. There had been no lines before. Slowly, the door split in the middle. It opened outward, little by little. Inside, they saw a dark stair going up. Beyond the first steps, the darkness was deeper than the night. They all stared in surprise.
I was wrong. Gimli was wrong too. Merry was closest to the answer. The opening word was written on the arch the whole time. It meant, say friend and enter. I only had to say the Elvish word for friend. That was all. Very simple. Too simple for someone who thinks too much. Those were better times. Now let us go.
He walked forward and put his foot on the first step. At the same time, many things happened. Frodo felt something grab his ankle. He cried out and fell. Bill the pony made a loud sound of fear. He turned and ran away fast along the lake into the dark. Sam jumped after him. Then he heard Frodo cry. Sam ran back, crying and speaking in anger. The others turned around. They saw the lake move wildly, like many snakes swimming from the far end. A long, wet arm came out of the water. It was pale green and shiny. Its end looked like fingers. It held Frodo's foot and pulled him toward the water. Sam dropped to his knees. He hit the arm with his knife. The arm let go of Frodo. Sam pulled Frodo back and shouted for help. Then many more arms came out of the water. The lake moved hard and fast. There was a bad smell in the air.
Inside. Up the stairs. Hurry!
Gandalf shouted as he jumped back. His voice woke the others from their fear. They began to move. Only Sam had not frozen in place before. They escaped just in time. Sam and Frodo were only a few steps up. Gandalf had just started to climb. The moving arms crossed the small shore. They touched the rock wall and the doors. One arm moved over the doorway and shone under the stars. Gandalf turned and stopped. He did not need to speak any words. Many arms grabbed the doors. With great strength, they pulled them shut. The doors closed with a loud crash. All light disappeared. Heavy sounds came through the stone. Sam held Frodo's arm and fell onto a step in the dark.
Poor old Bill, poor old Bill. Wolves and snakes. The snakes were too much for him. I had to choose, Mr. Frodo. I had to stay with you.
They heard Gandalf go back down the steps. He pushed his staff against the doors. The stone shook. The stairs moved a little. but the doors stayed closed.
Well, well. The way behind us is closed now. There is only one way out, on the other side of the mountains. From the sounds, heavy rocks and trees block the gate. I am sorry. The trees were beautiful and very old.
I felt something bad near us when my foot touched the water. What was it? Was there more than one?
I do not know. All the arms moved with one purpose. Something came from dark water under the mountains. There are older and worse things than orcs in deep places.
He did not say his full thought. He believed the thing chose Frodo first. Boromir spoke quietly, but the stone made his voice loud.
Deep places of the world, and we go there against my wish. Who will lead us in this deadly dark?
I will. Gimli will walk with me. Follow my staff.
Gandalf went ahead up the wide steps. He held his staff high. A soft light came from its tip. The stairs were strong and not broken. They counted 200 steps. The steps were wide and not steep. At the top, they found a long passage with a flat floor going into the dark.
Let us sit and rest here. And eat something, since we have no dining room.
His fear was fading. He suddenly felt very hungry. Everyone agreed. They sat on the steps, dark shapes in the low light. After they ate, Gandalf gave each of them a small drink of Miruva from Rivendell.
There is not much left. But we need it after what happened at the gate. We may need all of it before we reach the other side. Be careful with water. There are many streams and wells in the mines, but we should not drink from them. We may not fill our bottles again until we reach Dimril Dale.
How long will that take?
I cannot say. Many things can happen. If we go straight and do not get lost, it may take 3 or 4 days. The way is at least 40 miles, and the road may turn many times.
After a short rest, they started again. Everyone wanted to finish the journey as fast as possible. Though they were tired, they agreed to walk for many more hours. Gandalf walked in front as before. He held his shining staff in his left hand. The light showed only the ground in front of his feet. In his right hand, he carried his sword, Glamdring. Gimli walked behind him. The dwarf looked around from side to side, and his eyes shone in the weak light. Frodo came next. He had taken out his short sword, Sting. The swords did not glow, and this made them feel a little safer. These swords were made by elves long ago, and they shone with cold light when orcs were near. Behind Frodo walked Sam. After Sam came Legolas, the young hobbits, and Boromir. At the back walked Aragorn. He was quiet and serious. The passage turned many times and then went down. It went down for a long time before it became flat again. The air grew hot and hard to breathe, but it did not smell bad. Sometimes cool air touched their faces. It came from small openings in the walls. There were many of these. In the weak light of the staff, Frodo saw stairs, arches, and other tunnels. Some went up. Some went steeply down. Others opened into deep darkness. It was too confusing to remember. Gimli did not help Gandalf much, except with his brave heart. At least he was not afraid of the dark like most of the others. Often Gandalf asked him which way to go, but Gandalf always chose in the end. The mines of Moria were far larger and more complex than Gimli had ever imagined, even though he was a dwarf of the mountains. Gandalf remembered a journey from long ago, but his memory did not help much now. Still, he knew the direction he wanted to go. As long as there was a path forward, he did not stop or doubt.
Do not be afraid.
They stopped longer than usual. Gandalf and Gimli whispered together. The others stood close behind them and waited with worry. Aragorn spoke again. He said Gandalf had guided him many times before, though never in such darkness. He said there were stories in Rivendell about Gandalf's great deeds. Gandalf would not lose the way if any path could be found. Gandalf had led them inside despite their fear, and he would lead them out again, even if it cost him much. It was a great help to have such a guide. They had no wood and no way to make torches. In the rush at the doors, they had left many things behind. Without light, they would soon have fallen into danger. There were many paths to choose from. There were also holes in the ground and deep drops beside the way. When they walked past them, their footsteps made echoes. There were cracks in the walls and floor. Sometimes a crack opened right in front of their feet. The widest one was more than 7 feet across. Pippin stood shaking for a long time before he could jump over it. From far below came the sound of fast-moving water, like a huge wheel turning deep underground.
Rope, Sam whispered. I knew I would need it if I didn't have it.
As the dangers grew, they moved more slowly. It felt like they had been walking forever, deep under the roots of the mountains. They were very tired. Still, they did not want to stop anywhere. Frodo had felt better for a short time after he escaped danger, and after he ate and drank the healing drink. Now fear slowly came back to him. Though his wound had healed in Rivendell, it had changed him. His senses were sharper than before. He noticed things that could not be seen. He soon found that he could see better in the dark than most of the others, except perhaps Gandalf. He also carried the ring. It hung on a chain on his chest, and sometimes it felt very heavy. He felt sure that evil waited ahead and followed behind them. He said nothing. He held his sword more tightly and kept walking. The others spoke very little. When they spoke, they whispered quickly. The only sound was their feet. Gimli's boots struck the stone heavily. Boromir walked with strong steps. Legolas moved lightly. The hobbit's feet made soft sounds. At the back, Aragorn walked with slow, steady steps. When they stopped for a moment, they heard nothing. Sometimes there was only the quiet sound of water dripping somewhere far away. Still, Frodo began to hear something else, or thought he did. It sounded like soft bare feet moving. It was never loud or close enough for him to be sure. But once he noticed it, the sound did not stop while they were walking. But it was not an echo. When they stopped, the sound went on by itself for a short time. Then it stopped. They had entered the mines after dark. They walked for many hours and stopped only for short rests. At last, Gandalf met a serious problem. In front of him was a wide dark arch. It opened into 3 paths. All went east. The left path went down. The right path went up. The middle path went straight. It looked smooth and level, but it was very narrow. Gandalf stood under the arch and felt unsure.
I do not remember this place at all, he said.
He lifted his staff and looked for signs or writing. He saw nothing.
I am too tired to choose, he said and shook his head. You are all tired too, maybe more than me. We should stop here for the rest of the night. You know what I mean. In here it is always dark. But outside, the moon is going down, and midnight has passed.
Poor old Bill, said Sam. I wonder where he is. I hope the wolves did not get him.
To the left of the arch, they found a stone door. It was half closed, but it opened easily. Behind it was a wide room cut from the rock. Merry and Pippin moved forward, happy to find a place to rest.
Careful! Careful! Cried Gandalf. You do not know what is inside. I will go first.
He went in slowly, and the others followed.
There! he said and pointed to the floor with his staff.
In the middle of the room was a large round hole, like a well. Old broken chains lay around it and went down into the dark. Pieces of stone were nearby.
One of you could have fallen in, said Aragorn to Merry, and still be falling now. Let the guide go first while we have one.
This room was a guard room, said Gimli. The guards watched the 3 paths. That hole was a well for water. It once had a stone cover. Now it is broken. We must be careful in the dark.
Pippin felt drawn to the well. The others spread blankets and made beds near the walls, far from the hole. Pippin walked to the edge and looked down. Cold air touched his face from far below. Without thinking, he found a loose stone and dropped it. His heart beat fast. A long time passed with no sound. Then, very far below, there was a soft plunk, like a stone falling into deep water. The sound echoed again and again in the shaft.
"What was that?" cried Gandalf.
Pippin told him what he had done. Gandalf felt relieved, but he was angry. Pippin saw the sharp look in his eye.
"Fool of a Took," he said in a low, hard voice. "This is a dangerous journey, not a simple walk. Do not do such things again. Be quiet now."
For several minutes, there was silence. Then faint sounds came from deep below. Tap, Tom. Then again, tap, Tom, tap, tap. The sounds felt strange, like signals. After a while, they stopped and did not return.
That sounded like a hammer, said Gimli.
"Yes," said Gandalf. "And I do not like it. It may not be from Pippin's stone. But something may have been woken, and that is not good. Please do not do that again. Let us hope we can rest now. Pippin, you will take the first watch," he added in a rough voice, as he wrapped himself in a blanket.
Pippin sat sadly by the door in total darkness. He kept turning around. He feared that something might come up from the well. He wished he could cover the hole, even with a blanket. But he was too afraid to move or go near it, even though Gandalf seemed asleep. But Gandalf was not asleep. He lay still and silent, deep in thought. He tried to remember his past journey in the mines. He worried about the next path to choose. A wrong turn could bring great danger. After an hour, he stood up and walked to Pippin.
"Go sleep in a corner, my boy," he said gently. "You need rest. I cannot sleep, so I will watch."
As he sat by the door, he spoke softly to himself.
"I know what I need. I need my pipe. I have not had it since the morning before the snowstorm."
The last thing Pippin saw before he slept was the old wizard on the floor. The wizard sat bent over. He held a small glowing piece in his old hands, between his knees. For a short moment, the light showed his sharp nose. A little smoke rose into the air. Gandalf woke them all. He had stayed awake and watched alone for about 6 hours. He let the others sleep.
"While I watched, I made my choice. I do not like the middle path. I also do not like the left path. The air there feels bad. I think danger is there. I will choose the right path. It is time for us to go up again."
They walked for 8 dark hours. They stopped only 2 short times. They met no danger. They heard nothing. They saw only the small light from the wizard. It moved in front of them like a tiny floating flame. The path went up all the time. It curved slowly as it climbed. As they went higher, the tunnel became taller and wider. There were no side tunnels now. The floor was flat and strong, with no holes or breaks. It seemed this had once been an important road. They walked faster than before. They moved about 15 miles in a straight line to the east, but they likely walked much more. As they climbed, Frodo felt a little better. Still, he felt heavy in his heart. Sometimes he heard, or thought he heard, a step behind them. It did not sound like an echo. They walked as long as the hobbits could. Everyone wanted a place to rest. Then, all at once, the walls on both sides were gone. They passed through an arch into a wide, dark space. Warm air blew from behind them. Cold darkness lay in front of their faces. They stopped and stood close together. Gandalf seemed happy.
I chose well. We are coming to the living parts of this place. I think we are not far from the east side now. But we are high up, higher than the Dimroad Gate, I believe. From the air, this must be a very large hall. I will use a little strong light.
He lifted his staff. For a short moment, bright light flashed. Big shadows jumped and ran away. For 1 second, they saw a huge roof far above them. Many great stone pillars held it up. In front and on both sides was a vast empty hall. The black walls were smooth and shiny like glass. They saw 3 other entrances. They were dark arches. One was straight ahead to the east. One was on each side. Then the light went out.
That is enough for now. There were once great windows on the mountain side. There were ways that led out to the light in the higher parts of the mines. I think we have reached them. But it is night outside, so we cannot know for sure until morning. If I am right, tomorrow we may see the morning light. For now, we should go no farther. Let us rest if we can. Things have gone well so far. Most of the dark road is behind us. But we are not finished yet. There is still a long way down to the gates that open to the world.
They spent the night in the great hall. They stayed close together in a corner to avoid the wind. Cold air flowed in from the eastern arch. Around them was deep darkness, wide and empty. They felt small and alone in the huge halls, stairs, and many paths. All the scary stories the hobbits had heard were nothing compared to this place.
There must have been many dwarfs here long ago. They worked for hundreds of years to make all this, even in hard stone. Why did they do it? They did not really live in these dark places, did they?
These are not holes. This is the great city and kingdom of the dwarves. Long ago it was not dark. It was full of light and beauty. We still remember it in our songs.
He stood up in the dark. He began to sing in a deep voice. The sound moved up and away into the high roof.
Long ago, when the world was young, the mountains were green and bright. The moon was clean and clear. Before names were given to stone and stream, Durin woke and walked alone. He named the hills and valleys. He drank from new, clear waters. He bent and looked into a quiet lake. He saw stars like a crown. They shone above his head, like jewels on a silver line.
The world was once bright and beautiful. The mountains were high and strong. This was long ago, before great kings fell. The kings of Nargothrond and Gondolin are gone now. They sailed away over the western seas. In those days, the world was fair in the time of Durin. Durin was a king. He sat on a carved stone throne. His halls had many stone pillars. The roof was gold, and the floor was silver. Strong signs were cut on the doors. Lamps of clear crystal shone with the light of sun, stars, and moon. The light never grew weak. There was no night or shadow. In those halls, people worked every day. Hammers hit anvils. Chisels cut stone. Tools carved letters. Swords were made, and handles were fixed. Miners dug deep. Builders raised walls. Beautiful stones like beryl, pearl, and pale opal were there. Shining metal was shaped like fish scales. Shields, armor, axes, swords, and bright spears were stored in great numbers. Durin's people did not grow tired. Music filled the mountain. Harpers played their harps. Singers sang songs. Trumpets sounded at the gates. Now the world is grey. The mountains are very old. The fires of the forges are cold and dead. No harps play. No hammers sound. Darkness lives in Durin's halls. A shadow lies on his tomb in Moria, in Khazad-dûm. Still, deep in the dark lake called Miramir, small star-like lights can be seen. His crown rests under the deep water. It waits there until Durin wakes again.
I like that, said Sam. I want to learn it. In Moria, in Khazad-dûm. But it makes the dark feel heavier. I think about all those bright lamps. Are there still piles of gold and jewels here?
Gimli said nothing. After he sang his song, he did not wish to speak.
Piles of jewels? Said Gandalf. No. Orcs have taken from Moria many times. There is nothing left in the upper halls. After the dwarves left, no one dared to go deep. The lower places are filled with water or fear.
Then why do the dwarfs want to return? Asked Sam.
For Mithril, said Gandalf. Moria was not rich because of gold or jewels. Dwarves call those small things. Iron was useful, but they could get it elsewhere. But only here was Mithril found. Some call it true silver. Mithril is the elvish name. The dwarves have their own name, but they keep it secret. Mithril was worth much more than gold. Now it is beyond price. Very little is left. Even orcs fear to dig for it. The veins run north and down into deep darkness. The dwarves tell no stories about it. Mithril made them rich, but it also brought their fall. They dug too much and too deep. They woke something terrible, called Durin's Bane. Orcs took most of the Mithril and gave it to Sauron, who wants it greatly. Mithril was loved by all people, Gandalf continued. It could be shaped easily, like copper. It could shine like glass. It was light but stronger than steel. It looked like silver, but it never lost its shine. Elves loved it very much. They used it to make Ithilden, the star writing you saw on the doors. Bilbo once had a coat made of small mithril rings. Thorin gave it to him. I wonder where it is now. Maybe it lies forgotten in the Matham house in Michel Delving.
What? Cried Gimli, breaking his silence. A coat of Moria silver? That is a gift fit for a king.
Yes, said Gandalf. I never told him, but it was worth more than the whole Shire and everything in it.
Frodo said nothing. He touched the mail shirt under his clothes. He felt shocked. He had been walking around with something worth more than the Shire under his jacket. Did Bilbo know? Frodo felt sure that he did. It truly was a king's gift. Frodo's thoughts moved far away from the dark mines. He thought of Rivendell, of Bilbo, and of Bag End in the old days. He wished with all his heart that he was back there. He wished he was cutting grass or caring for flowers. He wished he had never heard of Moria, or Mithril, or the ring. A deep silence came. One by one, the others fell asleep. Frodo stayed awake on watch. Slowly, a feeling of fear came over him, like a cold breath from hidden doors. His hands felt cold. His forehead was wet. He listened with great care. For 2 long hours, he heard nothing at all. No sound came, not even a step. Near the end of his watch, far away near the western arch, he thought he saw 2 small pale lights. They looked like shining eyes. He jumped in surprise. His head had nodded.
I must have almost fallen asleep, he thought. I was close to dreaming.
He stood up and rubbed his eyes. He stayed standing and looked into the dark until Legolas came to take his place. When he lay down, he fell asleep very fast. It felt like the dream did not stop. He heard soft voices. He saw two pale lights coming closer. Slowly, they moved toward him. Then he woke up. He saw that the others were talking quietly near him. A weak light was shining on his face. High above, near the roof in the east, a long pale light came down through a narrow opening. Far across the hall, light also came faintly through the north arch. Frodo sat up.
Good morning. It is morning at last. I was right. We are high on the east side of Moria. Before the day ends, we should find the great gates. Then we will see the waters of Miramir and Dimrill Dale.
I will be glad. I have seen Moria. It is very great, but now it feels dark and frightening. We have seen no sign of my people. I now fear that Balin never came here.
After breakfast, Gandalf chose to leave at once.
We are tired, but we will rest better outside. I do not think any of us wants to stay one more night in Moria.
No, indeed. Which way shall we go? That arch to the east?
Maybe. But I am not sure where we are. I think we are above and north of the great gates. It may be hard to find the right way down. The eastern arch may be the right path. But first, we should look around. Let us go toward the light at the north door. If we find a window, it will help. But the light may only come from deep shafts.
The company followed him under the north arch. They came into a wide passage. As they walked, the light grew stronger. They saw it came from a doorway on their right. The doorway was high and flat at the top. The stone door was still there and half open. Inside was a large square room. The light was low, but after so much darkness, it felt very bright. They blinked as they entered. Their feet stirred thick dust on the floor. They almost tripped over things lying in the doorway. At first, they could not see what the shapes were. The room was lit by a wide shaft high in the east wall. It went up at an angle. Far above, they could see a small square of blue sky. The light fell on a table in the center of the room. It was a long block of stone, about 2 feet high. On it lay a large white stone.
It looks like a tomb.
He felt uneasy as he bent forward to look. Gandalf quickly came beside him. Deep marks were cut into the stone. They were runes.
These are Daren's runes. They were used long ago in Moria. Here it says, in the words of men and dwarves, Balin, son of Fundin, Lord of Moria.
Then he is dead. I feared this.
Gimli pulled his hood over his face. Chapter 5. The Bridge of Khazad-dûm. The company of the ring stood still beside Balin's tomb. No one spoke. Frodo thought of Bilbo and his long friendship with the dwarf. He remembered Balin's visit to the Shire long ago. In that dusty room under the mountains, it felt like a very distant past, far away from their lives. After a while, they moved again. They looked around the room. They searched for anything that could tell them what happened to Balin and his people. On the far side of the room, under the light shaft, there was a smaller door. Near both doors, they now saw many bones on the floor. Among them were broken swords, axe heads, split shields, and damaged helmets. Some swords were bent. They were black-bladed swords made by orcs. Along the walls were many small spaces cut into the rock. Inside them were large wooden chests with iron bands. All of them were broken and empty. Near one broken lid, they found what was left of a book. It was badly damaged. It had cuts and burns. Dark stains covered many pages, like very old blood. Almost nothing could be read. Gandalf picked it up with great care. The pages cracked and broke as he placed it on the stone slab. He read it for a long time without speaking. Frodo and Gimli stood close. As Gandalf slowly turned the pages, they saw many different styles of writing. Some were runes from Moria. Some were runes from Dale. Here and there were words written in Elvish letters.
This seems to be a record of what happened to Balin's people. I think it began when they came to Dimrill Dale, almost 30 years ago. The pages seem to count the years after they arrived.
The first page bore the number 3, and so 2 pages were missing at the beginning. Gandalf said he would read what remained.
Listen to this.
He read words that were burned and difficult to see, telling how they drove the orcs away from the Great Gate and Guardroom, or so he thought the words meant. They had slain many orcs in the bright sun of the valley. Floy was killed by an arrow, after he himself slew the Great One. There were words of Floy lying under grass near Miramir, and then lines Gandalf could no longer read. It said they took the 21st hall at the north end to dwell in, though many words were missing, and spoke of a shaft. At last it said that Balin set his seat in the chamber of Mizarble.
The Chamber of Records. I think we are standing there now.
Gandalf said he could read little more. He saw scattered words, gold, Durin's axe, and something of a helm. Then came the words that Balin was now Lord of Moria, and that part ended. After some stars, a new hand began. They had found true silver, and later the word well-made appeared. At last he found the word mithril. The final lines told how Oin went to seek the upper armories of the Third Deep, and went westward to the Gate of Hollin.
Many pages are like this, written hastily and much damaged. I cannot read them well in this light. Some are missing altogether. The numbers begin again at 5. Sunlight would help.
Then he found a page written in a large and clear hand, using Elvish letters.
That is Ori's writing. He wrote quickly and neatly, and often used Elvish letters.
I fear Ori had sad news to write in such a fair hand. The first clear word is sorrow. The rest of the line is broken, but I think it says yesterday, the 10th of November. Balin, Lord of Moria, fell in Dimrill Dale. He went alone to look into Miramir, and an orc shot him from behind a stone. They slew that orc, but many more came from the east, up the Silverlode. The rest is hard to read. I think they barred the gates, and could hold them for a while. It speaks of fear and pain. Poor Balin. He kept his title for less than 5 years.
Gandalf wondered what followed, but there was no time. He came to the last page and stopped, breathing deeply.
It is grim reading. I fear their end was very sad. They cannot get out. They cannot get out. The enemy has taken the bridge and the second hall. Fra Arlani and Nayli fell there. 5 days ago, something happened here. The pool is up to the wall at the west gate. The watcher in the water took Oin. Again it says they cannot get out. Then there are drums in the deep. They are coming.
Gandalf fell silent and stood motionless. Fear filled the room.
We cannot get out. We were lucky the pool was lower, and the watcher asleep at the south end.
They made their last stand at both doors, but only a few were left. The attempt to retake Moria has ended. It was brave but not wise. The time is not yet. We must say farewell to Balin, son of Fundin. He will lie here, in the halls of his fathers. We will take the Book of Mizarble. Keep it, Gimli, and give it to Dane if you can. It will grieve him, yet it will matter. Now we must go. The morning is passing.
Which way should we go?
Back to the hall. This visit was not in vain. This is the chamber of Mizarble, and the hall is the 21st at the north end. Leave by the east arch, turn right and south, and go down. The hall lies on the 7th level, 6 above the gates. Go.
He had scarcely finished when a deep sound rolled up from below, like a heavy boom, and the stone shook beneath their feet. They rushed to the door in terror. Again the sound came, as if the caves themselves were beaten like a drum. A loud horn rang out in the hall. Other horns answered, and rough cries echoed far away. They heard many feet running.
They are coming.
We cannot get out.
Trapped. Gandalf cried out. He spoke with fear and anger, saying that he should not have waited. They were trapped now, like others before. He said he had not been there in the past, and that they would soon see what would happen. A loud drum began to beat again and again. The sound filled the place, and the walls shook with each beat.
"Close the doors and block them," Aragorn shouted. "Keep your packs on. We may still fight our way out."
"No," said Gandalf. "Do not close all the doors. Leave the east door partly open. If we can, we will go that way."
Another hard horn sounded, and sharp cries followed it. Many feet ran down the hall. The company drew their swords with a ringing sound. Gandalf's sword gave a soft light, and Frodo's blade shone at the edges. Boromir set his body against the west door.
"Wait," Gandalf said. "Do not close it yet."
He ran to Boromir and stood tall. In a strong voice he cried out, asking who had come to disturb the quiet place of Balin, Lord of Moria. There was rough laughter, like stones falling. Many voices shouted together. One deep voice gave orders. The drum sounded again, slow and heavy. Gandalf moved swiftly to the opening and lifted his staff. A bright light flashed, filling the room and the hall. For a brief moment he looked out, and then arrows flew toward him. He leapt back inside.
He said there were many orcs. Some were very large and very evil. They were black orcs from Mordor. They were waiting. He felt something worse was there as well. He believed a great cave troll was with them. There was no way out that way.
Boromir said there would be no hope if enemies came through the other door too.
Aragorn listened at the east door. "There is no sound there yet," he said. "The path goes downstairs and does not lead back. We cannot run without a plan, with the enemy so near. The key is gone, and the lock is broken. The door opens inward. We must slow them first. We will make them fear this room."
Heavy steps came closer in the hall. Boromir forced the door shut with all his strength. He blocked it with broken blades and splintered wood. The company moved back across the chamber. Still, they could not leave. Something struck the door with terrible force, making it shudder. Slowly it began to open again. The blocks were pushed aside. A huge arm and shoulder forced their way through the gap. The skin was dark and rough. A massive foot followed beneath. Outside, all fell silent. Boromir rushed forward and struck the arm with all his might. The sword struck, but did not cut. It glanced aside and fell from his hand, the blade damaged. Suddenly Frodo felt a fierce anger rise within him.
He cried out for the Shire and ran to Boromir.
He bent low and struck at the great foot. A loud cry came from outside. The foot pulled back swiftly. Frodo nearly lost his sword. Dark drops fell from the blade and burned upon the floor. Boromir drove the door shut once more and slammed it closed.
Aragorn shouted praise. "A strong stroke, Hobbit! You have a good blade."
The door was struck again and again. Heavy tools battered it. The wood cracked and bent. The opening widened. Arrows flew into the chamber, striking stone and falling. A horn rang out. Orcs poured in, one after another. There were too many to count. The fighting was swift and fierce. The orcs were startled by the strength of the defense. Legolas shot two through the neck. Gimli felled another beside Balin's tomb. Boromir and Aragorn fought with great courage. At last, when many had fallen, the rest fled, crying out. No one was gravely hurt. Sam bore a small cut upon his head. He had moved just in time. He had struck down an orc with his short sword, and his eyes burned with fire and courage.
"Now!" Gandalf cried. "Go at once, before the troll returns."
As they moved back, before Pippin and Merry reached the stairs, a huge orc leader jumped into the room. He was almost as tall as a man. He wore black armor all over his body. More orcs stood behind him in the doorway. His face was dark and wide. His eyes burned like fire. He held a long spear and a big shield. He pushed Boromir hard with his shield. Boromir fell to the ground. The orc moved fast and slipped past Aragorn. He ran straight toward Frodo and struck him. Frodo was hit on his right side. He flew back and was pressed against the wall. Sam cried out and cut the spear with his sword. The spear broke. The orc dropped the broken piece and pulled out a curved sword. At that moment, Aragorn struck him. There was a bright flash. The orc fell down and did not move again. The other orcs ran away, shouting, as Boromir and Aragorn chased them. Deep drums beat again. The sound was slow and heavy. It filled the dark halls.
"Now! This is our last chance. Run!"
Aragorn lifted Frodo from the floor and ran to the stairs. He pushed Merry and Pippin in front of him. The others followed. Gimli stayed behind near Balin's tomb. He bowed his head. Legolas had to pull him away. Boromir pulled the east door closed. It scraped loudly. The door had iron rings, but it could not be locked.
"I am all right. I can walk. Put me down."
I thought you were dead.
"Not yet. But there is no time to think. Go down the stairs. Wait for me at the bottom for a short time. If I do not come soon, go on. Take paths that go right and down.
We cannot leave you alone.
Do what I say. Swords will not help here. Go!"
The passage was very dark. There was no light at all. They felt their way down many steps. Then they looked back. They could see nothing, only a small light far above. It was Gandalf's staff. He seemed to stand by the closed door. Frodo breathed hard and leaned on Sam. Sam held him with both arms. They stood and looked up into the darkness. Frodo thought he heard Gandalf speaking softly. The words echoed, but he could not understand them. The walls seemed to shake. From time to time, the drums beat again, doom, doom. Suddenly, a sharp white light appeared at the top of the stairs. Then there was a low crash and a heavy sound. The drums beat fast and loud for a moment, then stopped. Gandalf came rushing down the steps and fell among them.
"Well, that is finished. I did all I could. I met something very strong and was almost beaten. But do not stop here. Go on. There will be no light for a while. I feel weak. Go on. Gimli, where are you? Come with me. Stay close, all of you."
They followed him, confused and worried. The drums began again, but now they were far away and dull. They heard no feet and no voices. Gandalf did not turn left or right. The passage went the way he wanted. Sometimes it went down many steps to a lower level. This was dangerous. In the dark, they could not see the steps until their feet reached empty air. Gandalf tapped the ground with his staff, like a blind man. After about an hour, they had walked a long way and gone down many stairs. Still, no one followed them. They began to hope they might escape. At the bottom of the seventh stairway, Gandalf stopped.
"It is getting hot. We should be near the level of the gates now. Soon we must find a left turn to go east. I hope it is close. I am very tired. I must rest for a moment, even if all the orcs in the world are behind us.
What happened up there, at the door? Did you meet the one who beat the drums?
I do not know. I met something I had never faced before. I tried to seal the door with a spell. I know many spells, but they take time. Even then, a door can be broken by great strength.
I stood by the door and heard orcs on the other side. I felt they could break in at any moment. I could not understand their words. They spoke in their own ugly language. I only heard one sound, GHDSH. It means to fire. Then something came close to the door. I felt it through the wood. Even the orcs were afraid and stopped talking. The thing touched the iron ring. Then it noticed me and my magic. I do not know what it was. I have never felt such strong power. It fought against my spell. The force was terrible. I almost lost control. For a short moment, the door started to open. I had to use a strong command word. This was too much for me. The door broke into pieces. A dark shape, like a cloud, filled the doorway and blocked the light. I was thrown back down the stairs. The wall fell, and I think the roof fell too.
I fear Balin is buried deep now. Maybe something else is buried there too. I cannot be sure. But the path behind us is fully blocked. I have never felt so weak, but it is getting better. Now, Frodo, how are you? I had no time to say it before, but I was never so happy as when you spoke. I feared Aragorn was carrying a brave but dead hobbit.
What about me? Said Frodo. I am alive. I think I am whole. I am sore and hurt, but it is not too bad.
Well, said Aragorn, I can only say this. Hobbits are made of very tough stuff. I have never seen the like. If I had known, I would have spoken more gently at the inn at Bree. That spear could have killed a wild boar.
Well, it did not kill me, said Frodo. I am glad for that. But I feel like I was crushed very hard.
He did not speak again. It hurt him to breathe.
You are like Bilbo, said Gandalf. There is more in you than people see. I said that of him long ago.
Frodo wondered if Gandalf meant more than his words. They started walking again. After a while, Gimli spoke. His eyes were sharp in the dark.
I think there is a light ahead, he said. But it is not daylight. It is red. What can it be?
Gash? Said Gandalf softly. Maybe that is what they meant. Maybe the lower levels are burning. Still, we must go on.
Soon everyone could see the light. It moved and glowed on the walls far down the passage. They could see the way now. The path sloped down fast. Ahead stood a low arch. The red light came through it. The air grew very hot. At the arch, Gandalf went first and told the others to wait. They saw his face lit by red light. He quickly stepped back.
There is some new danger here, he said. It was made to stop us, no doubt. But now I know where we are. We have reached the first deep, just below the gates. This is the second hall of Old Moria. The gates are near. They are beyond the east end, on the left, not far away. We must cross the bridge, go up a wide stair, follow a broad road, pass through the first hall, and get out. Come and look.
They looked ahead. Before them was another great hall. It was higher and much longer than the one where they slept. They stood near the east end. To the west, it went into darkness. Down the middle stood two long rows of huge pillars. They were shaped like great tree trunks. Stone branches held up the roof. The pillars were smooth and black. Red light shone faintly on their sides. Across the floor, near two large pillars, a wide crack had opened. A strong red light came from it. From time to time, flames rose near the edge and touched the pillars. Dark smoke moved in the hot air.
If we had come by the main road from above, we would be trapped here, said Gandalf. Let us hope the fire is now between us and those who follow. Come! We must hurry.
As he spoke, they heard drums again, doom, doom, doom. From far away in the west came cries and horn sounds. Doom, doom. The pillars seemed to shake, and the flames moved.
Now for the last run, said Gandalf. If the sun is shining outside, we may still get away. Follow me.
He turned left and ran across the smooth floor. The way was longer than it looked. As they ran, they heard many feet behind them. A sharp cry sounded. They had been seen. There was noise of metal hitting metal. Something flew past Frodo's head.
Boromir laughed. They did not expect this, he said. The fire has stopped them. We are on the safe side.
Look ahead, Gandalf called. The bridge is close. It is narrow and dangerous.
Suddenly Frodo saw a black gap in front of him. At the end of the hall, the floor ended and dropped down into deep darkness. The only way to the outer door was a thin stone bridge. It had no side walls or rails. It curved across a deep gap and was about 50 feet long. The dwarfs built it long ago to stop enemies. Only one person could walk on it at a time. Gandalf stopped at the start of the bridge. The others gathered close behind him.
Go first, Gimli. Then Pippin and Merry. Walk straight and go up the stairs after the door.
Arrows fell around them. One hit Frodo but did not hurt him and bounced away. Another went through Gandalf's hat and stayed there. Frodo looked back. Past the fire, he saw many dark shapes. There were many orcs, maybe hundreds. They held spears and curved swords that shone red in the firelight. Loud drums beat again and again. The sound grew stronger. Legolas turned and lifted his bow. The shot was too far. His hand shook, and the arrow fell.
He cried out in fear.
2 large trolls came forward. They carried big stones and threw them across the fire to make paths. But the trolls were not what scared the elf. The orcs moved away to the sides, as if they were afraid. Something was coming behind them. No one could see it clearly. It looked like a huge shadow. Inside the shadow was a dark shape, like a man but much bigger. Fear came with it. It reached the edge of the fire, and the light grew weak. Then it jumped across the gap. Flames rose and wrapped around it. Black smoke filled the air. Fire burned in its long hair. In one hand, it held a sword of fire. In the other, it held a long whip.
A Balrog is here.
Durrance Bane, a Balrog.
Gimli stared with open eyes. His axe fell, and he covered his face.
A Balrog. Now I know. This is bad luck. I am already tired.
The dark shape ran toward them. The orcs shouted and ran over the stone paths. Boromir lifted his horn and blew it. The sound was loud and strong. For a short time, the orcs stepped back, and the fiery shape stopped. Then the sound died, and the enemy moved again.
Over the bridge. Run. This enemy is too strong for you. I will stop it here. Run.
Aragorn and Boromir did not move. They stayed near Gandalf at the far end of the bridge. The others stopped inside the doorway. They turned back. They could not leave Gandalf alone. The Balrog came onto the bridge. Gandalf stood in the middle. He held his staff in one hand. In the other hand, his sword shone white. The enemy stopped and faced him. Darkness spread around it like great wings. It lifted its whip. Fire came from its face.
You cannot pass.
The orcs became quiet. All sound stopped.
I serve the secret fire. I use the flame of the sun. You cannot pass. Your dark fire will not help you. Go back into the darkness. You cannot pass.
The Balrog did not speak. The fire on it grew weak, but the darkness grew stronger. It stepped onto the bridge. It stood tall and wide. Gandalf looked small and alone, like an old tree in a storm. From the dark, a red sword flashed. Gandalf's sword answered with white light. They struck each other. White light burst out. The Balrog fell back. Its sword broke into hot pieces. Gandalf stepped back, then stood still again.
You cannot pass.
The Balrog jumped forward onto the bridge. Its whip moved fast.
He cannot stand alone. I am with you, Gandalf.
Gondor.
At that moment, Gandalf lifted his staff and struck the bridge. The staff broke in his hands. Bright white fire filled the air. The bridge cracked. The stone under the Balrog broke and fell into the deep gap. The rest of the bridge stayed, shaking in the air. The Balrog cried out and fell down. Its dark shape dropped and disappeared below. But as it fell, it still swung its whip. The long cords wrapped around the wizard's legs. They pulled him to the edge. He tried to stand. He reached for the stone, but his hands found nothing. He slipped and fell into the deep dark below.
Fly, you fools!
Then he was gone. The fire died. Darkness filled the place. The company stood still. They stared into the pit in shock. Aragorn and Boromir ran back toward them. At that moment, the rest of the bridge broke and fell away.
Come. I will lead you now. We must do what he told us. Follow me.
They ran up the wide stairs past the door. Aragorn led them. Boromir stayed behind to guard them. At the top, they reached a long empty hall that echoed with their steps. They ran through it. Frodo heard Sam crying beside him. Soon Frodo felt tears on his own face as he ran. Behind them, slow drum sounds rolled again and again. They sounded sad and heavy. The sound followed them. They kept running. Ahead, light began to grow. Tall beams of light broke through the roof. They ran faster. They entered a great hall filled with daylight from high windows in the east. They crossed it quickly. They passed through huge broken doors. Suddenly, the great gate stood open before them, full of bright light. Orcs hid in the shadows beside the doorposts. But the gates were broken and lay on the ground. Aragorn struck down the orc leader who blocked his way. The others ran away in fear. The company did not stop for them. They ran out through the gates. They leapt down the old wide steps of Moria. At last, they were outside. They felt the open sky and the wind on their faces. They did not stop until they were far from the walls. Around them lay Dimril Dale. The shadow of the misty mountains covered it, but to the east the land shone with golden light. It was only 1 hour after noon. The sun was bright. The clouds were white and high. They turned and looked back. The dark gate under the mountain yawned like a mouth. From deep inside the earth came the slow drum sound again. A thin black smoke drifted out. Nothing else moved. The valley was empty. At last, their sorrow broke free. They cried for a long time. Some stood in silence. Some lay on the ground. The drum sound slowly faded away. Chapter 6. Lothlorien.
Alas, we cannot stay here. Farewell, Gandalf. I warned you to beware of Moria. Sadly, My words were true. What can we do without you? We must go on without hope, but we may still find justice. Let us stop crying now. Come, we have a long road ahead, and much work to do.
They stood up and looked around. To the north, the valley ran into a dark glen between two great arms of the mountains. Above it rose three white peaks shining in the sun, Celebdil, Fanuidhall, and Caradras, the mountains of Moria. At the head of the glen, a river rushed down like white lace, falling step by step. A fine mist filled the air near the mountain feet.
That is the Dimmerl Stair. We should have come that way, beside the river, if our luck had been better.
Or if Caradras had been kinder. There he stands, smiling in the sun.
To the east, the mountains ended suddenly. Beyond them lay wide lands, far and unclear. To the south, the misty mountains stretched on as far as the eye could see. Not far away, less than a mile below them, lay a lake. It was long and shaped like a spear point. Its north end lay in shadow, but its south end shone in sunlight. The water was dark blue, like the evening sky. Its surface was calm. Smooth green grass sloped down to its clean edge on every side.
There's the Mirror, deep Khelidzarim. He once said to me, "May you find joy in this sight." But we cannot stay. I must leave, and he must stay behind. I will travel long before I feel joy again.
The company walked down the road from the gates. The road was broken and rough. It slowly became a narrow path winding through bushes and sharp stones. Still, it was clear that long ago a great stone road had led up to the dwarf kingdom. Beside the path were old broken stone works. There were green mounds with thin birch trees, or fir trees moving softly in the wind. The path turned east and led close to the grass by the Mirror. Near the road stood one tall stone column, broken at the top.
That is Durin's stone,
cried Gimli.
I cannot go on without stopping for a moment. I must look at the beautiful valley.
Be quick,
said Aragorn. He looked back toward the gates.
The sun goes down early here. The orcs may not come out until evening, but we must be far away before night. The moon is almost gone, and tonight will be very dark.
Come with me, Frodo. I do not want you to leave without seeing Khelidzarim,
cried the dwarf. He jumped off the road. He ran down the long green slope. Frodo followed slowly. The blue water pulled him forward, even though he was tired and in pain. Sam walked behind them. Near a tall stone, Gimli stopped and looked up. The stone was broken and old. The marks on it were faint and hard to read.
This stone shows where Durin first looked into the Mirror. Let us look once before we go.
They bent over the dark water. At first, they saw nothing. Then slowly they saw the mountains around them reflected in deep blue water. The white mountain tops looked like soft light. Above them, they saw a piece of sky. Stars shone in the water like small jewels, even though the sun was still in the sky. They could not see their own shadows.
O Khelidzarim, so fair and full of wonder. The crown of Durin rests there until he wakes. Farewell.
He bowed, turned away, and hurried back up the green slope to the road.
What did you see?
Pippin asked Sam. But Sam was thinking too deeply to answer. The road now turned south and went quickly downhill, leaving the valley behind. A little way below the lake, they came to a deep pool of water. It was clear and bright. Water spilled over stone and ran down a steep rocky path with a soft sound.
This is the spring where the Silverlode begins. Do not drink it. The water is very cold.
Soon it becomes a fast river. It takes water from many mountain streams. Our road will follow it for many miles. I will lead you the way Gandalf chose. First, I hope to reach the woods where the Silverlode flows into the great river.
He pointed ahead. They looked and saw the stream jumping down into the valley. Then it ran far away into the low lands, until it disappeared in golden light.
There are the woods of Lothlorien. That is the most beautiful home of my people. There are no trees like those trees. In autumn, their leaves do not fall. They turn gold. Only in spring do they fall when new green leaves grow. Then yellow flowers cover the branches. The ground is gold, and the roof is gold. The tree trunks are silver, with smooth gray bark. So our songs in Mirkwood say, "My heart would be happy if I were under those trees in spring."
My heart will be happy there, even in winter. But it is still far away. We must hurry.
For a while, Frodo and Sam stayed close to the others. But Aragorn walked very fast, and soon they fell behind. They had eaten nothing since early morning. Sam's cut burned badly, and his head felt light. The wind felt cold after the warm dark of Moria. Sam began to shake. Frodo felt more pain with every step and had trouble breathing. At last Legolas looked back and saw them far behind. He spoke to Aragorn. The group stopped, and Aragorn ran back. He called Boromir to come too.
I am sorry, Frodo. So much has happened today, and we are in such a hurry. I forgot that you and Sam are hurt. You should have told me. We did nothing to help you, though all the orcs were chasing us. Come now. A little farther on, there is a place to rest. I will help you there. Come, Boromir. We will carry them.
Soon they reached another stream from the west. It joined the fast silver lode. Together, the waters fell over green stone and rushed into a small hollow. For trees stood around it, short and bent. The sides were steep, with thick plants and bushes. At the bottom was flat ground. The stream ran loudly over shining stones. They stopped and rested there. It was almost 3 hours after midday. They had only gone a few miles from the gates. The sun was already moving west. Gimli and the 2 younger hobbits made a small fire from branches and fir wood. They also fetched water. Aragorn cared for Sam and Frodo. Sam's wound was not deep, but it looked bad. Aragorn's face was serious as he looked at it.
Good luck, Sam,
he said. Many people have had worse wounds after killing their first orc. This cut is not poisoned. Orc blades often carry poison, but this one does not. It should heal well after I care for it. Wash it when Gimli heats some water. He opened his small bag and took out some dry leaves. They are old, and some power is gone, he said. But I still have some Athlas leaves. I picked them near Weathertop. Crush one in the water. Clean the wound well. Then I will wrap it. Now it is your turn, Frodo.
I am fine, said Frodo.
He did not want anyone to touch his clothes.
I only needed food and some rest.
No, said Aragorn. We must look at you. We must see what the blows did to your body. I am surprised you are still alive.
He carefully took off Frodo's old jacket and thin shirt. He stopped in shock. Then he laughed. A silver coat shone in front of him like light on moving water. He slowly took it off. The small stones on it shone like stars. The rings made a soft sound, like rain falling into water.
Look, my friends, he called. This hobbit has strong skin. It could protect an elf prince. If people knew hobbits had skin like this, many hunters would ride to the Shire.
And all their arrows would fail, said Gimli. He stared at the coat in wonder. It is a mithril coat. Mithril! I have never seen one so beautiful. Is this the coat Gandalf spoke of? Then he spoke too lightly. It was a great gift.
I often wondered what you and Bilbo did together in his small room, said Merry. Bless the old hobbit. I love him even more now. I hope we can tell him about this one day.
Frodo had a dark bruise on his right side and chest. Under the metal coat was a soft leather shirt. In one place, the rings had pushed through and hurt his skin. His left side was also hurt where he had hit the wall. While the others prepared food, Aragorn washed Frodo's wounds with water mixed with athlas. The strong, clean smell filled the small valley. Everyone near the water felt fresh and stronger. Soon Frodo felt less pain. His breathing became easy. He stayed sore for many days, but the worst pain was gone.
Aragorn placed soft cloth pads at Frodo's side. "This coat is very light," he said. "Put it on again if you can. I am glad you have it. Do not take it off, even when you sleep, unless you are truly safe. That will not happen often while your journey continues."
After they ate, the group prepared to leave. They put out the fire and hid all signs of it. Then they climbed out of the small valley and returned to the road. They had not gone far when the sun went down behind the hills in the west. Long shadows moved down the mountains. The light grew weak, and mist rose from the low places. Far to the east, pale evening light rested on distant land and trees. Sam and Frodo felt much better now. They could walk at a steady pace. With only one short stop, Aragorn led them on for almost 3 more hours. Night fell fully. Stars shone clearly, but the moon was thin and would rise late. Gimli and Frodo walked at the back. They stepped softly and did not speak. They listened for sounds behind them.
At last Gimli spoke. "I hear nothing but the wind," he said. "There are no goblins near, or my ears are useless. I hope the orcs are happy just to chase us out of Moria. Maybe that was all they wanted. Maybe they did not care about us, or the ring. Orcs sometimes follow enemies for many miles, if they want to punish them for a fallen leader."
Frodo did not answer. He looked at Sting, and the blade was dark. But he felt uneasy. Since the shadows had grown, he thought he heard quick footsteps behind them. Even now, he thought he heard them again. He turned quickly. For a moment, he thought he saw 2 small lights behind them, like eyes. Then they moved aside and were gone.
"What is it?" asked Gimli.
"I don't know," said Frodo. "I thought I heard feet. I thought I saw a light, like eyes. I have felt this many times since we entered Moria."
Gimli stopped and bent down. "I hear only the sounds of night," he said. "Plants and stones speak softly. Gulme, let us hurry. The others are already far ahead."
A cold night wind blew up the valley toward them. In front of them stood a wide grey shadow. They heard endless soft sounds, like leaves moving in the wind.
"Lothlorien!" cried Legolas.
"Lothlorien! We have come to the eaves of the Golden Wood. Alas that it is winter!" At night they saw tall trees in front of them. The trees bent over the road and a small stream. The stream ran under the wide branches. In the weak light of the stars, the tree trunks looked grey. The leaves moved in the wind and shone with a soft gold color.
"Lothlorien," said Aragorn. "I am happy to hear the wind in the trees again. We are still about 5 leagues from the gates. We cannot go farther tonight. Let us hope the power of the elves will keep us safe from the danger behind us."
"If elves still live here in this dark world," said Gimli.
"It has been a very long time since my people came back to this land," said Legolas. "But we hear that Lorien is not empty. A hidden power protects it from evil. Still, its people are rarely seen. They may live deep in the forest, far from the north."
"Yes, they live deep in the woods," said Aragorn. He sighed as if he remembered something old. "Tonight, we must care for ourselves. We will walk a little farther until the trees are all around us. Then we will leave the path and find a place to rest."
He walked on, but Boromir stopped and did not follow.
"Is there no other way?" he asked.
"What better way do you want?" said Aragorn.
"A straight road," said Boromir, "even if it is dangerous. This company has walked strange paths, and bad luck followed us. We went through Moria against my wishes, and we lost much. Now you ask us to enter the Golden Wood. In Gondor, we hear that this land is dangerous. Few people return from it, and none return the same.
Do not say they return hurt, said Aragorn. Say they return changed, and that may be true. Knowledge is fading in Gondor, Boromir, if people now speak badly of Lothlorien. Believe what you want. There is no other way for us, unless you wish to go back to Moria, climb the wild mountains, or swim the great river alone.
Then lead on, said Boromir. But it is dangerous.
Yes, said Aragorn. It is beautiful and dangerous. Only those with evil in their hearts need to fear it. Follow me.
They walked about a mile into the forest. Then they came to another stream. It flowed fast from the wooded hills that rose toward the mountains. They heard the water falling in the dark to their right. The dark water crossed the path and joined the Silverlode in quiet pools among tree roots.
Here is Nimrydell, said Legolas. The Wood Elves sang many songs about this stream long ago. We still sing them in the north. They remember rainbows on the falls and golden flowers on the water. Now all is dark, and the bridge of Nimrydell is broken. I will wash my feet. The water is said to heal the tired.
He went down the steep bank and stepped into the stream.
Come with me, he called. The water is shallow. We can walk across. On the other side we can rest. The sound of the falling water may help us sleep and forget our sadness.
One by one, they went down and followed Legolas. Frodo stayed for a moment at the edge. He let the water run over his sore feet. It was cold, but it felt clean. As he walked on and the water reached his knees, he felt his tiredness wash away. When everyone had crossed, they sat down. They rested and ate a little food. Legolas told them old stories of Lothlorien. These stories were still remembered by the elves of Mirkwood. He spoke of sunlight and starlight on green fields by the great river before the world grew old and grey. After a while, all became quiet. They listened to the soft music of the waterfall in the dark. Frodo almost thought he heard a voice singing with the sound of the water.
Do you hear the voice of Nimrydell? Asked Legolas. I will sing you a song about the maiden Nimrydell. She lived by this stream long ago and shared its name. The song is beautiful in our own tongue. I will sing it now in the common speech, as some sing it in Rivendell.
In a very quiet voice, almost lost under the sound of leaves, he began to sing.
Long ago there was an elven maiden. She was bright like a star in the day. She wore a white cloak with gold on the edge. Her shoes were silver and gray. A star rested on her forehead. Light shone in her hair, like sunlight on golden trees in fair Lorien. Her hair was long. Her skin was pale. She was beautiful and free. She moved in the wind like a light leaf on a tree. Near the falls of Nimrydell, by cool and clear water, she sang. Her voice was soft and bright, like silver falling into a shining pool. Now no one knows where she walks. She may be in sunlight or in shadow. Long ago Nimrydell was lost. She wandered in the mountains and never returned. An elven ship waited for her in a gray harbor under the mountain's side. It waited many days beside the loud sea. One night a strong wind rose in the northern lands. It cried loudly and pushed the ship away from the elven shore and out into the moving water. When morning came, the land was gone. The gray mountains sank behind the wild waves. Amroth saw the shore grow small and far away. He felt great pain and anger at the ship that carried him away from Nimrydell. Long ago he was an elven king. He ruled the trees and valleys when the branches were golden in spring in fair Lothlorien. From the ship all saw him jump into the sea. He leapt like a flying arrow. He dived deep into the water like a bird in the air. The wind blew through his long hair. White foam shone around him. From far away they saw him, strong and fair, moving on the water like a swan.
But no message ever came from the west. On these shores, the elves never heard news of Amroth again.
Legolas's voice shook, and the song stopped. "I cannot sing more," he said. "That was only part of it. I have forgotten much. It is a long and sad song. It tells how sorrow came to Lothlorien, the land of blossom, when the dwarves woke evil in the mountains."
"But the dwarves did not make the evil," said Gimli.
"I did not say that," Legolas answered sadly. "But evil still came. Many elves of Nimrdel's family left their homes and went away. She was lost far in the south, in the paths of the White Mountains. She did not come to the ship where Amroth waited for her. But in spring, when the wind moves through new leaves, people can still hear her voice near the falls named for her. And when the wind comes from the south, the voice of Amroth rises from the sea. Nimrddel flows into Silverlode, which elves call Celebrant. Celebrant flows into the great river Anduin, and Anduin flows into the bay of Belfalas, where the elves of Lorien sail away. But neither Nimrddel nor Amroth ever returned."
It is said that she had a house in the branches of a tree near the falls. That was the custom of the elves of Lorien. They lived in trees. Maybe they still do. For this reason they were called the Galadrim, the tree people. Deep in their forest, the trees are very large. The people of the woods did not dig into the ground like dwarfs. They did not build strong stone places before the shadow came.
"Even now, living in trees may be safer than sitting on the ground," said Gimli. He looked across the stream to the road back to Dimrildale. Then he looked up into the dark roof of branches above.
"Your words are wise, Gimli," said Aragorn. "We cannot build a house, but tonight we will do as the Galadrim did. We will rest in the treetops, if we can. We have stayed by the road too long already."
The company left the path and went into the deeper woods. They walked west beside the mountain stream, away from Silverlode. Not far from the falls of Nimrddel, they found a group of trees. Some leaned over the water. Their trunks were thick and grey. Their height was hard to guess.
"I will climb," said Legolas. "I feel at home in trees, on roots or branches. These trees are strange to me, but I know their name from songs. They are called Melern. They have yellow flowers. I have never climbed one before. I will learn how they grow."
"Whatever they are like," said Pippin. "They must be very special trees if they can give rest at night. Only birds sleep on branches. I cannot sleep on a narrow place."
"Then dig a hole in the ground," said Legolas, "if that suits your people better. But you must dig fast and deep if you want to hide from orcs."
He jumped lightly from the ground and caught a branch high above. As he hung there, a voice suddenly spoke from the dark leaves above him. "Daro," it said in a strong, sharp tone. Legolas dropped back to the ground at once, surprised and afraid. He pressed close to the tree trunk.
"Stand still," he whispered to the others. "Do not move or speak."
There was soft laughter above them. Then another clear voice spoke in an elven language. Frodo could not understand much. The elves who lived east of the mountain spoke in a different way. Legolas looked up and answered in the same tongue.
"Who are they, and what do they say?"
"They are elves. Can't you hear their voices?"
"Yes, they are elves. They say you breathe very loudly. They could find you even in the dark."
Sam quickly covered his mouth.
"But they also say you are safe. They have watched us for a long time. They heard my voice across the river Nimrddel. They knew I was one of their northern kin, so they let us cross. Later they heard my song. Now they ask me and Frodo to climb up. They seem to know something about him and our journey. The others must wait below and watch near the tree. They will decide what to do."
From the dark, a ladder came down. It was made of rope. It shone silver-grey in the night. It looked thin, but it was strong. Legolas went up quickly. Frodo followed more slowly. Sam came last and tried to breathe quietly. The branches of the malon tree grew straight from the trunk. Then they curved upward. Near the top, the trunk split into many branches. Among them was a wooden platform. In those days it was called a flet. The elves called it a talon. They reached it through a round hole in the middle. The ladder went up through this hole. When Frodo stepped onto the flet, he saw Legolas with 3 other elves. They wore grey clothes that blended with the shadows. They were hard to see unless they moved. They stood up. One elf uncovered a small lamp. It gave a thin silver light. He lifted it and looked at Frodo's face, and then at Sam's. Then he covered the lamp again. He spoke words of welcome in his own language. Frodo answered slowly.
Welcome. We rarely use other languages. We live deep in the forest and do not often meet other people. Even our kin in the north are far from us. But some of us travel to gather news and watch our enemies. I am one of them. My name is Haldir. My brothers, Rumil and Orifin, do not speak your language well. We have heard stories about your coming. Messengers from Elrond passed through Lorien on their way home. We had not heard of hobbits for many years. We did not know any still lived in Middle-earth. You do not look dangerous. And since you travel with one of our own kind, we will be friendly, as Elrond asked. Still, we do not usually guide strangers through our land. You must stay here tonight. How many are in your company?
8. Myself 4 hobbits and 2 men. One of them is Aragorn. He is a friend of elves from the west.
The name of Aragorn, son of Arathorn, is known in Lorien. The lady favors him. That is good. But you have named only 7.
The 8th is a dwarf.
A dwarf? That is not good. We have not dealt with dwarves since dark times long ago. They are not allowed in our land. I cannot let him pass.
But he comes from the Lonely Mountain. He's one of King Dane's loyal people. He is also a friend of Elrond. Elrond himself chose him to travel with us. He has been brave and true.
The elves spoke quietly together. They asked Legolas questions in their own tongue. At last Haldir spoke again.
Very well. We will do this, though we do not like it. If Aragorn and Legolas guard him and take responsibility, he may pass. But he must travel through Lothlorien with his eyes covered. Now we must decide no more. Your people cannot stay on the ground. We have watched the rivers since we saw a large group of orcs moving north toward Moria many days ago. Wolves are heard near the forest edge. If you truly came from Moria, danger may be close. You must leave early tomorrow. The 4 hobbits may climb up here and stay with us. We do not fear them. There is another talon in the next tree. The others must stay there. Legolas, you are responsible for them. Call us if there is any trouble. And watch that dwarf.
Legolas went down the ladder at once to give the message. Soon after, Merry and Pippin climbed up to the high flet. They were breathing hard and looked afraid.
There.
We have carried up your blankets and our own. Strider has hidden the rest of our bags under deep leaves. You did not need to carry them, said Haldir. Winter is cold in the tree tops, even when the wind comes from the south. But we have warm food and drink. They will chase away the cold. We also have extra skins and cloaks. The hobbits were very happy to eat this second supper. It was much better than the first one. After eating, they wrapped themselves in warm clothes. They wore the elves' fur cloaks and their own blankets too. Then they tried to sleep. They were very tired, but only Sam fell asleep easily. Hobbits do not like high places. They do not like to sleep above the ground. Even stairs make them uneasy. This platform was not a good bedroom for them. It had no walls and no railing. On one side there was only a light screen made of woven branches. It could be moved to block the wind.
I hope that if I fall asleep in this bird place, I do not roll off, he said.
When I sleep, I stay asleep, said Sam. Even if I fall, I will keep sleeping. So please be quiet, and I will sleep faster.
Frodo stayed awake for a long time. He looked up at the stars shining through the thin roof of moving leaves. Sam was snoring next to him long before Frodo closed his eyes. Frodo could see two elves nearby. They sat very still, with their arms around their knees. They spoke in soft whispers. The third elf had gone down to watch from a lower branch. At last, the wind in the branches and the gentle sound of the water below made Frodo calm. The song of Legolas stayed in his mind. Then he fell asleep. Late in the night, Frodo woke up. The other hobbits were still asleep. The elves were gone. The moon shone weakly through the leaves. The wind had stopped. Far below, he heard a rough laugh and many feet moving. He heard metal touch metal. The sound slowly faded and moved south into the forest. Suddenly, a head appeared through the opening in the platform. Frodo sat up in fear. It was an elf wearing a grey hood. He looked at the hobbits.
What is it? Frodo whispered.
"YRCH," said the elf in a soft, sharp whisper. He threw a rolled rope ladder onto the platform.
Orcs, said Frodo. What are they doing?
But the elf was already gone. There were no more sounds. Even the leaves were still. The water below seemed quiet too. Frodo sat and shook under his blankets. He was glad they were not on the ground. But he felt that the trees did not give much safety. They only hid them. People said that orcs could follow a smell very well. They could also climb trees. Frodo took out Sting. It shone like a soft blue light, then slowly faded and became dull again. Even when the light faded, Frodo did not feel safer. He felt more afraid. He crawled to the opening and looked down. He was almost sure he heard careful movement at the base of the tree far below. It was not an elf. The forest elves moved without sound. Then Frodo heard a quiet sniffing noise. Something seemed to scratch at the tree bark. He stared into the dark and held his breath. Something was climbing slowly. He heard breathing, soft and sharp. Then Frodo saw two pale eyes close to the tree. They looked up without blinking. Suddenly, they turned away. A dark shape moved around the tree and disappeared. Soon after, Haldir climbed up quickly through the branches. "There was something in this tree that I have never seen before," he said. "It was not an orc. It ran away as soon as I touched the tree. It was careful and knew how to move in trees. If not, I might have thought it was one of you hobbits. I did not use my bow. I did not want to cause noise. We cannot risk a fight." A large group of orcs has passed by. They crossed the Nimrodel, dirtying its clean water, and went along the old road by the river. They found a smell and searched the ground near where you stopped earlier. The three of us could not fight so many. So we went ahead and used false voices to lead them deeper into the forest. Orifin has gone back quickly to warn our people. No orc will ever leave Lorien alive. Before the next night, many elves will guard the north border. But you must travel south as soon as full daylight comes. Morning came slowly from the east. Soft light passed through the yellow leaves of the malon trees. To the hobbits, it felt like a cool summer morning. The sky was pale blue and could be seen between the moving branches. Frodo looked south from the tree platform. He saw the whole valley of the Silverlode. It looked like a wide sea of soft gold moving in the wind. It was early and cold when the company started again. Haldir and his brother Rúmil led the way.
Goodbye, sweet Nimrodel.
Frodo looked back. He saw white water shining between the grey trees.
Goodbye.
He felt he would never hear such a beautiful stream again. The water sounded like gentle music that never stopped. They returned to the path on the west side of the Silverlode and walked south for a time. They saw marks of orc feet on the ground. Soon Haldir left the path and moved into the trees. He stopped by the river in the shade.
One of my people is across the river. You may not see him. He made a soft call like a bird.
An elf stepped out from young trees. He wore grey clothes. His hood was back, and his hair shone like gold in the morning sun. Haldir threw a coil of grey rope across the river. The elf caught it and tied it to a tree.
The Silverlode is strong here. The water is fast, deep, and very cold. We do not walk in it unless we must. We also do not build bridges. This is how we cross.
He tied his end of the rope to another tree. Then he ran across the rope and back again, light and quick, like it was a road.
I can cross like this, but the others cannot. Must they swim?
No. We have 2 more ropes. We will tie them above the first. One will be high, and one lower. Holding them, the others can cross slowly.
When the narrow bridge was ready, the company crossed the river. Some moved very carefully. Others crossed more easily. Pippin was the best of the hobbits. He walked fast and held the rope with one hand. He looked only at the far bank. Sam moved very slowly. He held tight and looked down at the pale water. To him it felt like a deep drop between mountains.
He sighed with relief when he reached the other side. You learn as you go. My old gaffer said that about gardens, not about walking like a bird or a spider. Not even my Uncle Andy tried this.
When everyone stood on the east bank, the elves untied the ropes. They rolled up 2 of them. Rúmil stayed on the far side. He pulled back the last rope, put it on his shoulder, and waved. Then he went back toward Nimrodel to keep watch.
Now, friends. You are in the Nath of Lorien. You might call it the Angle. This land lies between the Silverlode and the Great Anduin. We do not allow strangers to see its secrets. Very few are even allowed to enter. As we agreed, I must now cover the eyes of Gimli the dwarf. The others may walk freely for a while, until we come closer to our homes in Egladil.
The agreement was made without me. I will not walk with covered eyes like a poor man or a captive. I am not a spy. My people have never served the enemy. We have not harmed the elves. I am as loyal as Legolas or any of my friends.
I believe you. But this is our law. I cannot change it. I have already done much by letting you cross the river.
Gimli stood firm. He set his feet wide and held the handle of his axe. I will go on freely, or I will turn back and find my own way. I would rather walk alone than give up my honor.
You cannot turn back. You have come too far. You must go before the Lord and the Lady. They will decide what to do. You cannot cross the rivers again. There are watchers behind you that you cannot see. They would stop you before you knew they were there.
Gimli pulled his axe free. Haldir and the other elf raised their bows, ready but still.
O dwarves and their hard heads.
Enough.
If I am still the leader of this group, you must do what I say. It is not fair to choose only the dwarf. We will all wear cloths over our eyes, even Legolas. That is best. The walk will be slow and boring, but it is fair.
Gimli laughed. We will look like a group of silly people. Will Halder pull us along like blind beggars with one dog? Still, I agree, if Legolas cannot see either.
I am an elf and a friend here, said Legolas.
Now, said Aragorn. No more arguing. We will all be treated the same. Haldir, cover our eyes.
I will complain about every trip and sore foot if you do not guide us well, said Gimli, as they tied the cloth over his eyes.
You will not need to complain, said Haldir. I will guide you safely. The paths are easy and straight.
This is very foolish, said Legolas. We all fight the same enemy, yet I must walk without sight, while the sun shines happily in the golden trees.
It may seem foolish, said Haldir. But the Dark Lord's power shows most clearly in how he has pushed people apart. We do not trust those outside our land now, except maybe in Rivendell. We cannot risk our home by trusting too easily. We live like an island, surrounded by danger. Our hands hold bows more than harps now. The rivers once kept us safe, but they do not anymore. Darkness has moved closer from all sides. Some speak of leaving, but it may already be too late. The mountains in the west grow dangerous. The lands in the east are empty and full of the enemy's creatures. People say we cannot travel safely south through Rohan, and the enemy watches the great river. Even if we reached the sea, it would not protect us. There are stories of safe elf homes, but they are far north and west, beyond the land of the hobbits. I do not know where they are.
You should at least guess, said Merry. You have seen us. There are elf homes west of my land, the Shire, where hobbits live.
Hobbits are lucky to live near the sea, said Haldir. My people have not seen it for a long time, but we still remember it in songs. Tell me about these places as we walk.
I cannot, said Merry. I have never seen them. I have never left my own land before. If I had known how hard the outside world was, I do not think I would have wanted to leave.
Not even to see fair Lothlorien, said Haldir. The world is full of danger, and many places are dark. Still, there is much beauty. Love still grows, even when it brings sadness. Some of my people sing that the shadow will move away, and peace will return. I do not believe the world will ever be like it was before. The sunlight will not feel the same. For the elves, at best, there may be a short peace. Then they will go to the sea and leave Middle-earth forever. I am sad for Lothlorien, which I love. Life would be empty in a land without Mollorn trees. If such trees grow beyond the great sea, no one has told us.
The group walked slowly along the forest paths. Haldir led them, and another elf walked behind. The ground felt soft and smooth under their feet. After some time, they walked with more ease. They were no longer afraid of falling or hurting themselves. Frodo could not see, but his other senses grew stronger. He could smell the trees and the grass underfoot. He heard many soft sounds. Leaves moved above him. A river flowed quietly on his right side. Birds sang high in the sky with clear voices. When they crossed an open place, he felt the warm sun on his face and hands. When Frodo stepped onto the far side of the Silverlode, he felt something strange. This feeling grew stronger as they walked deeper into the land. He felt as if he had crossed into a very old time. It felt like a world from long ago that still lived on. In Rivendell, people remembered old days. In Lorien, the old days were still alive. The elves there knew sadness and danger. They feared the outside world. Wolves cried at the edge of the forest. But inside Lorien, there was no dark feeling. They walked for the whole day. In the evening, the air grew cool. A soft night wind moved through the leaves. They stopped and slept on the ground without fear. Their guides did not let them remove the cloths from their eyes. They also could not climb. In the morning, they walked again, slowly and calmly. At noon, they stopped. Frodo felt the bright sun above him. Suddenly, he heard many voices all around. A large group of elves had arrived quietly. They were moving fast toward the north to guard the land from danger from Moria. They brought news, and Haldir shared it. The orcs who had been causing trouble were caught. Most of them were destroyed. The few who escaped ran west toward the mountains, and others were following them. They also spoke of a strange being. It ran low to the ground, with bent back and hands near the earth. It moved like an animal, but it was not an animal. They did not catch it. They did not harm it because they did not know if it was good or bad. It ran south along the Silverlode and disappeared. Haldir then spoke again. He said he had a message from the Lord and Lady of the Galadrim. The group was now free to walk without covers on their eyes. This included Gimli the dwarf. The lady seemed to know each person in the group. Perhaps new messages had come from Rivendell. Haldir first removed the cloth from Gimli's eyes. He bowed low and asked for pardon. He asked Gimli to look at them with friendly eyes. He said Gimli should be glad. Gimli was the first dwarf to see the trees of this land since very old times. Then Frodo's eyes were uncovered. He looked up and stopped breathing for a moment. They stood in a wide open place. To the left was a great green hill. The grass on it was bright and fresh, like spring long ago. On top of the hill grew 2 circles of trees. The outer trees had white bark. They had no leaves, but they were still beautiful. The inner trees were tall malon trees with pale golden leaves. In the center stood one very tall tree. High in its branches was a small white platform. Around the hill and at the feet of the trees, the grass was full of small golden flowers shaped like stars. Among them were other flowers. These were white and very light green. They moved gently and looked like mist on the grass. Above everything, the sky was blue. The afternoon sun shone on the hill. Long green shadows lay under the trees. Haldir spoke and told them the name of the place. He said they had come to Serin Amroth. This was the heart of the old land as it once was. The hill was the mound of Amroth, where his house once stood in happier times. Winter flowers always bloomed there in the green grass. The yellow Eleanor and the pale Nifredil grew there. Haldir said they would rest there for a while. At dusk, they would go on to the city of the Galadrim. The others lay down on the sweet grass, but Frodo stayed standing. He felt full of wonder. It was like he had walked through a tall window into an old world that was now gone. A soft light filled the place. He had no words for it. Everything had a clear shape. It looked new and clean, but also very old, as if it had always been there. He saw only colors he knew: gold, white, blue, and green. But they looked fresh and strong, as if he was seeing them for the first time. In this land, winter did not make anyone miss spring or summer. Nothing that grew there looked sick or broken. The land of Lorien was clean and whole. Frodo turned and saw Sam beside him. Sam looked around with a confused face. He rubbed his eyes, like he was not sure if he was awake.
It is bright daylight. I thought elves loved the moon and stars. But this feels even more elvish than that. I feel like I am inside a song.
Haldir looked at them. He seemed to understand both their words and their feelings. He smiled.
You feel the power of the Lady of the Galadrim. Would you like to climb Serin Amroth with me?
They followed him up the soft green hill. Haldir walked lightly. Leaves and flowers moved in the cool wind around him. Frodo felt that this land did not change with time. It did not grow old or fade. Even when Frodo would leave and return to the outer world, this place would stay with him. In his heart, he would always walk again on the grass of fair Lothlorien. They came into a ring of white trees. As they entered, a warm wind blew and moved through the branches. Frodo stopped. He felt as if he could hear faraway seas on old shores that no longer existed. He also felt the cry of sea birds that were long gone from the world. Haldir went on ahead and climbed to a high platform in the trees. Frodo got ready to follow him. He touched the tree near the ladder. At once, he felt the life inside it. He noticed the smooth and living skin of the tree. He felt joy in the wood itself, not as a worker, but as something alive. When Frodo stepped onto the high platform, Haldir took his hand and turned him south.
Look this way first.
Frodo looked and saw, far away, a great hill covered with tall trees. It looked like a city made of green towers. He could not tell if it was a forest or a city. From that place came a strong light that seemed to guide the whole land. Frodo wished he could fly there like a bird and rest among the green trees. Then he looked east. He saw all of Lorien stretching down to the pale shine of the great river, Anduin. When he looked beyond the river, the light faded. He felt himself return to the world he knew. The land on the far side looked empty and unclear. Far away, it rose again like a dark wall. The sunlight of Lorien could not brighten that distant shadow.
That is southern Mirkwood. It is covered in dark trees that grow close and weak together. In the middle stands Dol Guldur, on a hard hill. Long ago, the enemy lived there in secret. We fear it is filled with power again. A dark cloud often hangs over it now. From this place, you can see the two powers that stand against each other. They watch each other in thought. The light can see into the dark, but its own secret is still hidden.
Haldir turned and went down the hill quickly. The others followed him. At the foot of the hill, Frodo saw Aragorn. He stood very still, like a tree. In his hand was a small golden flower of Elenor. There was a bright look in his eyes. He seemed lost in a gentle memory. Frodo felt that Aragorn was seeing the past, as it once was in this place. The hard years were gone from his face. He looked young, tall, and fair, dressed in white. He spoke softly in the Elvish tongue to someone Frodo could not see.
Arwen van Imelda, Namaria.
Then Aragorn breathed deeply and returned to the present. He looked at Frodo and smiled.
This is the heart of elven lands on earth. My heart lives here always. Unless there is a light beyond the dark roads we must still walk, you and I. Come with me.
He took Frodo's hand and left the hill of Serinamroth. He would never come there again as a living man. The sun went down behind the mountains. Long shadows grew in the forest. The group walked again. Their path went into thick bushes, where evening had already come. Under the trees it felt like night. The elves took out silver lamps. Soon they left the trees and came into an open place. Above them was a pale sky with a few early stars. In front of them was a wide open circle with no trees. It curved away on both sides. Beyond it was a deep ditch in soft shadow. The grass near the edge was still green and seemed to shine with the memory of the sun. On the far side stood a high green wall around a green hill. The hill was full of malon trees, taller than any they had seen before. Their height was hard to guess. In the dim light they looked like living towers. In their many branches and moving leaves, many lights shone in green, gold, and silver.
Welcome to Caras Galadhon. This is the city of the Galadrim. Lord Celeborn and Lady Galadriel live here. We cannot enter from this side. The gates do not face north. We must walk around to the south. The way is long, because the city is very large.
A road of white stone ran along the edge of the deep ditch. They walked west along it. The city rose on their left like a green cloud. As the night grew darker, more lights appeared. Soon the whole hill looked full of stars. At last they reached a white bridge. After crossing it, they came to the great gates of the city. The gates faced southwest and stood between the ends of the wall. They were tall and strong and covered with many lamps. Haldir knocked and spoke. The gates opened without a sound. Frodo saw no guards. The travelers went inside, and the gates closed behind them. They walked through a narrow path between the walls and entered the city of the trees. They saw no people and heard no footsteps. Still, they heard many voices around them and above them. Far up the hill they heard singing. It fell gently, like soft rain on leaves. They followed many paths and climbed many stairs. At last they reached a high place. In front of them was a wide grassy space with a shining fountain. Silver lamps hung from the tree branches above it. The water fell into a silver bowl, and a white stream flowed away. On the south side of the grass stood the greatest tree of all. Its smooth trunk shone like grey silk. It rose very high, and its first branches spread far above, hidden in thick leaves. Beside the tree stood a wide white ladder. At its foot sat 3 elves. The elves stood up when the travelers came near. Frodo saw they were tall and wore grey armor. Long white cloaks hung from their shoulders.
Celeborn and Galadriel live here. They wish you to climb up and speak with them. I will go first, Frodo will come next, and Legolas with him. The others may follow when they wish. The climb is long for those not used to such stairs. You may rest on the way.
Frodo climbed slowly. He passed many platforms built in the tree. Some were on one side, some on another. Some were built around the trunk, and the ladder went through them. High above the ground he reached a wide platform, like the deck of a large ship. On it stood a house. It was so big that it could have been a hall for men on the ground. He entered after Haldir. Inside was a room shaped like an oval. In the middle grew the trunk of the great malon tree. It was thinner now but still very wide. The room was full of soft light. The walls shone green and silver, and the roof was gold. Many elves sat there. Beneath the tree trunk, under a living branch, were 2 chairs. On them sat Celeborn and Galadriel, side by side. They stood up to greet their guests, as elves always do, even for great kings. They were very tall, and the lady was as tall as the lord. They were calm and beautiful. They wore white clothes. The lady's hair was deep gold. Lord Celeborn's hair was long and bright silver. They did not look old. Only their eyes showed great age. They were sharp and bright in the starlight, yet deep and full of memory.
Haldir led Frodo before them. Lord Celeborn welcomed him in his own language.
Lady Galadriel said nothing. She looked at Frodo for a long time.
Sit by my chair now, Frodo of the Shire, said Celeborn. When everyone is here, we will speak together. He greeted each person kindly as they came in.
Welcome, Aragorn son of Arathorn, he said. It has been 38 years since you were last here. Those years have been hard for you. But the end is near, for good or bad. Rest here for a short time. Welcome, son of Thranduil. People from the north do not come here often. Welcome, Gimli son of Gloin. It has been a very long time since we saw one of Durrant's people in Kara's Galadhan. Today we break our old rule. I hope this means better days will come, even though the world is dark. I hope friendship will grow again between our peoples.
Gimli bowed low. When all the guests sat down, the Lord looked at them again.
There are 8 of you, he said. 9 were meant to begin the journey. That is what the messages said. Maybe the plan has changed, and we do not know it. Elrond is far away. Darkness lies between us, and this year the shadows have grown longer.
There was no change, said Lady Galadriel. She spoke for the first time. Her voice was clear and musical, but strong. Gandalf the Grey began the journey with the company. But he did not leave this land. Tell us where he is. I wished to speak with him again. I cannot see him from far away. A grey cloud hides him from me. His path and his thoughts are hidden.
Sadly, said Aragorn, Gandalf the Grey was lost in darkness. He stayed in Moria and did not come out.
At these words, all the elves cried out in pain and shock.
This is very bad news, said Celeborn. The worst we have heard here for many years. He turned to Haldir and spoke in the Elvish tongue. Why did no one tell me this before?
We did not tell Haldir about our journey or our plans, said Legolas. At first, we were very tired, and danger was close behind us. Later, when we walked on the beautiful paths of Lorien, our sadness felt lighter for a while.
But our sorrow is still deep, and our loss cannot be healed, said Frodo. Gandalf was our guide. He led us through Moria. When escape seemed impossible, he saved us, and then he fell.
Tell us the whole story now, said Celeborn.
Then Aragorn told everything that had happened on the mountain pass of Caradhras and in the days after. He spoke of Balin and his book, of the fight in the Great Hall, of fire, of the narrow bridge, and of the dark danger that came.
It seemed like an evil from the very old world, said Aragorn. I have never seen anything like it. It was dark and burning, strong and frightening.
It was a Balrog of Morgoth, said Legolas. It is one of the most deadly enemies of the elves, except for the one in the Dark Tower.
I saw it on the bridge, said Gimli softly. I saw Durin's Bane.
Alas, said Celeborn. We have long feared that a great danger slept under Caradhras. If I had known the dwarves had awakened this evil in Moria again, I would not have let you pass our northern borders. And one might think that Gandalf made a poor choice by going into Moria.
No one should say that, said Galadriel. Nothing Gandalf did was without purpose. Those who followed him did not know all his thoughts. They cannot fully explain his plans. Whatever the guide chose, the others are not at fault. Do not regret welcoming the dwarf. If our people had been kept far from Lorien for a long time, who among us, even wise Celeborn, would pass near our old home and not wish to see it again, even if it had become a place of great danger? The waters of Keldzaram are dark, and the springs of Kibble Nolla are cold. Long ago, the halls of Khazad Dûm were beautiful, before great kings fell under the stone.
She looked at Gimli, who sat angry and sad, and she smiled. When he heard the old names in his own language, he looked up and met her eyes. It seemed to him that he looked into the heart of someone he feared and found kindness and care. Surprise filled his face, and then he smiled back.
He stood up in his awkward way and bowed like a dwarf. The living land of Lorien is even more beautiful, he said, and Lady Galadriel is greater than all the jewels under the earth.
There was silence. At last Celeborn spoke again.
I did not know your trouble was so great, he said. Let Gimli forget my hard words. I spoke from pain and worry. I will help you as much as I can, each one according to his need, and most of all the small one who carries a heavy burden.
Your task is known to us, said Galadriel as she looked at Frodo.
But we will not speak about it clearly here. Still, it is not useless that you came to this land for help, as Gandalf planned. The Lord of the Galadrim is known as the wisest of the elves, and he gives gifts greater than those of kings. He has lived in the West since the first days. I have lived with him for many years. Before the fall of Nargothrond and Gondolin, I crossed the mountains. Through long ages, We have fought and lost many times. I was the one who first called the White Council. If my plans had worked, Gandalf the Grey would have led it. Then things might have been different. But there is still hope. I will not tell you what to do. I cannot help by giving orders or plans. I can only know what was, what is, and a little of what may come. This I will say, your quest is very dangerous. If you move even a little from the right path, it will fail, and all will be lost. But hope stays while everyone in your group stays true.
As she spoke, she looked at each person in silence. Her eyes felt deep and strong. Only Legolas and Aragorn could look back for long. Sam's face turned red, and he looked down. At last Galadriel looked away and smiled.
Do not let your hearts be afraid. Tonight you will sleep in peace.
Then they all felt tired, as if they had answered many hard questions without speaking.
Go now. You are tired from pain and long work. Even if your quest did not touch us, you should still rest in this city until you feel strong again. Now you will rest, and we will not speak of your road for a time.
That night the company slept on the ground, and the hobbits were glad for this. The elves made a light shelter among the trees near the fountain. Inside, they put soft beds. Then they spoke gentle words and left them. For a while, the travelers talked quietly. They spoke about the night in the trees, the long walk of the day, and the Lord and Lady. They did not yet want to think about earlier troubles.
Why did you turn red, Sam? You looked very upset. Anyone would think you felt guilty. I hope it was not some plan to steal my blanket.
I never thought of that. If you want to know, I felt like I had nothing to hide myself with, and I did not like it. It felt like she was looking inside me. It was like she asked what I would do if she let me fly back home to the Shire. I thought of a small hole and a bit of garden of my own.
That is strange. I felt almost the same. But I think I will not say more.
It seemed the same for all of them. Each felt as if he was given a choice. One path went into fear and darkness ahead. The other led to something he wanted very much. To take it, he only had to leave the road and let others carry on the quest and the fight against Sauron.
It seemed to me as well that my choice would be secret, known only to myself.
I found it very strange. Maybe it was only a test. Maybe she wished to know our thoughts for a good reason. But it almost felt like she was offering things she said she could give. I did not listen. The men of Minas Tirith keep their word.
He did not say what he thought she had offered him.
Yes. But what I thought then will stay with me.
Be careful. I am not fully sure about this lady and her plans.
Do not speak badly of Lady Galadriel. You do not understand her. There is no evil in her or in this land, unless a man brings it himself. Then he should be afraid. Tonight, I will sleep without fear for the first time since I left Rivendell. I hope I sleep deeply and forget my sorrow for a while. I am tired in body and in heart.
He threw himself onto the couch and soon fell into a deep sleep. The others did the same. No noise and no dreams troubled them. When they woke, bright daylight covered the grass in front of the pavilion. The fountain moved up and down, shining in the sun. They stayed in Lothlorien for many days, as far as they could remember. During that time the sun stayed bright. Sometimes a light rain fell, then stopped, and everything looked clean and fresh. The air felt cool and gentle, like early spring. At the same time, there was a quiet feeling, like winter. They felt that they did very little. They ate, drank, rested, and walked among the trees. That was enough for them. They did not see the Lord and the Lady again. They also spoke little with the elves, because few of them knew or used the common tongue. Haldir had said goodbye and returned to the northern borders. A strong watch was kept there now, because of the news from Moria that the company had brought. Legolas spent much time with the Galadrim. After the first night, he did not sleep with the others, but he came back to eat and talk with them. He often took Gimli with him when he traveled in the land. The others wondered about this change. When the companions sat or walked together, they spoke of Gandalf. Each remembered what they had known and seen of him. As their bodies healed and their tiredness faded, their sadness grew stronger. Often they heard elvish voices singing nearby. They knew these were sad songs for Gandalf. They heard his name in the soft, sad words, even though they did not understand the language.
Mithrandir, Mithrandir, the elves sang. O grey pilgrim.
That was the name they loved to use for him. If Legolas was with the company, he would not explain the songs. He said he could not do it well. He also said his sorrow was still too close, and it was a thing for tears, not for songs. Frodo was the first to try to put his sorrow into words. He was not used to making songs or poems. Even in Rivendell, he listened but did not sing, though he remembered many songs made by others. Now he sat by the fountain in Lorien and heard the elves singing. A song formed in his mind. It felt right to him. But when he tried to say it again to Sam, only small pieces remained, weak and broken, like dry leaves.
He walked the hill at evening grey. They heard his steps, then before day. He left at dawn without goodbye. On a long road under open sky. From wild lands east to western seas. From cold north hills to warm south trees. Through secret doors and dragon's lair. Through dark woods deep, he walked with care. With dwarf and hobbit, elf and man. With mortal folk and deathless clan. With birds and beasts, both far and near. He spoke their tongues, all strange and clear. A sword to strike, a hand to heal. A bent back strong beneath its deal. A voice like horns, a fire bright. A tired traveler in the night. A wise lord seated, quick to flame. Quick to laugh, yet still the same. An old man in a worn-out hat. With staff of thorn he leaned on that. Alone he stood upon the bridge. Face dark and fire at the ridge. His staff was broken on the stone. In Khazad-dûm his life was gone.
Why, you'll beat Mr. Bilbo next, said Sam.
No, I'm afraid not, said Frodo. That is all I can do for now.
Well, Mr. Frodo, if you try again, said Sam, I hope you'll say something about his fireworks. Maybe like this. The best bright rockets ever made. They burst in stars of green and blue. Then after noise, like golden rain. The flowers fell in shining hue. Though even that is not enough.
No, said Frodo. I'll leave that to you, Sam. Or maybe to Bilbo. But I can't talk about it more. I can't bear to think of telling him the news.
One evening, Frodo and Sam walked together in the cool, soft light. Both felt uneasy again. Frodo suddenly felt the sadness of leaving. He knew, somehow, that he would soon have to leave Lothlorien.
What do you think of elves now, Sam? He asked. I asked you that once before. It feels like a very long time ago. You have seen more of them since then.
I surely have, said Sam. And I think there are different kinds of elves. They are all elves, but not all the same. These ones are not travelers without a home. They feel closer to us. They seem to belong here, even more than hobbits belong in the Shire. I don't know if they shaped the land, or if the land shaped them. But it's very quiet here. Nothing seems to happen, and nobody wants it to. If there is magic here, it's deep down. I can't put my hands on it, so to speak.
You can see it and feel it everywhere, said Frodo.
Well, said Sam, you don't see anyone working it. No fireworks like poor old Gandalf used to show. I wonder why we do not see the Lord and Lady these days. I think the lady could do great things if she wanted to. I would really like to see some elf magic, Mr. Frodo.
I would not, Frodo said. I am happy as I am. I do not miss Gandalf's fireworks. I miss his thick eyebrows, his quick anger, and his strong voice.
You are right, said Sam. And I am not complaining. I have often wanted to see magic like in the old stories. But I have never known a better place than this. It feels like home and a holiday at the same time. I do not want to leave. Still, I feel that if we must go on, we should start soon. A job that waits too long is the hardest to finish. That is what my old gaffer used to say. I do not think these people can help us much more, magic or not. When we leave this land, we will miss Gandalf even more.
I am afraid that is true, Sam, said Frodo. But I really hope we will see the Lady of the Elves again before we go.
As he spoke, they saw the Lady Galadriel coming toward them, as if she heard their words. She was tall, dressed in white, and very beautiful. She walked under the trees. She did not speak. She made a sign with her hand and asked them to follow. She led them to the south side of the hill of Caras-Galadon. They passed through a tall green hedge and came into a closed garden. No trees grew there, and the sky was open above them. The evening star was shining bright over the western woods. The lady walked down many steps into a deep green hollow. A soft silver stream ran there from a fountain on the hill. At the bottom stood a low stand shaped like a tree. On it was a wide, shallow bowl of silver. Beside it was a silver jug. Galadriel filled the bowl with water from the stream until it was full. She breathed softly on it. When the water became still, she spoke.
"This is the mirror of Galadriel," she said. "I brought you here so you may look into it, if you wish."
The air was very quiet. The hollow was dark. The elf lady beside Frodo was tall and pale. Frodo felt wonder and fear.
What will we look for? What will we see?
"I can guide the mirror to show many things," she said. "Sometimes I can show people what they want to see. But the mirror also shows things by itself. These things are often more strange and more useful. If you let the mirror work freely, I cannot say what you will see. It can show things from the past, the present, and the future. Even the wise cannot always tell which is which. Do you wish to look?"
Frodo did not answer.
"And you," she said, turning to Sam. "Your people would call this magic, I think. I do not fully understand that word. They use it for both good and evil things. But this is the magic of Galadriel. Did you not say you wished to see elf magic?"
I did, said Sam. He shook a little with fear and curiosity. "I will take a look, lady, if you allow me." He spoke softly to Frodo. "I would not mind seeing what is happening at home. It feels like a very long time since I left. But maybe I will only see stars, or something I cannot understand."
"Maybe," said the lady with a gentle laugh. "Come now. Look and see what you can. Do not touch the water."
Sam climbed onto the edge of the stand and leaned over the bowl. The water looked dark and hard. He saw stars shining in it.
"There are only stars, just as I thought," he said.
Then he gave a small cry. The stars faded away. It was like a dark cloth being lifted. The mirror turned grey, then clear. Sam saw bright sunlight. Tree branches were moving and shaking. Before he could understand it, the light faded again. Now he saw Frodo lying asleep with a pale face under a great dark cliff. The picture changed. Sam saw himself walking through a dark passage. He was climbing a long, winding stair with no end. He felt he was searching for something important, but he did not know what it was. Like a dream, the picture moved again. He saw the trees once more. But now they were farther away. He could see what was happening. The trees were not moving in the wind. They were falling down and crashing to the ground.
Hey, cried Sam in anger. That is Ted Sanderman cutting down trees where he should not. Those trees should stay. It is the road near the mill that leads to Bywater. I wish I could stop him and make him leave them alone.
But now Sam saw that the old mill was gone. A big red brick building stood in its place. Many people worked there. A tall red chimney stood near it. Black smoke spread over the water of the mirror.
There is something bad happening in the Shire, Sam said. Elrond was right to send Mr. Merry back. I cannot stay here. I must go home. They have dug up Bagshot Row. I can see the poor old gaffer going down the hill. He is pushing his things on a cart. I must go home.
You cannot go home alone, said the lady. Before you looked into the mirror, you did not want to go without your master. You also knew that bad things could be happening in the Shire. Remember this. The mirror shows many things. Not all of them will happen. Some things never happen, unless the person who sees them leaves their path to stop them. The mirror is dangerous if you use it to choose your actions.
Sam sat down on the ground. He put his head in his hands.
I wish I had never come here. I do not want to see any more magic. No, I will go home by the long road with Mr. Frodo, or not at all. But I hope I can return one day. If what I saw is true, someone will be in big trouble.
Do you wish to look now, Frodo? Said the Lady Galadriel. You did not ask to see elf magic, and you were content.
Do you think I should look? Frodo asked.
No, she said. I do not tell you what to do. I am not a guide. You may learn something, but it may help you or it may not. Seeing can help, but it can also bring danger. Still, Frodo, I think you have enough courage and sense for this. If not, I would not have brought you here. Choose for yourself.
I will look, said Frodo.
He stepped onto the stone and leaned over the dark water. At once the mirror became clear. He saw a land in soft evening light. Dark mountains stood far away under a pale sky. A long grey road ran into the distance. Far off, a figure walked slowly toward him. At first it was small and unclear. Then it grew larger. Frodo felt it looked like Gandalf. He almost spoke the wizard's name. Then he saw the figure wore white, not grey. The white clothes shone gently in the dim light. The figure held a white staff. Its head was bent, and Frodo could not see its face. Soon the figure turned a corner in the road and disappeared from the mirror. Frodo felt unsure. Was this Gandalf from long ago, or was it Saruman? The vision changed again. For a short moment, Frodo saw Bilbo. Bilbo walked back and forth in his room. Papers lay in a mess on the table. Rain hit the windows hard. Then there was a pause. After that, many quick scenes appeared. Frodo felt they were parts of a great story that now included him. The mist lifted, and he saw something new but known to him at once. It was the sea. Darkness came. The sea rose in a strong storm. Then he saw a tall ship with torn sails. It stood dark against the sun, which sank red behind clouds. The ship came from the west. Then he saw a wide river flowing through a busy city. After that, he saw a white stronghold with 7 towers. Then he saw another ship with black sails. Now it was morning. Light danced on the water. A banner with a white tree shone in the sun. Smoke rose, like from fire and war. Again the sun went down in red light and faded into grey mist. Into the mist, a small ship moved away, glowing with tiny lights. It disappeared. Frodo sighed and began to step back. Suddenly the mirror became completely dark. It was like a deep empty space. Frodo seemed to look into nothing at all. In the darkness, one great eye appeared. It slowly grew larger until it filled almost the whole mirror. Frodo felt frozen with fear. He could not speak or look away. The eye was ringed with fire-like light. It was yellow and cold, and it watched closely. Its dark center felt deep and empty. The eye began to move, searching from side to side. Frodo knew with fear that it was looking for him among many things. He also knew it could not see him yet unless he chose to let it. The ring on the chain around his neck grew very heavy. It felt like a great stone pulling him down. His head bent forward. The mirror seemed to grow warm. Soft mist rose from the water. Frodo felt himself moving closer.
"Do not touch the water," said the Lady Galadriel quietly.
The vision ended. Frodo saw the cool stars shining in the silver bowl. He stepped back, and his body shook. He looked at the lady.
"I know what you saw," she said. "It is also in my mind. Do not be afraid. But do not think this land stays safe only because of songs in the trees or elven boughs. Lothlorien is guarded in other ways. Even now, I can feel the Dark Lord. I know his thoughts about the elves. He tries to see me and read my mind. But the door is still closed to him."
She lifted her white arms and held her hands toward the east, as if pushing something away. Above her shone Rivendell, the evening star, loved by all elves. It was so bright that the lady made a soft shadow on the ground. The light touched a ring on her finger. It shone like gold with silver light. A white stone in it sparkled, as if the star had come down to her hand. Frodo stared at the ring in wonder. Suddenly, he felt that he understood.
"Yes," she said, reading his thought. "I may not speak of it, and Elrond could not speak of it either. But it cannot be hidden from the ring-bearer, or from one who has seen the eye. One of the 3 rings is here in Lorien. It is on my finger. This is Nenya, and I am its keeper. He guesses this, but he does not know it yet. Do you see now why your coming is so dangerous for us? If you fail, we are open to the enemy. But if you succeed, our power will fade. Lothlorien will slowly pass away. We will have to leave for the west, or stay and become small and forgotten people."
Frodo bowed his head.
"What do you wish?" he asked at last.
"I wish that what must happen will happen," she said. "The elves love their land very deeply. Their sadness is long and never fully ends. But they will give up everything before they obey Sauron. You are not responsible for the fate of Lothlorien. You are only responsible for your own task. Still, I wish the One Ring had never been made, or had been lost forever."
"You are wise and brave and fair, Lady Galadriel," said Frodo. "I will give you the One Ring if you ask for it. It is too heavy for me."
Galadriel laughed, clear and sudden. "The Lady Galadriel may be wise," she said. "But you have answered me with great kindness. You see more clearly now. I will not hide that my heart has wanted what you offer. For many years I wondered what I would do if the great ring came to me. And now it is within my reach. The evil made long ago still works in many ways. Would it not seem a great deed if I had taken the ring from my guest by fear or force? And now the moment comes. You would give me the ring freely. Instead of the Dark Lord, you would make a queen. I would not be dark, but beautiful and terrible. Like the morning and the night. Like the sea, the sun, and the snow on the mountain. All would love me and fear me."
She raised her hand. From her ring came a strong light. It shone only on her, and everything else was dark. She seemed very tall, more than Frodo could measure. She was beautiful, but also frightening. Then she lowered her hand. The light went away. She laughed again. She became small and gentle, a slim elf woman in simple white clothes. Her voice was soft and sad.
I have passed the test, she said. I will grow less in power. I will go into the west, and remain Galadriel.
They stood in silence for a long time. At last the lady spoke again.
Let us go back, she said. In the morning you must leave. The choice is made, and the path of fate is moving on.
One thing I want to ask before we go, said Frodo. I wanted to ask Gandalf this long ago. When I wear the One Ring, why can I not see all the other rings or know the thoughts of those who wear them?
You have not tried, she said. You have worn the ring only 3 times since you learned what it is. Do not try again. It would destroy you. Gandalf told you that the rings give power based on the strength of the one who wears them. To use that power, you would need to be much stronger, and you would need to train your will to control others.
Yet even so, you are the ring bearer. You have worn the ring. You have seen hidden things. Because of this, your sight is sharper now. You understood my thoughts better than many wise people. You saw the eye of the one who holds the 7 and the 9. And did you see the ring on my hand? Did you see my ring? She turned again to Sam and asked him.
No, lady. To be honest, I did not know what you meant. I only saw a star between your fingers. But please forgive me for speaking so freely. I think my master was right. I wish you would take his ring. You would set things right. You would stop people from hurting the gaffer and sending him away. You would make some people answer for their bad deeds.
I would. That is how it would begin. But it would not end there. Sadly, it would grow beyond that. We will not talk more about it. Let us go.
Chapter 8. Farewell to Lorien. That night, the company was called again to the room of Celeborn. There, the lord and the lady welcomed them with kind words. After some time, Celeborn spoke about their leaving.
Now is the moment. When those who wish to continue the quest must make their hearts strong and leave this land. Those who do not wish to go on may stay here for a while. But whether they stay or go, peace is not certain. We stand near great danger. Here, some may wait for what is to come. They may wait until the world opens again, or until we call them to help Lorien in its last need. Then they may return home, or go to the final home of those who fall in battle.
They have all chosen to go on, she said, as she looked into their eyes.
As for me, my road home goes forward, not back.
That is true. But will all of you go with him to Minas Tirith?
We have not chosen our path yet. Beyond Lothlorien, I do not know what Gandalf planned. I do not think even he knew clearly.
Maybe so. But once you leave this land, you cannot avoid the great river. As some of you know, it cannot be crossed with baggage between Lorien and Gondor, except by boat. The bridges of Osgiliath are broken. The enemy holds all the river landings. On which side will you travel? The road to Minas Tirith is on the western side. But the straight path of the quest is on the eastern side, the darker shore. Which side will you choose?
If you take my advice, it will be the western shore and the road to Minas Tirith. But I am not the leader.
The others said nothing. Aragorn looked unsure and troubled.
I see you do not yet know what to do. It is not for me to choose for you. But I will help as I can. Some of you know how to use boats. Legolas, whose people know forest rivers. Boromir of Gondor, and Aragorn the Traveler.
And one hobbit. Not all of us fear boats like wild horses. My people live beside the Brandywine River.
That is good. Then I will give your company boats. They will be small and light. If you travel far by river, there will be places where you must carry them. You will come to the fast waters of Sarn-Jebir, and maybe later to the great falls of Rhoros, where the river rushes down from Menhithol. There are other dangers too. Boats may make your journey easier for a time. But they will not choose your path for you. In the end, you must leave the boats and the river, and turn west or east.
Aragorn thanked Celeborn many times. The gift of the boats brought him comfort. It also meant he did not need to choose his path yet. The others felt more hopeful as well. Whatever dangers waited ahead, it seemed better to float down the wide river Anduin than to walk with heavy loads. Only Sam felt unsure. He still thought boats were as bad as wild horses, or even worse. All the dangers he had faced had not changed his mind.
Everything will be ready for you at the river haven before noon tomorrow. My people will come in the morning to help you prepare. Now we wish you a good night and calm sleep.
Good night, my friends. Sleep in peace. Do not fill your hearts with worry about the road tonight. Maybe the paths you will walk are already set before you, even if you cannot see them. Good night.
The company said goodbye and went back to their tent. Legolas went with them. This was their last night in Lothlorien. Galadriel had spoken to them, but they still wanted to talk together. They talked for a long time. They spoke about what they should do next. They also spoke about the ring and their task. They could not choose a clear plan. Most of them wanted to go to Minas Tirith first. They hoped to be safe there for a short time and far from the enemy. They were ready to follow a leader later, even into the Darkland. But Frodo said nothing. Aragorn also could not decide. Before, when Gandalf was still alive, Aragorn had a plan. He wanted to go with Boromir. He wanted to help Gondor with his sword. He believed the dreams were a call. He thought the time had come for the heir of Elendil to stand against Sauron. But after Gandalf fell in Moria, everything changed. Aragorn now carried Gandalf's duty. He knew he could not leave the ring behind. If Frodo did not go with Boromir, Aragorn could not go either. Still, he wondered how he could help Frodo at all. Could they do anything more than walk with him into danger?
I will go to Minas Tirith, said Boromir. I will go alone if I must. It is my duty.
After that, he was quiet for a time. He sat and looked at Frodo closely, as if he wanted to know his thoughts.
If your only wish is to destroy the ring, he said, then war and weapons are not useful. The men of Minas Tirith cannot help with that. But if you want to destroy the Dark Lord's power, it is foolish to go into his land without strength. It is foolish to throw things away. To throw lives away. To me, it is a choice. We can defend a strong place, or we can walk straight into death.
Frodo saw something strange in Boromir's eyes. He looked at him carefully. Boromir's true thought seemed different from his last words. What did he mean by a throwaway? Did he mean the ring? Boromir had spoken like this before at the council, but then he had accepted Elrond's words. Frodo looked at Aragorn. But Aragorn was deep in thought and showed no sign that he heard Boromir. So their talk ended. Merry and Pippin were already asleep. Sam was falling asleep too. The night was almost over. In the morning, as they packed their few things, some elves came to them. These elves could speak their language. They brought many gifts of food and clothes for the journey. The food was mostly very thin cakes. They were light brown outside and cream-colored inside. Gimli picked up one cake and looked at it with doubt.
Cram, he said quietly. He broke off a small piece and tasted it. His face changed at once. He quickly ate the rest of the cake, with joy.
No more, no more, laughed the elves. You have already eaten enough for a whole long day of walking.
I thought it was just travel food, said the dwarf. Like the food from Dale.
It is, the elves said. But we call it lembas, or whey bread. It gives more strength than any food made by men. It also tastes better.
That is true, said Gimli. Is better than the honey cakes of the Beornings. That is high praise, because they are the best bakers I know. But they do not like to share these days. You are very kind hosts.
Still, do not eat too much, said the elves. Eat a little at a time, and only when you need it. This food is for hard times. The cakes will stay good for many days if they are not broken and stay in their leaves. One cake can give strength for a whole day, even to a tall man of Minas Tirith.
Next, the elves gave clothes to each of the company. Each person received a hood and a cloak. The cloaks were light but warm. They were made to fit each person. The color was hard to name. In the trees, they looked grey like evening light. In other light, they looked green like leaves, or brown like fields at night, or silver like water under stars. Each cloak was closed at the neck with a green leaf clasp with silver lines.
Are these magic cloaks? Asked Pippin, full of wonder.
I do not know what you mean by that, said the elf leader. They are fine clothes. They are well made, because they were made in this land. They are elvish robes, if that is what you ask. They show leaves and branches, water and stone. Their colors look like the land of Lorien at evening, which we love. We put our love into everything we make. These are clothes, not armor. They cannot stop arrows or swords. But they will help you in many ways. They are light to wear. They keep you warm when it is cold and cool when it is hot. They also help you stay hidden from enemies, in the forest or among rocks. You are truly loved by the lady. She and her maidens made this cloth. Never before have we dressed strangers in the clothes of our own people.
After breakfast, the company said goodbye to the grass by the fountain. Their hearts felt heavy. The place was beautiful, and it had felt like home. They did not know how long they had stayed there. They stood for a moment and watched the white water in the sunlight. Then Haldir walked toward them across the green grass. Frodo was very glad to see him.
I have come back from the northern fences. I am sent to guide you again. Dimril Dale is full of mist and dark air. The mountains are not calm. Strange sounds come from deep under the ground. If any of you wanted to go north to your homes, you could not pass that way. But come. Your road now goes south.
They walked through Caras Galadon. The green paths were empty. Above them, many voices spoke softly and sang in the trees. The company walked in silence. At last, Haldir led them down the south side of the hill. They came again to the great gate with lamps and to the white bridge. Then they passed out and left the city of the elves. They turned away from the stone road and took a small path into thick malon trees. The path went through rolling woods with silver light. It led them down, south and east, toward the river. They walked about 10 miles, and it was almost noon when they came to a high green wall. They went through an opening and came out of the trees. In front of them was a long field of bright grass. Golden flowers shone in the sun. The field went out like a narrow tongue of land. On the right, to the west, the Silverlode flowed, bright and shining. On the left, to the east, the great river moved slowly, deep and dark. On the far sides, woods went on to the south as far as they could see. But the river banks were empty and bare. No malon trees grew beyond the land of Lorien. On the bank of the Silverlode, not far from where the rivers met, there was a small landing place of white stone and white wood. Many boats were tied there. Some were bright with silver, gold, and green paint. Most were white or grey. 3 small grey boats were ready for the travelers. The elves put their supplies into them. They also added coils of rope, 3 for each boat. The ropes looked thin, but they were strong. They felt smooth like silk and were grey like the elvish cloaks.
What are these? I picked one up from the grass.
They are ropes. Never travel far without a rope. A rope should be long, strong, and light. These ropes are all of that. They can help you in many situations.
You don't need to tell me. I came without a rope, and I have worried about it ever since. I was also wondering what they are made of. I know a little about making ropes. It runs in my family.
They are made of hithlane. But there is no time now to teach you how we make them. If we had known you liked this craft, we could have taught you much. Now you must be happy with our gift. May it help you well.
Come. Everything is ready. Get into the boats. But be careful at first.
Listen to him. These boats are light and special. They are not like other boats. They will not sink, no matter how much you put in them. But they can move in strange ways if used badly. It is best to practice getting in and out here, where the ground is safe, before you travel down the river.
The company travelled in 3 boats. Aragorn, Frodo, and Sam sat in one boat. Boromir, Merry, and Pippin sat in the second boat. Legolas and Gimli sat in the third boat. They were now good friends. Most of the bags and goods were in their boat. They used short paddles with wide blades to move the boats. When all was ready, Aragorn led them up the Silverlode for a test journey. The water moved fast, so the boats went slowly. Sam sat at the front. He held the sides tightly. He looked back at the shore with a sad heart. The sunlight shone on the water and hurt his eyes. After they passed the green land called the Tongue, trees came close to the river. Golden leaves fell into the water and floated past them. The air was bright and calm. Everything was quiet, except for the far song of larks high in the sky. The river turned sharply. Then they saw something coming toward them. It looked like a very large swan moving proudly on the water. White water moved along its breast. Its neck curved high. Its beak shone like gold. Its eyes were dark and bright. Its wings were half open. Soft music came from it. Then they saw the truth. It was a ship made by elves, shaped like a bird. 2 elves in white clothes guided it with black paddles. Celeborn sat in the middle. Galadriel stood behind him. She was tall and dressed in white. She wore a crown of golden flowers. She held a harp and sang. Her voice was sad and sweet in the cool air. She sang of golden leaves and gentle wind. She sang of a golden tree by the sea, under stars, in a fair land long ago. She sang of tears that now fall far from that place. She sang of Lorien and the coming winter. Leaves fell into the river and were carried away. She sang that she had stayed too long on this shore. She asked what ship could take her back across the wide sea. Aragorn stopped his boat as the swan ship came close. The lady finished her song and spoke to them. She said they had come to say goodbye and to send them on their way with good wishes from the land. Celeborn spoke next. He said that though they had been guests, they had not yet eaten together. He invited them to a last meal by the water before the river carried them far from Lorien. The swan ship moved slowly to the landing place. The others turned their boats and followed. At the end of Egladil, on green grass, they shared the farewell meal. Frodo ate and drank very little. He watched the lady and listened to her voice. She no longer seemed dangerous or frightening to him. She did not feel full of hidden power. She seemed distant and gentle, like a living memory from a time already far away. After the meal, they sat on the grass. Celeborn spoke again about the road ahead. He raised his hand and pointed south, toward the woods beyond the Tongue. He said that as they traveled down the river, the trees would slowly disappear. They would reach empty land. The river would run through rocky valleys and high open hills. After many long miles, it would reach a tall island called Tol Brandir. There the river would split around the steep island. Then it would fall with loud noise and white spray over the great falls of Rauros into a wide wet land called the Wetwang. There the river would move slowly and split into many streams. Another river, the Entwash, would join it from the west, coming from Fangorn Forest. On this side of the great river lay the land of Rohan. On the far side were dark hills called the Emin Muir. Cold wind blew there from the east. Beyond them were dead marshes and empty lands, leading to the Black Gate of Mordor. Celeborn said that Boromir, and anyone going with him to Minas Tirith, should leave the river before the falls. They should cross the Entwash before it reached the marshes. But they should not go too far up that river. They should also avoid getting lost in Fangorn Forest. He said it was a strange land and little known now. He added that Boromir and Aragorn likely already knew these things. Boromir replied that they had heard stories of Fangorn in Minas Tirith. But most of those stories, he said, sounded like old tales told to children. All the lands north of Rohan now feel very far from us. People can imagine many things about them. Long ago, Fangorn Forest was near our borders. But many human lives have passed since anyone from our land went there. No one has checked if the old stories are true or not.
I have been in Rohan before, one said. But I have never gone north from there. When I was a messenger, I traveled through the gap near the White Mountains. I crossed the rivers Isen and Greyflood and reached the northern lands. It was a long and tiring trip. I counted about 400 leagues. It took many months. I lost my horse at Tharbad, while crossing the Greyflood. After that journey, and after the road I have walked with this group, I believe I can find a way through Rohan and through Fangorn, if I must. Then I will say no more, said Celeborn. But do not laugh at old stories. Often, simple people remember things that were once important for the wise to know.
Then Galadriel stood up from the grass. She took a cup from one of her maidens. She filled it with white mead and gave it to Celeborn.
Now it is time to drink the farewell cup, she said. Drink, Lord of the Galadrim. Do not let your heart be heavy. Night must come after day, and our evening is already near.
She then carried the cup to each member of the company. She asked them to drink and say farewell. After they drank, she asked them to sit again on the grass. Chairs were brought for her and for Celeborn. Her maiden stood quietly around her. For a time, she looked at her guests. At last, she spoke again.
We have shared the drink of parting, she said. Shadows now come between us. But before you leave, I have brought gifts in my ship. The Lord and Lady of the Galadrim give these to you, so you will remember Lothlorien. This is the gift of Celeborn and Galadriel for the leader of your company, she said to Aragorn.
She gave him a sheath made to fit his sword. It was covered with patterns of flowers and leaves in silver and gold. On it were elven letters made of many small gems. They showed the name Andriel and the history of the sword.
The sword taken from this sheath will not fail or break, even in loss, she said. Is there anything else you wish from me at this parting? Darkness will stand between us. We may not meet again, unless it is far away on a road with no return.
Lady, you already know what I desire, Aragorn answered. You have long kept the only treasure I seek. But it is not yours to give, even if you wished. I can reach it only by passing through darkness.
Still, this may bring you hope, said Galadriel. It was given to me to keep, so I could give it to you if you came through this land.
She lifted a large clear green stone from her lap. It was set in a silver brooch shaped like an eagle with open wings. As she held it up, the stone shone like sunlight through spring leaves.
I gave this stone to my daughter Celebrian, and she gave it onward. Now it comes to you as a sign of hope. Take the name that was spoken for you long ago, Elessar, the elf stone of the house of Elendil.
Aragorn took the stone and fixed the brooch on his chest. Those who saw him were surprised. They had not noticed before how tall and noble he was. It seemed as if many years of hard work had lifted from him.
For the gifts you have given me, I thank you, he said. Lady of Lorien, mother of Celebrian and Arwen Evenstar, I have no greater words to offer.
The lady bowed her head. Then she turned to Boromir and gave him a golden belt. To Merry and Pippin she gave small silver belts, each with a clasp shaped like a golden flower. To Legolas she gave a bow like those used by the Galadrim. It was longer and stronger than the boughs of Mirkwood, with a string made of elf hair. She also gave him a quiver of arrows.
For you, little gardener and friend of trees, she said to Sam, I have only a small gift.
She placed in his hand a small box of plain grey wood. It had no decoration, except for one silver rune on the lid. Here is set G for Galadriel, she said. But in your language, it can also mean garden. In this box, there is soil from my orchard. I have also put my blessing on it. This gift will not guide you on your journey. It will not protect you from danger. But if you keep it and return home one day, it may help you then. Even if your land is empty and ruined, your garden can grow again. Few gardens in Middle-earth will bloom like yours if you spread this soil there. Then you will remember Galadriel. You may also remember a far sight of Lorien, which you saw only in winter. Our spring and summer are gone. They will never come back to this world, except in memory. Sam's face turned red. He held the box tight and bowed as well as he could. He tried to speak, but no clear words came out.
And what gift would a dwarf ask from the elves? She said, as she turned to Gimli.
None, my lady, said Gimli. It is enough for me to see the lady of the Galadrim, and to hear her kind words.
Hear me, all elves, she said to those around her. Let no one say again that dwarfs are greedy or rude. Still, Gimli son of Gloin, you must wish for something I can give. Name it. You will not be the only guest without a gift.
There is nothing, Lady Galadriel, said Gimli. He bowed low and spoke with care. Nothing, unless it is allowed to ask for one strand of your hair. It is brighter than gold, as stars are brighter than gems. I do not truly ask for this, but you told me to name my wish.
The elves moved and whispered in surprise. Celeborn looked at the dwarf in wonder. But the lady smiled.
It is said that dwarfs are better with their hands than with words, she said. But that is not true for Gimli. No one has ever asked me for something so brave and yet so polite. I cannot refuse, because I told him to speak. But tell me, what would you do with such a gift?
I would keep it safe, my lady, Gimli said. It would remind me of your words when we first met. If I ever return my home, I will set it in clear crystal. It will be a treasure of my house. It will also be a sign of friendship between the mountain and the wood for as long as time lasts.
Then the lady loosened one of her long braids. She cut off 3 golden hairs and placed them in Gimli's hand.
These words go with the gift, she said. I do not speak of the future, for such words are empty now. On one side there is darkness. On the other, there is only hope. But if hope does not fail, then I say this to you, Gimli son of Gloin. Gold will come through your hands, but gold will never rule your heart. And you, ring-bearer, she said, turning to Frodo. I come to you last, but you are not last in my thoughts. I have prepared this for you.
She held up a small crystal bottle. It shone as she moved it. Soft white light came from her hand.
Inside this bottle, she said, is the light of Eärendil's star. It was taken from the waters of my fountain. It will shine brighter when night is near you. May it be a light for you in dark places, when all other lights are gone. Remember Galadriel and her mirror.
Frodo took the bottle. As it shone between them, he saw her again like a queen. She was great and beautiful, but no longer frightening. He bowed, but he could not find any words to speak. Then the lady stood up, and Celeborn led them back to the landing place. The land was green under the yellow light of midday. The water shone like silver. Everything was ready at last. The company stepped into the boats as before. The elves of Lorien called their farewells. With long grey poles, they pushed the boats into the moving river. The water carried them slowly away. The travellers sat quietly. No one moved or spoke. On the green bank, near the very end of the tongue, Lady Galadriel stood alone and silent. As the boats passed, they all turned to look at her. It felt as if she was drifting away from them. It seemed that Lorien was moving back, like a bright ship with magic trees for masts. It sailed toward forgotten lands, while they stayed near the grey and empty world. As they watched, the Silverlode flowed into the great river. The boats turned and began to move faster to the south. Soon the lady's white shape was small and far away. She shone like a glass window on a distant hill in the setting sun. She looked like a clear lake seen from high above, a bright jewel resting on the land. Then Frodo thought he saw her lift her arms in a last farewell. On the wind behind them came the sound of her singing. She sang in the old language of the elves beyond the sea. He did not understand the words. The song was beautiful, but it did not bring him comfort. Yet, like many elvish words, the song stayed strong in his mind. Much later, he tried to understand it as best he could. The song was in the old elven way. It spoke about things few people in Middle-earth knew. The song said that golden leaves fall in the wind. It spoke of long years passing like a fast drink of sweet mead in high halls beyond the west. It told of Varda, the queen of the stars, under blue skies where the stars shine as she sings. The singer asked who would fill the cup again. Now Varda raised her hands like clouds, and all roads were lost in shadow. A grey land and darkness lay on the waves between them. Mist covered the bright jewels of Calasyria forever. Valimar was lost to those who came from the east. The song ended with words of farewell. It said that maybe one day the listener would find Valimar, and then said farewell again. Varda is the name of that lady. In these lands far from home, the elves call her Elbreth. Suddenly the river turned around a bend. High banks rose on both sides. The light of Lothlorien was hidden. Frodo never came to that fair land again. The travellers now faced their journey. The sun was in front of them. Their eyes hurt, because they were full of tears. Gimli cried without hiding it.
"I have seen the last of the most beautiful place," he said to Legolas, his friend. "From now on, I will call nothing beautiful unless it comes from her gift." He touched his chest. "Tell me, Legolas, why did I come on this quest? I did not know where the greatest danger was. Elrond was right. We cannot see what waits for us on the road. I feared pain in the dark, and that did not stop me. But I would not have come if I knew about the pain of light and joy. This goodbye has hurt me more than anything else. Even if I went tonight straight to the Dark Lord, this would still be my deepest wound. Poor Gimli, son of Gloin."
"No," said Legolas. "Poor all of us and all who live in the world now. This is how it is. We find things and then we lose them like people on a moving river. But I think you are lucky, Gimli, son of Gloin. You chose this loss by your own will. You could have chosen another path. You did not leave your friends. Your reward will be this. The memory of Lothlorien will stay clear in your heart. It will not fade or grow weak."
"Maybe," said Gimli, "and I thank you for your words. They are true, I think. But such comfort feels cold. Memory is not what the heart wants. It is only like a mirror, even if it is very clear. That is how the heart of Gimli the dwarf feels. Elves may feel differently. I have heard that for them, memory feels almost like real life. It is not so for dwarves. But let us stop talking about it. Look at the boat. It is too low in the water with all this load, and the great river moves fast. I do not want to sink my sadness in cold water.
He took a paddle and guided the boat toward the western bank. He followed Aragorn's boat, which had already left the middle of the river. So the company went on their long journey down the wide and fast waters, always moving south. Bare trees stood along both sides of the river. They could not see the lands behind them. The wind stopped, and the river moved in silence. No bird sang. The sun became pale as the day grew old. It shone in the sky like a white pearl. Then it sank in the west. Evening came early, and after it came a grey night with no stars. For many quiet hours, they floated on. They guided their boats under the dark shadows of the western woods. Great trees passed by like silent shapes. Their twisted roots reached down into the water through the mist. The night felt cold and sad. Frodo sat and listened to the soft sounds of the river moving around roots and broken wood near the shore. At last his head fell, and he slept, but his sleep was uneasy. Chapter 9. The Great River. Frodo woke when Sam touched him. He saw that he was lying on the west bank of the great river, Anduin. Tall trees with grey bark stood around him in a quiet part of the woods. He was wrapped warmly. He had slept through the night. The morning was grey and dim among the bare branches. Gimli was near, making a small fire. They started their journey again before the day was fully bright. Most of the company did not want to hurry south. They felt calm because the hard choice was still some days away. They would make it near Rauros and Tindrock Isle. So they let the river carry them slowly. They did not want to rush toward danger, no matter which path they chose later. Aragorn agreed to let the boats move with the water. He wanted everyone to save their strength for the hard days ahead. But he also said they must start early each morning and travel until evening. He felt that time was short. He feared that the Dark Lord was working while they stayed so long in Lorien. They saw no enemies that day, and none the next day. The hours were grey and quiet. Nothing happened. On the third day, the land slowly began to change. The trees became fewer. Then there were no trees at all. On the east bank, on their left, they saw long empty hills. The land was brown and dry. It looked burned, as if fire had passed over it. There was no green grass. There were no trees and no stones. It felt empty and unfriendly. They had reached the brown lands. This wide and empty place lay between southern Mirkwood and the hills of the Emyn Muil. Even Aragorn did not know what sickness, war, or evil act had ruined this land. On the west bank, on their right, there were no trees either. But the land was flat. In many places it was green with wide grass fields. Along this side of the river, they passed tall reed forests. The reeds were so high that they blocked the view to the west. The small boats moved beside them with a soft sound. The dark, dry tops of the reeds bent and moved in the cold air. They made a low, sad sound. Sometimes Frodo saw through small gaps. He saw open fields rolling away. Far beyond them were hills in the sunset. At the edge of his sight was a dark line. It was the far end of the misty mountains. They saw no living creatures moving, except birds. There were many birds. Small birds sang softly in the reeds, but they were hard to see. Once or twice, the company heard loud wings. They looked up and saw a large group flying across the sky.
Swans, said Sam. And very big ones too.
Yes, said Aragorn. They are black swans.
This land looks so wide and empty and sad, said Frodo. I always thought that when you go south, it gets warmer and happier, and winter goes away forever.
We have not gone far south yet, Aragorn answered. It is still winter, and we are far from the sea. Here the land stays cold until spring comes quickly. We may even see snow again. Far to the south, near the Bay of Belflers where this river goes, it may be warm and joyful. Or it would be, if not for the enemy. But here we are only about 60 leagues south of your Shire. That is still very far north. He went on. You are looking southwest now, across the north plains of Rohan, the land of the Horse Lords. Soon we will reach the mouth of the Limelight River. It flows from Fangorn and joins the Great River. That river marks the north border of Rohan. Long ago, all the land between the Limelight and the White Mountains belonged to the Rohirrim. It is a rich and pleasant land. Its grass is the best there is. But in these dark days, people do not live near the river. They do not ride to its banks. The Anduin is wide, but orcs can shoot arrows across it. Lately, they have even crossed the water and attacked the horses of Rohan. Sam looked from one river bank to the other. He felt uneasy. Before, the trees had felt dangerous, as if they hid watching eyes. Now he wished the trees were still there. The company felt too open. They were in small boats on a wide river, with no shelter on either side. This river felt like the edge of a war. As they traveled on over the next days, this feeling grew stronger in everyone. For one whole day, they used their paddles and moved faster. The river banks passed by quickly. Soon the river became wider and more shallow. Long stone beaches appeared on the east side. There were also gravel areas in the water. They had to steer with care. The brown lands rose into cold, empty hills. A sharp wind blew from the east. On the west side, the green fields became rolling land with dry grass. There were also wetlands and rough ground. Frodo felt cold. He thought of the soft grass and clear water of Lorien. He remembered the warm sun and gentle rain there. No one spoke much in the boats. There was no laughter. Each person was lost in his own thoughts. Legolas thought of summer nights under the stars in northern forests. Gimli thought of gold. He wondered if it was right to shape it into the gift he had been given by the lady. Merry and Pippin sat in the middle boat. They felt uneasy. Boromir sat near them. He talked to himself in a low voice. Sometimes he bit his nails. He looked worried and restless. Sometimes he took a paddle and pushed the boat close to Aragorn's boat. Pippin sat at the front and looked back. He saw a strange light in Boromir's eyes when Boromir looked at Frodo. Sam had already decided that boats were not as dangerous as he once thought. But they were much more uncomfortable. He felt tight and unhappy. He had nothing to do. He only looked at the cold land passing by and the grey water around him. Even when the others used paddles, they did not give one to Sam. On the evening of the fourth day, Sam looked back at Frodo and Aragorn and the boats behind them. He felt sleepy. He wished to stop and stand on solid ground again. Suddenly, Sam saw something. At first, he looked without care. Then he sat up and rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, it was gone. That night they camped on a small island near the west side of the river. Sam lay under blankets next to Frodo.
I had a strange dream before we stopped, Mr. Frodo, Sam said. Or maybe it was not a dream. It was strange anyway.
What was it? Frodo asked. He knew Sam would not rest until he told the story. I have not smiled since we left Lothlorien.
It was not funny, Sam said. It was strange and wrong, if it was real. You should hear it. I saw a log with eyes.
The log is fine, Frodo said. There are many in the river. But not the eyes.
I must keep the eyes, Sam said. They made me sit up. I saw what looked like a log floating behind Gimli's boat in the low light. I did not think much about it. Then it seemed to move closer to us. That was odd, because we were all moving with the river. Then I saw the eyes. Two pale shining points on the front of the log. And it was not a log. It had feet like paddles, a bit like a swan's, but bigger. They went in and out of the water. That is when I sat up and rubbed my eyes. I planned to shout if it was still there. It was moving fast and getting close to Gimli. I do not know if it saw me or if I woke up fully. When I looked again, it was gone. But I think I saw something dark move under the shadow of the bank. I saw no eyes after that. I told myself I was dreaming. But I have been thinking since then. Now I am not sure. What do you think, Mr. Frodo?
I would think it was only a log and sleep in your eyes, Frodo said. If this was the first time we saw those eyes. But it is not. I saw them far north, before we reached Lorien. I also saw a strange creature climbing that night. Haldir saw it too. Do you remember what the elves said about the orcs they followed?
Yes, Sam said. I remember. I do not like my thoughts. But with that, and Mr. Bilbo's stories, I think I can guess the name. A bad name. Maybe Gollum.
Yes, Frodo said. I have feared that for some time. Since that night in the trees. I think he followed us from Moria. I hoped our time in Lorien would stop him. But the poor creature must have hidden near the river and watched us leave.
That sounds right, Sam said. We should be more careful. We do not want a surprise in the night. I will keep watch tonight. No need to tell Strider or the others. I can sleep tomorrow. I am only sitting in a boat anyway.
I might call you luggage with eyes, Frodo said. You can watch. But you must wake me halfway to morning, if nothing happens.
In the deep night, Frodo woke as Sam shook him.
I am sorry to wake you, Sam whispered. But you asked me to. Nothing much happened. I thought I heard soft splashes and a sniffing sound earlier. But a river makes many strange sounds at night.
He lay down. Frodo sat up in his blankets and tried to stay awake. Time passed very slowly. Nothing happened for a long while. Frodo was about to lie down again when he saw a dark shape near one of the tide boats. It was hard to see. A long pale hand reached out and held the side of the boat. Two pale eyes shone softly like small lamps and looked inside the boat. Then the eyes looked up at Frodo on the small island. They were very close. Frodo heard a soft breath. He stood up and pulled out Sting. He faced the eyes. At once the light of the eyes went away. There was another soft sound and a splash. The dark shape moved fast down the river and disappeared. Aragorn moved in his sleep, then woke up and sat up.
"What is it?" he whispered. He jumped up and came to Frodo. "I felt something strange while sleeping. Why do you have your sword out?"
Gollum, said Frodo. At least, I think it was him.
"Ah," said Aragorn. "So you know about our small thief. He followed us through Moria and all the way to Nimrodel. Since we used boats, he has followed on a log. He moves with his hands and feet. I tried to catch him at night, but he is very clever and very quick. I hoped the river would stop him, but he is too good in water. Tomorrow we must go faster. You should sleep now. I will watch for the rest of the night. I wish I could catch him. He might be useful. If not, we must try to lose him. He is dangerous. He may hurt someone at night. He could also lead enemies to us."
The night passed, and Gollum did not show himself again. After that, the company watched carefully. They did not see Gollum again during the journey. If he was still there, he stayed hidden and careful. Aragorn told them to paddle for long times. The river banks passed by quickly. They saw little land because they traveled mostly at night or in dim light. They rested during the day and hid as well as they could. Days passed quietly until the 7th day. The weather stayed grey with clouds. A wind blew from the east. As evening came, the sky in the west began to clear. Soft yellow and pale green light showed under the clouds. In far lakes, they could see the thin white edge of the new moon.
Sam looked at it and frowned.
The next day the land changed fast. The river banks grew higher and rocky. Soon they moved through a hilly land of stone. On both sides were steep slopes full of thick bushes and thorns. Behind them were low broken cliffs and tall stone shapes covered in dark ivy. Beyond them rose high hills with bent fir trees on top. They were coming close to the grey hills of the Emyn Muil. Many birds lived on the cliffs and stone towers. All day, birds flew high in the sky, dark against the pale clouds. While resting that day, Aragorn watched the birds with worry. He wondered if Gollum had caused trouble and if news of their journey was spreading. Later, as the sun was setting and the company prepared to leave, Aragorn saw a dark shape in the sky. It was a large bird, far away, flying slowly south.
"What is that, Legolas?" he asked. "Is it an eagle?"
Yes, said Legolas. It is a hunting eagle. I do not know what that means. It is far from the mountains.
"We will wait until it is fully dark," said Aragorn.
The 8th night came. It was quiet and still. The east wind was gone. The thin moon had set early, but the sky was clear. In the west, stars shone brightly. Far in the south, clouds still glowed softly.
"Come," said Aragorn. "We will travel one more night. We are coming to parts of the river I do not know well. I have not traveled by boat here before. The dangerous rapids are still far away, but there are dangers before them. There are rocks and small islands in the water. We must watch carefully and move slowly."
Sam was in the front boat and was given the watch. He lay forward and looked into the dark. The night grew deeper. The stars above were very bright. A soft light shone on the river's surface. It was almost midnight. The boats moved slowly on the river. They used the paddles only a little. Then Sam shouted in fear. Not far ahead, dark shapes appeared in the water. Sam heard fast and loud water. The river suddenly moved quickly to the left, toward the east side, where the water was open. The boats were pulled by the strong current. The travelers saw white water hitting sharp rocks. The rocks stood out of the river like hard teeth. The boats came close together.
"This is too dangerous. We cannot go through the rapids at night. No boat could survive there at any time."
"Turn around if you can. I have made a mistake. I did not know we had come so far. The river is moving faster than I thought. Sarn-Gebir is already very near."
They worked very hard to stop the boats and turn them. At first, they moved only a little against the strong water. The river kept pushing them closer to the east side. The dark shore looked scary in the night.
"Paddle together. We must paddle, or the boats will hit the shallow rocks."
As he spoke, Frodo felt the bottom of the boat scrape on stone. At that moment, arrows flew through the air. Some passed over the boats. Some landed near them. One arrow hit Frodo between the shoulders. He cried out and dropped his paddle. The arrow did not hurt him, because his hidden armor stopped it. Another arrow cut through Aragorn's hood. A third stuck into the side of a boat near Merry's hand.
"This must be Gollum's work. The river seems to push us straight toward our enemies."
"They are orcs."
Everyone leaned forward and paddled with all their strength. Even Sam helped. They expected more arrows at any moment. Many arrows flew over them or hit the water nearby, but none hit them again. It was dark, but orcs can see well at night. The stars gave some light, and the boats could be seen. Maybe the grey cloaks and grey boats helped hide them. Slowly, stroke by stroke, they moved on. In the dark, it was hard to know if they were moving at all. But after some time, the water became calmer. The dark shape of the east shore moved farther away. At last, they felt they were back in the middle of the river. They had moved past the sharp rocks. Then they turned the boats and pushed hard toward the west shore. They stopped under bushes that hung over the water. They rested and breathed deeply. Legolas put down his paddle and took up his bow. He jumped onto the shore and climbed a little way up the bank. He prepared his bow and arrow and looked back across the river into the dark. They heard sharp cries from the other side, but saw nothing. Frodo looked up at Legolas. The elf stood tall and watched the night. Stars shone behind his head in the dark sky. Then large clouds came from the south. They covered the stars and brought a heavy feeling. Fear filled the group.
Elbereth Gilthaniel.
At that moment, a dark shape came out of the southern sky. It moved fast, faster than a cloud. It flew toward them and blocked all light. It looked like a huge winged creature, very dark. Loud, wild voices cried out from the far shore. Frodo felt cold fear run through his body. His heart felt tight. His shoulder hurt like an old wound. He bent down, trying to hide. Suddenly, Legolas's bow sang. An arrow flew into the sky. Frodo looked up. The dark flying shape moved sharply. It gave a harsh cry and fell from the air. It disappeared toward the east shore. The sky became clear again. Far away, many voices shouted in anger and pain. Then everything went quiet. No more arrows came from the east that night. After some time, Aragorn led the boats back upstream. They moved slowly along the edge of the river until they found a small, shallow bay. A few small trees grew near the water. Behind them was a high wall of rock. The company chose to stay there until morning. Moving in the dark was not safe. They did not build a camp. They did not light a fire. They stayed close together in the boats. The boats were tied side by side.
"Praise the bow of Galadriel and the skill of Legolas," said Gimli. "That was a strong shot in the dark, my friend."
"But we do not know what it hit," said Legolas.
"I do not know," said Gimli, "but I am glad the shadow did not come closer. I did not like it at all. It reminded me of the shadow in Moria. The shadow of the Balrog."
"It was not a Balrog," said Frodo. "It was something colder. I think it was."
"What do you think?" asked Boromir.
No, I will not say," Frodo answered. "Whatever it was, its fall has frightened our enemies."
That seems true, said Aragorn. But we do not know where they are. We do not know how many there are. We do not know what they will do next. Tonight we must not sleep. The dark hides us now. But we do not know what the day will bring. Keep your weapons close.
Sam sat quietly. He tapped the handle of his sword with his fingers. He looked up at the sky.
"This is very strange," he said softly. "The moon should be the same in the Shire and here. But something is wrong. Or maybe my counting is wrong. You remember, Mr. Frodo, the moon was getting smaller when we slept in that tree. It was about 1 week after the full moon. And last night, after a week of travel, we saw a new moon. It was very thin. It was like we had not stayed in the Elvish land at all. I clearly remember 3 nights there," Sam went on. "I think there were more nights too. But I am sure it was not a whole month. It feels like time did not matter there.
Maybe that is how it was, said Frodo. In that land, we may have been in an older time. When the Silverlode carried us back to the Anduin, we came back to the normal time of mortal lands. I do not remember seeing the moon in Caras Galadon. I remember only stars at night and the sun by day.
Time never stops, he said. But change is not the same in every place. For the elves, the world moves fast and slow at the same time. It is fast because they change little and all else passes quickly. This brings them sadness. It is slow because they do not need to count the years for themselves. Seasons repeat like small waves in a long river. But under the sun, all things must end one day.
But things end slowly in Lorien, said Frodo. The power of the lady is there. The hours are rich, even if they feel short, in Caras Galadon, where Galadriel holds the Elven Ring.
That should not be said outside Lorien, said Aragorn. Not even to me. Say no more. But Sam, that is why you lost count of time. Time moved quickly for us there, as it does for the elves. The old moon passed. A new moon came and went in the world outside while we stayed there. Last evening, another new moon appeared. Winter is almost over. Time moves on toward a spring with little hope.
The night passed quietly. No sound came across the water again. The travelers stayed close together in their boats. They felt the weather change. The air grew warm and very still. Heavy clouds came from the south and from far seas. The sound of the river rushing over rocks seemed louder and closer. Water began to drip from the branches above them. When morning came, the world felt soft and sad. Slowly the light grew pale. There were no sharp shadows. Mist covered the river. White fog wrapped around the shore. They could not see the far bank.
I do not like fog, said Sam. But this one may help us. Maybe we can leave without those goblins seeing us.
Maybe, said Aragorn. But it will be hard to find the path unless the fog lifts later. We must find the path if we want to pass Sarn Gabir and reach the Immen Muil.
I do not see why we must pass the rapids or follow the river, said Boromir. If the Immen Muil are ahead, we can leave these small boats. We can go west and south. Then we can reach the Antwash and enter my land.
We can do that if we decide to go to Minas Tirith, said Aragorn. But we have not agreed on that yet. That path may be more dangerous than it sounds. The land near the Antwash is flat and wet. Fog is very dangerous there for people walking with heavy loads. I would not leave the boats until we must.
The river was at least a clear way forward. It was hard to lose it.
But the enemy controls the east side of the river. Even if you pass the gates of Argonath and reach the Tindrock without trouble, what then? Will you jump down the falls and land in the wet marshes?
No. We will carry our boats by the old path to the foot of Rauros. Then we will use the river again. Do you not remember the North Stair and the High Seat on Amon Hen? They were built long ago by great kings. I want to stand there once more before I choose our next path. There we may see something to help us decide.
Boromir argued for a long time. But when he saw that Frodo would go with Aragorn anywhere, he gave up.
The men of Minas Tirith do not leave their friends in hard times. You will need my strength if you hope to reach the Tindrock. I will go to the Tall Island, but no farther. There I will turn back to my home. I may go alone if no one wishes to stay with me.
The day was getting brighter, and the fog was lifting. They decided that Aragorn and Legolas would go ahead along the shore. The others would stay with the boats. Aragorn hoped to find a way to carry the boats and bags to calm water past the rapids.
Elven boats may not sink, but that does not mean we can pass Sarn Gabir safely. No one has done that before. The men of Gondor never built a road here. Even in their best days, their land did not reach this far north. But there is an old carrying path on the west side of the river. I believe it is still there. Long ago, light boats traveled from the north to Osgiliath. This continued until orcs began to grow in number a few years ago.
Few boats come from the north now. Orcs move along the east shore. If you go on, danger will grow with every mile, even if you find the path.
Danger waits on every road to the south. Wait here for one day. If we do not return, you will know something bad has happened. Then you must choose a new leader and do the best you can.
Frodo felt heavy in his heart as he watched Aragorn and Legolas climb the steep bank and disappear into the mist. But his fear was not needed. After only 2 or 3 hours, before midday, the two figures came back.
All is well. We found a path. It leads to a good place to land, and it can still be used. The distance is short. The start of the rapids is less than half a mile below us. The rapids are only a little more than a mile long. Soon after them, the river becomes smooth again, though it moves fast. Our hardest work will be to carry the boats and bags to the old carrying path. We found it, but it is far from the water here. It runs under a rock wall, more than a short walk from the shore. We did not find the landing on the north side. If it still exists, we must have passed it last night. We could search far upstream and still miss it in the fog. I fear we must leave the river now and reach the path from here.
That will not be easy, even if we were all men.
Even so, we will try.
Yes, we will. Men may slow down on a rough road, but a dwarf will keep going, even with a load twice his own weight. Master Boromir.
The work was very hard, but at last it was finished. They took the goods out of the boats and carried them to the top of the bank. There was flat ground there. Then they pulled the boats out of the water and carried them up. The boats were lighter than they thought. Legolas did not know what tree the elves used to make them. The wood was strong and also very light. Merry and Pippin could carry their boat easily on flat ground. Still, the two men were needed to lift and pull the boats across the land. The ground went up from the river. It was full of grey stones. There were many hidden holes under weeds and bushes. There were thorny bushes, deep dips, and wet pools. Water ran into these pools from higher ground. Boromir and Aragorn carried the boats one by one. The others worked hard and followed with the bags. At last everything was moved and placed on the path. Then they went on together. The way was still difficult because of thorn bushes and fallen stones. Fog hung over the broken rock wall. On their left, mist covered the river. They could hear the loud water of Sangabir, but they could not see it. They made this journey twice until all was safe on the southern side. There the path turned back to the water. It went down slowly to the shallow edge of a small pool. The water had made this pool by itself. It came from the fast water of Sangabir and hit a low rock that went into the river. Past this place, the shore rose straight up into a grey cliff. There was no way forward on foot. The short afternoon was already gone. A dark evening came. They sat by the water and listened to the loud, mixed sounds of the rapids hidden by mist. They were very tired and sleepy. Their hearts felt dark like the day.
Well, we are here, and we must stay here for the night, said Boromir. We need sleep. Even if Aragorn wanted to pass the gates at night, we are too tired, all of us, except maybe our strong dwarf.
Let us rest now as much as we can, said Aragorn. Tomorrow we must travel by day again. If the weather helps us, we may pass without being seen from the eastern shore. But tonight, 2 must watch at a time. 3 hours to rest, 1 hour to watch.
Nothing bad happened that night. Only a little rain fell before dawn. When it was fully light, they started again. The fog was already thinner. They stayed close to the western side. They could see the shapes of low cliffs rising higher and higher. The river ran fast at their feet. By mid-morning, the clouds came down low, and heavy rain began. They pulled covers over the boats to keep water out. They floated on. It was hard to see anything through the grey rain. The rain did not last long. Slowly the sky became brighter. Then the clouds broke and moved north along the river. The fog and mist were gone. In front of them was a wide valley with high rocky sides. A few twisted trees grew on narrow ledges. The river became narrower and faster. Now the boats moved quickly. They had little chance to stop or turn. Above them was a strip of pale blue sky. Around them was the dark river. Ahead were the black hills of Emyn blocking the sun. Frodo looked forward and saw two great rocks in the distance. They stood like tall stone towers on each side of the river. A narrow gap opened between them, and the river pulled the boats toward it.
"Look! The Argonath! The Pillars of the Kings!" cried Aragorn. "We will pass them soon. Keep the boats in a line. Stay apart. Hold to the middle of the river."
As Frodo moved closer, the great pillars seemed to rise toward him. They felt like huge silent guards. Then he saw they were shaped by hands long ago. Old skill and power had made them. Time and weather had not destroyed their form. Two great stone kings stood on deep stone bases in the river. Their faces were worn, but they still looked stern. Each raised a left hand as a warning. Each held an axe in the right hand. On each head was a broken helm and a crown. Great statues still stood there. They were quiet guards of a kingdom that was gone long ago. They looked strong and proud. Frodo felt fear and wonder. He bent down in the boat. He closed his eyes and did not look up as they came closer. Even Boromir lowered his head. The small boats moved fast like leaves on water. The tall stone guards stood above them and did not move. Soon they went into the dark opening of the gates. High cliffs rose on both sides. They were so high that no one could see the top. The sky was far above and very dim. The black water was loud. It crashed and echoed. Strong wind blew and screamed over the river. Frodo held his knees. He heard Sam in front of him.
Sam spoke in a low, unhappy voice. "This place is terrible. I never want to ride in a boat again. I do not even want to step in a small pool of water."
"Do not be afraid," said a strange voice behind him.
Frodo turned around. He saw Strider, but he did not look like Strider now. The tired ranger was gone. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, sat at the back of the boat. He sat straight and strong. He guided the boat with sure hands. His hood was down. His dark hair blew in the wind. His eyes were bright. He looked like a king who had come home after a long time.
"Do not be afraid," Aragorn said again. "I have waited a long time to see the shapes of Isildur and Anarion, my fathers of old. Under their shadow, I have no fear." Then the light left his eyes. He spoke softly to himself. "I wish Gandalf were here. My heart longs for Minas Anor and for the walls of my city. But where should I go now?"
The dark passage was long. Wind, water, and stone filled it with noise. The way turned a little to the west. At first, everything ahead was black. Then Frodo saw a tall line of light. It grew bigger and closer. Very fast, the boats rushed forward. Suddenly they came out into open light. The sun was already low in the sky. The sky was windy and bright. The river spread out into a wide, pale lake. Its name was Nen Hithoel. Steep grey hills stood around it. Trees grew on their sides, but their tops were bare and cold in the sunlight. At the far south end stood 3 tall peaks. The middle one stood apart. It rose from the water like an island. The river flowed around it in shining streams. From far away came a deep sound, like thunder rolling in the distance.
Look, that is Tolbrandir, said Aragorn, pointing south. On the left is Amon Law. On the right is Amon Hen. They are the Hill of Hearing and the Hill of Sight. Long ago, kings watched from seats on those hills, but people say that no one has ever walked on Tolbrandir. Before night comes, we will reach them. I can hear the voice of Rauros calling.
The company rested for a short time. The current carried them slowly south through the lake. They ate some food. Then they took up their paddles again and moved on. Shadows fell on the hills to the west. The sun became round and red. A few stars appeared in the sky. The three peaks stood dark before them in the evening light. Rauros roared loudly. Night came as they reached the shadow of the hills. The 10th day of their journey was finished. Wilder land was now behind them. They could not go on without making a choice. One way led east. The other led west. The last part of their task was now before them. Chapter 10. The Breaking of the Fellowship. Aragorn led them to the right side of the river. On the west side, under the shadow of Tolbrandir, there was a green field. It sloped down from the foot of Amon Hen to the water. Behind it, the hill rose slowly. Trees covered the slopes. More trees followed the curve of the lake to the west. A small spring ran down and watered the grass.
We will rest here tonight, said Aragorn. This place is called Parth Galen. Long ago, it was beautiful in summer. Let us hope no danger has come here.
They pulled their boats onto the green bank. They made their camp beside them. They set guards, but they saw nothing and heard nothing. No enemies came near. If Gollum was following them, he stayed hidden. Still, as the night passed, Aragorn felt uneasy. He moved often in his sleep and woke many times. In the deep night, he got up and went to Frodo, who was on watch.
Why are you awake? Frodo asked. It is not your turn.
I do not know, said Aragorn. In my sleep, I feel a dark warning growing. You should take out your sword.
Why? Said Frodo. Our enemies close.
Let us see what Sting shows, said Aragorn.
Frodo pulled out the elf blade. To his fear, its edges shone faintly in the dark.
Orcs, he said. They are not very close, but they are too close.
I was afraid of that, said Aragorn.
But maybe they are not on this side of the river. The light of Sting is weak. It may only warn of enemies moving on the hills of Amon Ihor. I have never heard of orcs on Amon Hen before. Still, these are dark days. Minas Tirith no longer guards the river roads well. Anything can happen. Tomorrow we must move with care. Morning came with heat and smoke. In the east, long black clouds lay low like smoke from a huge fire. The sun rose under them and turned them dark red. Soon it climbed higher into a clear sky. The top of Tolbrandir shone with golden light. Frodo looked east and watched the tall island. Its sides rose straight from the fast river. High above were steep slopes with trees climbing upward, one above another. Above the trees were hard grey rocks. At the top stood a tall stone peak. Many birds flew around it. Frodo saw no other signs of life. After they ate, Aragorn called everyone together.
The day has come at last. We must choose now. Our company has traveled far together. What shall we do next? Shall we go west with Boromir to help Gondor in war? Or shall we go east into danger and darkness? Or shall we part and each go our own way? We must decide soon. We cannot stay here long. We know the enemy is on the east side of the river, but I fear that orcs may already be on this side too.
No one spoke or moved for a long time. At last Aragorn spoke again.
Well, Frodo,
I fear this choice falls to you. You carry the burden given by the council. Only you can choose your path. I cannot guide you here. I am not Gandalf. I tried to take his place, but I do not know what plan he had for this hour, if he had one at all. Even if he were here, the choice would still be yours. This is your fate.
Frodo did not answer at once. Then he spoke slowly.
I know we must hurry. But I cannot choose yet. The burden feels very heavy. Give me 1 more hour, and then I will speak. Please let me be alone.
Aragorn looked at him with gentle concern.
Very well, Frodo, son of Drogo. You may have 1 hour, and you will be alone. We will stay here for a while. But do not go too far, and stay within call.
Frodo sat with his head down. Sam watched him closely and shook his head. He spoke softly to himself.
It's clear as day, but this is not the time for Sam Gamgee to speak.
After a while, Frodo stood up and walked away. Sam noticed that the others did not look at him. But Boromir watched Frodo closely until he disappeared among the trees at the foot of Amorn Hen. At first Frodo walked without a plan. Then his feet carried him up the hill. He found an old path, the broken remains of a road from long ago. In steep places, stone steps had been cut into the ground. Now they were cracked and worn. Tree roots had broken them apart. Frodo climbed for some time, not caring where he went. At last he reached a grassy place. Rowan trees grew around it. In the middle lay a wide flat stone. The small high lawn opened to the east and was filled with early sunlight. Frodo stopped and looked out. Far below, the river flowed toward Tol Brandir. Birds turned in wide circles in the great open air between him and the wild island. The sound of Rauros was loud and deep, like endless thunder. Frodo sat on the stone and rested his chin in his hands. He looked east, but his eyes did not truly see. He thought about all that had happened since Bilbo left the Shire. He remembered Gandalf's words and turned them over in his mind. Time passed, but he still could not choose. Suddenly his thoughts broke. He felt that someone was behind him. It felt unfriendly, as if eyes were watching him. He jumped up and turned around. To his surprise, he saw Boromir. Boromir's face looked calm and friendly.
I was worried about you, Frodo. If Aragorn is right and orcs are near, then no one should walk alone. Least of all you. So much depends on you. My heart is heavy too. May I stay and talk with you for a while? It would help me. When many people speak together, talk never ends. But 2 people alone may find some wisdom.
You are kind. But I do not think talking will help me. I know what I should do. But I am afraid to do it, Boromir. I am afraid.
Boromir stood in silence. The roar of Rauros went on without end. The wind moved softly through the tree branches. Frodo felt a chill. Then Boromir came and sat beside him.
Are you sure you are not making yourself suffer for no reason?
I want to help you. You face a hard choice. You need advice. Will you take my advice?
I think I already know what you would say, Boromir, Frodo said. Your words sound wise. But my heart gives me a warning.
A warning? A warning about what? Boromir asked quickly. About waiting too long. About choosing the easier road. About refusing the heavy duty given to you. And yes, if I must say it, about trusting the strength and honesty of men. That strength has protected you for many years in your small land, Boromir went on. You were safe, even if you did not see it.
I do not doubt the courage of your people, Frodo said. But the world is changing. The walls of Minas Tirith are strong, but they are not strong enough. If they fall, what then?
Then we will fight bravely, Boromir said. Still, there is hope they will stand.
There is no hope while the ring still exists, Frodo answered.
The ring? Boromir said. The ring? Is it not strange that we fear so much over such a small thing? Such a small thing. I saw it only for a moment in Elrond's house. May I see it again?
Frodo looked up. His heart felt cold. He saw a strange light in Boromir's eyes, though his face was still friendly.
It is better if it stays hidden, Frodo said.
As you wish. I do not mind, Boromir said. But may I not even speak of it? You always think only of its danger in the enemy's hands. You speak of its evil use, not its good. You say Minas Tirith will fall if the ring remains. But why? Only if the enemy holds it. Why not if we hold it?
Were you not at the council? Frodo said. We cannot use it. Whatever we do with it turns to evil.
Boromir stood up and walked back and forth.
You keep saying the same thing, he said loudly. Gandalf, Elrond, all of them taught you this. Maybe it is true for them. Elves, half-elves, and wizards may fail. I often wonder if they are wise, or only afraid. Men are different. True men will not be changed by it. The people of Minas Tirith have stayed strong through many hard years. We do not want rule by magic. We want strength to defend ourselves, and for a just reason. And now, in our great need, the ring appears. It is a gift against Mordor. It is foolish not to use it. We could use the enemy's power against him. Only the brave and strong will win. Think what a great leader could do now. What Aragorn could do. Or if he will not, then why not Boromir? The ring would give me the power to lead. I would push back the forces of Mordor, and people would follow me.
Boromir walked faster, his voice growing louder. He almost forgot Frodo was there. He spoke of walls and weapons, of gathering armies. He imagined strong allies and great victories. In his words, Mordor fell, and he became a great king, kind and wise. Then he stopped and lifted his arms.
And they tell us to throw it away, he cried. I do not say destroy it. That may be good, if there were any hope of doing it. But there is none. Their only plan is to send a small halfling into Mordor, with no clear path, and risk losing the ring to the enemy. This is foolish. Surely you see this, my friend. Boromir said, turning to Frodo. You say you are afraid. If so, brave men can forgive that. But is it not your good sense that is speaking?
No, I am afraid, Frodo said. Just afraid. Still, I am glad I heard all you said. My thoughts are clearer now.
Then you will come to Minas Tirith. Boromir cried. His eyes shone with hope.
You do not understand me, Frodo said.
But you will come for a short time. Boromir asked again. My city is close now. From there, Mordor is not much farther than from here. We have been long in wild lands. You need news before you move on. Come with me, Frodo. You need rest before your journey.
He placed his hand on Frodo's shoulder in a friendly way. But Frodo felt the hand shake with strong feeling. He stepped back quickly and looked up with fear at the tall man, much bigger and stronger than himself.
Why are you so cold to me? Boromir said. I am an honest man, not a thief or a hunter. I need your ring. You know that now. But I swear I do not want to keep it. Will you not let me try my plan? Lend me the ring.
No. No. Frodo cried. The council chose me to carry it.
Our own mistakes will let the enemy win. Boromir shouted. It makes me angry. Fool. Stubborn fool. You rush toward death, and bring ruin on us all.
If anyone has a right to the ring, it is the men of Numenor, not small folk. You have it only by bad luck. It could have been mine. It should be mine. Give it to me.
Frodo did not speak. He stepped back until a large flat stone was between them.
Come now, my friend. Why keep it? Why live with fear and worry? You can blame me if you want. You can say I was too strong and took it. I am stronger than you.
Then he jumped over the stone and rushed at Frodo. His kind face changed. His eyes were full of wild anger. Frodo moved quickly and put the stone between them again. He knew there was only one choice. His hands shook. He took out the ring on its chain and put it on his finger just as Boromir ran at him again. Boromir stopped. He stared in shock. Then he ran around in a confused way, looking among the rocks and trees.
You cruel trick. Let me catch you. Now I understand you. You will take the ring to the Dark Lord and betray us all. You waited for your chance to leave us. I wish bad things on you and all your people.
Then he tripped on a stone. He fell hard and lay face down. For a short time, he did not move. It was as if his own words had stopped him. Then he began to cry.
What did I say? What did I do? Frodo, Frodo, please come back. I lost control for a moment, but it is over now. Come back.
There was no reply. Frodo did not hear the shouts at all. He was already far away. He ran up the path to the top of the hill without thinking. Fear and sadness shook him. In his mind, he saw Boromir's wild face and his angry eyes. Soon Frodo reached the top of Amorn Hen. He was alone. He stopped and tried to catch his breath. Everything looked unclear, like fog. He saw a wide, flat stone circle. Old walls stood around it and were breaking apart. In the center was a high chair on 4 carved pillars. Many steps led up to it. Frodo climbed the steps and sat down. He felt small and lost, like a child sitting in a king's chair. At first, he could see almost nothing. He felt as if he was inside fog with only dark shapes. The ring was on his finger. Slowly, the fog opened in places. He began to see many clear pictures. They were small but very sharp, and also very far away. There was no sound. Only bright moving images. The world felt quiet and small. He was on the seat of seeing, on Amorn Hen. He looked east and saw wide empty lands, open plains, and deep forests. He looked north and saw the great river below him. The misty mountains looked small and hard. He looked west and saw the green fields of Rohan. He also saw Orthanc, the tall dark tower of Isengard. He looked south and saw the great river bend and fall over the falls of Rauros. White water rose into the air, and a soft rainbow shone there. Farther south, he saw the mouth of the river. Many white birds flew above the water. Below them, the sea shone green and silver. But everywhere he looked, he saw signs of war. Orcs came out of the misty mountains in great numbers. In Mirkwood, elves and men were fighting dangerous creatures. The land of the Beornings was burning. Dark clouds lay over Moria. Smoke rose near the borders of Lorien. Riders moved fast across the grass of Rohan. Wolves came out from Isengard. War ships sailed from Harad. From the east, many people moved forward without end. There were soldiers on foot and on horses. There were wagons and leaders with them. All the power of the Dark Lord was moving. Then Frodo looked south again and saw Minas Tirith. It was far away but very beautiful. White walls and many towers stood strong on the mountain. Steel shone on the walls, and bright flags waved. Hope rose in his heart. but near Minas Tirith stood another strong place, even greater. His eyes were pulled east. He saw broken bridges, dark gates, and empty mountains. Then he saw Gorgoroth, the dark land of Mordor. Even under the sun, it was covered in shadow. Fire glowed through smoke. Mount Doom burned, and thick smoke rose. At last, his eyes stopped. He saw huge black walls and towers, strong and cold. He saw Barad-dûr, the Dark Lord's fortress. All hope left him. Suddenly, he felt the eye. An eye in the dark tower was awake and watching. Frodo knew it had felt him looking. A strong will reached out to him. It felt close, like something searching for him. Soon it would find him and know where he was. It touched Amon Ihor. It moved toward Tol Brandir. Frodo threw himself down from the chair. He bent low and pulled his grey hood over his head. He heard himself cry out. He did not know what words he said. Then another thought came into his mind, clear and sharp. Take it off. Take it off now. Two strong forces fought inside him. For a short moment, he felt great pain and fear. Then he felt himself again. He was Frodo. He was free to choose. He had one moment left. He took the ring off his finger. He knelt in clear sunlight before the high chair. A dark shape passed over him, like a shadow. It missed the hill and moved west, then faded away. The sky became bright and blue. Birds sang in the trees. Frodo stood up. He felt very tired, but his mind was strong and his heart felt lighter. He spoke out loud to himself.
I will do what I must do now, he said.
This is clear, he thought.
The ring is already doing bad things, even to my friends. It must leave them before it hurts them more. I must go alone. I cannot trust everyone. The ones I trust are too dear to me. There is Sam, and Merry, and Pippin. I cannot risk them. Aragorn too. His heart pulls him to Minas Tirith, and he is needed there. Boromir has already turned to dark thoughts. I must go alone. I must go now.
He walked fast down the path. He came back to the green grass where Boromir had found him before. He stopped and listened. He thought he heard voices from the woods near the river. People were calling his name.
They are looking for me, he said softly. How long have I been gone? Maybe hours.
He waited and felt unsure.
What should I do? He whispered. If I do not go now, I will never go. I will not get another chance. I hate leaving them like this, with no words. But they will understand. Sam will understand. There is no other way.
Slowly, he took out the ring. He put it on again. His body faded from sight. He moved down the hill like a quiet breath of air. The others stayed by the river for a long time. At first, no one spoke. They walked around, uneasy and worried. Later, they sat together in a circle and talked. Sometimes they tried to speak about other things. They spoke about their long journey and the many things they had seen. They asked Aragorn about Gondor and its old stories. He told them about old stone statues, high seats on the hills, and the great stair near the loud falls of Rauros. But their minds always went back to Frodo and the ring. What would Frodo do? Why was he taking so long? He is trying to choose the hardest path, said Aragorn. And that is not strange. It is more hopeless than ever to go east together. Gollum has followed us, and our secret may already be known. Minas Tirith is not closer to the fire where the ring must be destroyed. We could stay there for a time and fight. But Denethor and his men cannot do what even Elrond said was impossible. They cannot hide the ring forever. They cannot stop the enemy when he comes for it. What would any of us choose if we were Frodo? I do not know. We need Gandalf now more than ever.
Our loss is very great, said Legolas, but we must choose without him. Why do we not decide and help Frodo? Let us call him back and vote. I would choose Minas Tirith.
I would choose that too, said Gimli. We were sent to help the ring-bearer only as far as we wished. None of us was ordered to go to Mount Doom. It was hard for me to leave Lothlorien, but now I have come this far. I know one thing. I cannot leave Frodo now. I would choose Minas Tirith, but if he chooses another road, I will follow him.
I will go with him too, said Legolas. It would be wrong to leave him now.
It would be wrong if we all left him, said Aragorn. But if he goes east, not all of us should go with him. That road is very dangerous. It is just as dangerous for many as for one alone. If I could choose, I would pick 3 companions. Sam, because he could not bear to stay behind. Gimli. And myself. Boromir should go back to his city, where his father and people need him. The others should go with him, or at least Merry and Pippin, if Legolas will not leave us.
That is not right at all, cried Merry. We cannot leave Frodo. Pippin and I always planned to go wherever he went. We still do. We did not understand what it would mean. It felt different back in the Shire or in Rivendell. It would be cruel and foolish to let Frodo go to Mordor. Why can't we stop him?
We must stop him, said Pippin. That is what he is thinking about, I am sure. He knows we will not agree to his going east. And he does not want to ask anyone to go with him. Poor fellow. Going to Mordor alone. Pippin shook with fear. But the dear, silly hobbit should know this. He does not need to ask. If we cannot stop him, we will not leave him.
Begging your pardon, said Sam. I think you do not understand my master at all. He is not unsure about which way to go. Of course not. What good is Minas Tirith to him? I mean no offense, Master Boromir.
Sam turned around as he spoke. Then they saw that Boromir was gone. At first, he had been sitting quietly at the edge of the circle. Now he was not there.
Where has he gone? Cried Sam, looking afraid. He has been acting strange lately, if you ask me. But this is not his matter. He always said he would go home, and there is no shame in that. But Mr. Frodo knows his task. He knows he must try to find the cracks of doom, if he can.
But he is afraid. Now it has gone this far, he is very scared. That is his real problem. He has learned a little since we left home. Because of that, he does not throw the ring in the river and run away. But he is still too afraid to begin. He is not thinking about us either. He knows we will follow him. That troubles him too. If he makes himself go, he will want to go alone. Remember my words. We will have trouble when he comes back. He will make himself go. I am sure of it.
I think you speak wisely, Sam, said Aragorn. If you are right, what should we do?
Stop him. Do not let him go, cried Pippin.
I am not sure, said Aragorn. He is the ring-bearer. The choice is his. I do not think we should push him. I also think we would fail if we tried. Other strong powers are working here.
Well, I wish Frodo would make his choice and come back, said Pippin. Then we can finish this. This waiting is terrible. Is the time not over?
Yes, said Aragorn. The time has passed. The morning is almost gone. We must call him.
At that moment Boromir came back. He walked out of the trees toward them. He did not speak. His face looked hard and sad. He stopped and looked at them, as if counting them. Then he sat a little away, with his eyes on the ground.
Where have you been, Boromir? Asked Aragorn. Did you see Frodo?
Boromir paused, Yes and no, he said slowly. I found him partway up the hill. I spoke to him. I asked him to go to Minas Tirith and not east. I became angry and he left me. Then he was gone. I have never seen anything like it, but I have heard stories. He must have put on the ring. I could not find him again. I thought he would come back here.
Is that all you have to say? Asked Aragorn, looking at him closely.
Yes, said Boromir. I will say no more now.
This is bad, cried Sam, jumping up. I do not know what this man has done. Why would Mr. Frodo put it on? He should not have done that. If he did, who knows what happened?
But he would not keep it on, said Mary. Not after he got away, like Bilbo used to.
But where did he go? Cried Pippin. Where is he now? He has been gone a long time.
How long since you last saw Frodo, Boromir? Asked Aragorn.
Half an hour, maybe, he said. Or maybe an hour. I have walked around since then. I do not know.
He put his head in his hands and sat there, full of sorrow.
An hour, shouted Sam. We must find him now. Come on.
Wait, cried Aragorn. We must split into pairs and plan. Wait.
It was useless. No one listened. Sam ran off first. Merry and Pippin followed. They ran west into the trees by the river. They shouted, "Frodo! Frodo!" with their clear hobbit voices. Legolas and Gimli were running too. Panic seemed to take hold of them all.
We will all be lost, groaned Aragorn. Boromir, I do not know what you did before, but help now. Go after the two young hobbits. Protect them, even if you do not find Frodo. If you find him, or any sign of him, come back here. I will return soon.
Aragorn ran after Sam. When he reached a small grassy place among the trees, he caught up with him. Sam was climbing, breathing hard, and calling Frodo's name.
Come with me, Sam, said Aragorn. None of us should be alone. Something is wrong. I can feel it. I am going to the high seat to look around. Look, Frodo went this way. Follow me. Watch carefully.
He ran faster along the path. Sam tried, but he could not keep up. Soon Aragorn was out of sight. Sam stopped and took deep breaths. Then he touched his head.
Stop, Sam Gamgee, he said aloud. Your legs are short, so use your head. Boromir is not lying, but he did not tell us everything. Something scared Mr. Frodo badly. He made his choice at last. He decided to go east. Without Sam. Yes, even without his Sam. That hurts. It hurts a lot.
Sam wiped his eyes.
Be steady, Gamgee, he said. Think. He cannot fly over rivers. He cannot jump waterfalls. He has no supplies. So he must go back to the boats. Back to the boats. Back to the boats, Sam. Go fast.
Sam turned and ran back along the path. He fell and hurt his knees, but he stood up and ran again. He reached the grass near the river, where the boat lay on the shore. No one was there. He heard sounds in the trees behind him, but he did not stop. He saw one boat moving slowly into the water by itself. Sam cried out and ran as fast as he could. The boat slipped into the river.
Coming, Mr. Frodo, coming.
Sam jumped from the bank and tried to catch the boat. He missed and fell into the deep, fast river with a loud splash. The water pulled him under, and he sank below the surface. A cry came from the empty boat. A paddle moved quickly, and the boat turned back. Frodo reached out just in time and caught Sam by the hair as he came up again, coughing and shaking. Sam's brown eyes were wide with fear.
Up you come, Sam. Take my hand now.
Help me, Mr. Frodo. I am sinking, and I cannot see your hand.
Here it is. Stay calm. I will not let you go. Move your legs slowly. Do not shake the boat. Now hold the side, and let me use the paddle.
With a few strong strokes, Frodo brought the boat back to the shore. Sam climbed out, wet and cold. Frodo took off the ring and stepped onto the land.
You are the worst trouble of all, Sam.
Oh, Mr. Frodo, that hurts. That is not fair. You tried to leave without me. If I did not guess right, where would you be now?
On my way, safe.
Safe? All alone, without me to help you? I could not bear that.
It would be very dangerous for you to come. I could not bear that either.
It is worse to be left behind.
I am going to Mordor.
I know that, Mr. Frodo. And I am coming with you.
Sam, please. Do not stop me. I must go now. This is the only way.
Yes, it is. But not alone. I am coming too, or neither of us goes.
Frodo laughed, and warm joy filled his heart.
Leave one boat. We need it.
Sam ran back to the camp, took his pack, more food, and an extra blanket. Then he hurried back again.
I cannot escape you, Sam. But I am glad. Very glad. We are meant to go together.
So Frodo and Sam began the last part of the journey together. The river carried them past dark cliffs, and the sound of great falls grew louder. At last they reached the far shore, hid the boat, and lifted their packs. Then they walked toward the grey hills and the dark land ahead.